may be interested in understanding what's been going on over the past 2 days. Aside from reading several hundred submissions from our community, which all elected members have done, we have also been hearing from a range of submitters from across our community who have chosen to come in and speak to us. And so that mahi has now completed. And so now we move into information sessions around key items that we need to make decisions on later today. Elected members, just a reminder that these initial sessions are information only questions, no debate. There is a separate section during the decision making where debate and comments will be very welcome. But during the information sessions, it is only questions for clarity to inform your decision making. Before we move into those proceedings, though, we have actually already had opening karakia today before our submitters, but Councillor O'Keefe, I welcome you to lead us in Waiata.
Would you all please be upstanding? Te aroha e whakapono me te rangiwa i e tātou tātou e anoa te aroha e whakapono e te rangiwa i e tātou tātou e tūtira whakamaua kia tīna hara mai te toki haumie hoie.
Kia ora. Thank you for that, Councillor O'Keefe, and thank you, councillors, for your participation. We now move into apologies and requests for leave of absence, noting that Council has previously granted leave to Councillor Jessup. Are there any other requests for leave of absence? No, in which case I'm happy to move from the chair. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Lorcan. I'll put that. All those in favour? Any against? Thank you, that's carried. All right, team, we're now moving into some information sessions. The first one is on the Waipatiki Wastewater Scheme, and I'd like to welcome forward Mr. Steve Cave and Mr. Thu and their team. Welcome, team. For the benefit of our community who may be viewing online, we have heard extensively from the Waipatiki community yesterday, which was very helpful, and we also have an entire volume of submissions related to this issue. Officers, I now hand over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Wendy. Standing orders, or yeah? Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to circulate a presentation to you, just in case some of it's difficult to see on the screen. But you'll recall a really good turnout from the Waipatiki community yesterday, so we put this presentation together. It really complements the officer comments that are already in the main agenda report that you've had and you would have read. So this is probably just a short-term version of that, just to get everyone on the same page and potentially leading to, you know, what are the decision pathways then that come out of that. So once we've circulated the presentation, we start. Yes, yeah. I'll hand over to Mr. Cave and he'll take you through the first few slides.
Kia ora koutou. Good morning, Your Worship. Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning, and the team just in the audience. We have Gray Wilson, the planning consultant to the project, and James Taylor, civil engineering consultant to the project. Just first up, as we present the officer comments to community submissions on the Waipariki wastewater treatment plant, the community wastewater treatment plant proposal to strike a targeted rate for upgrade works. Just a little bit of orientation. So there's the Waipariki beach, just where the green pointer is. Up on the screen, we have the Waipariki stream. We have the community wastewater treatment plant is located in this area. Predominantly the bulk of the Waipariki properties, residential properties in this area. Campground over here. This area here is the community wastewater treatment plant irrigation field. Over here we have a settling pond that belongs to the campground wastewater treatment plant located in that area. Okay, just first up to confirm the reason why we're here and we're going through this is a regulatory driver. So we are considering the proposal for upgrades at the community wastewater treatment plant because of consenting processes. And the current consent that we're operating under section 124 of the RMA, that expired in May 2025. It was a 20-year consent that was granted in 2005. The application for a new consent was submitted in February of 2025 to maintain compliance with regulatory processes. So the plant is currently operating legally, lawfully, under section 124 of the RMA. And also just to note, in terms of that regulatory framework and consenting process, that new wastewater environmental performance standards came into play 18th December 2025. So after the original consent application was lodged in February of 2025.
Mr. Cave, we already have some questions. Would you like to take them as we go?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep.
Great. Councillor Corbin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Regarding consents, so what is the situation now? Is the plant consented for another 20 years?
No, so it's operating under a section of the Resource Management Act that allows it to continue to operate so long as there's genuine intent to reconsent. And so we had to get that status, we had to lodge a consent application within a particular time.
So how long have we got that period of grace?
Through you, Chair, we need to continue to demonstrate an intent to progress with a new consent. And so if we were to walk away, that section 124, I'd need to double check with the team, would become tenuous. There are some other provisions inside the new wastewater environmental standards that the government put in place to deal with many unconsented, fully unconsented wastewater schemes that also provides a time limit. What the issue would be is if there, which you'll get to later, and there are some later slides around decision making, is if you were to delay any works or any upgrades, council would just run the risk of failing under some of the conditions, particularly around nitrogen load.
Yeah, so a replacement consent, that's not a consent for a replacement of the plant. It's a replacing the consent.
It's a new, through you, Chair, it's a new consent to enable the community wastewater scheme to stay compliant.
Right, and to stay compliant, there needs to be some work done.
Through you, Chair, and maybe we should go all the way through the slides.
Yeah, I think we'll pause
the
that
work-
line of questioning for now.
Just answering it quickly.
Yep.
The new consent puts provisions so we stay compliant with the environmental requirements. That requires some work to upgrade to meet that. And the work also talks about stabilising the site from a threat from sliding into the stream next to it. So the funding secures the site and provides the infrastructure to enable a consentable outcome.
Okay, team, we might pause questions and give the team a little bit more time to get through this, and then we'll pick things up. If there are truly burning questions as we go through, though, pop your light on and we'll see what we can do. Mr. Cave.
Thank you. Okay, the next slide just presents the two timelines explaining the journey to date. One, a project and regulatory timeline, and the other, an engagement record with the community on how we have communicated with the communities progressing this proposal. So in terms of the project and regulatory timeline, so the community wastewater treatment plant was installed and operational in 2006. Our next key point in time, and you would have heard around this yesterday, it was in 2016. The three councils purchased the campground, and that included, with that came a campground wastewater treatment system. At that time, and this was explained by one of the submitters yesterday, there are three councils, Napier City, Hastings District Council and Hawke's Bay Regional. Napier City put some money in the pot and then elected not to participate any further, and so funding was their contribution. And then a de-denomination was subsequently drawn up between Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Hastings District Council, setting out responsibilities between the two organisations. And within that de-denomination, one of the responsibilities to Hastings District Council was an item around connecting the campground wastewater system to the community wastewater system by 2018, or at a point of time in future as agreed between Regional Council and Hastings District Council. To that end, in 2021, through the drinking water treatment plant construction, which was part of the small communities water treatment plant upgrades that ran from 2019 to around 2024. The Waipariki received a new drinking water treatment plant. Through that construction, opportunity was taken to lay a pipeline, a wastewater pipeline, unconnected at either end, but just while we had the equipment, it made sense to do so at low cost between the campground and the community wastewater treatment plant. 2023, with the knowledge that the consent of the community wastewater treatment plant was due to expire in May 2025, work was progressing behind the scenes around how to progress that reconsenting, and as part of that in 2023, optioneering for best practical options began. 2024, technical work to inform the consent application was completed. Through 2024 to 2025, the draft consent application put together and submitted in February 2025. In September 2025, Council approved pre-engagement for staff to engage with community, and that was primarily through the Waipariki Community Association, and then in the early part of 2026, the draft annual plan process began formally. Then we're now moving to the engagement record. May 2023, officers met with representatives of the Waipariki Community Association to put onto the table that this work was required, and we're initiating a reconsenting process. There was quite a bit of discussion and a solid meeting record from that meeting. September 2024, council officers met with the Waipariki Community Association, again to continue discussions. At that time, potential funding strategies, rating strategies were tabled, as well as options that were being considered to progress with the community wastewater treatment plant. 15th November 2025, council officers met with the Waipariki Community Association again. At that meeting, there was quite a contingent of community present. I think numbers were around the 25 mark. Also, in December 2025, the mail out was completed to residents with a draft statement of proposal from council. January 2026, the council officers attended the Waipariki Community Association AGM and presented in an open question and answers forum was run. The Community Association, and there are about 50 in attendance at that meeting. The Community Association forwarded written questions from the community, and council officers responded to that via written response in March 2026, and 1st April 2026 formal notification of the draft.
Mr Cave, we already have a question, so we'll come to Councillor Watkins.
Yeah. Thank you, Worship. I just want some clarification, Steve. If we go back to February 2025, when you applied for your new consent, I believe, and the current consent was expiring in May.
Correct.
So you were in before expiry date.
Yes.
First question is, how long does it normally take for those consents to be granted?
Depends on the RFIs that come back from,
Information.
yeah, request for information from the consenting authority, so in this case, Regional Council. But in parallel with that, we have the WEPS, so the Wastewater Environmental Performance Standards, which is another overlay, which has now is potentially superseding the standard resource consent and reconsenting process.
They didn't come until late
Councillor,
2020.
I'm just really conscious of time today. I'm really happy for you to raise your questions, but I'd like to let the team go through a bit more of this presentation, because really what we're here today as well to do is to work out where we're going to next. There's legitimate questions to be asked about the process that got us here, but the decision making today is what's next.
Okay, so my next question is critical, but if you want me to wait, I'll wait.
If possible, thank you. I am going to ask just everyone to hold. Mr Cave, we do have a succinct amount of time to get through today, so I'm going to ask you to speed it up a little bit.
Step through, sure. So the purpose of this slide is just to highlight that 2 layers of multiple criteria analysis has been applied to this project. The first of which is around what options do we consider for the community wastewater treatment plant through this consenting process? And the first of which was a status quo, which essentially is do nothing, recognising that the original consent was 2005, and at the time of reconsenting of the application 2025, just acknowledging that there's been evolution of the legislative framework, i.e. National Policy Statement for Freshwater, and also the regulatory framework, i.e. the WEPS, the Wastewater Environmental Performance Standards. So status quo, not an option. The environment in that context has changed. The other option considered, change of level of service, i.e. do we go back to septic systems on site? That would be, 1, a step backwards from the environmental perspective, and 2, more expensive than what is proposed and is being put forward to the community. The third option considered, and at the time that we were doing this optioneering, there was potential that we wouldn't be able to stay on the existing site. And the existing site, you can see there's the Waipatiki stream, there's the Kawhuru stream, runs below there. These grey dots, or brown dots here, there's actually 30,000 litre tanks buried in the ground. And so very close proximity to this right bank of the Waipatiki stream, which is also on the outward bend of the Waipatiki stream. And so there was potential that we had no choice and we had to shift site, and so an option was considered around what does it look like to relocate. 6 to 8 million was the high level cost estimate that came to bear. And so then the question was, what does it look like to stay on site? A site investigation was completed to help support that analysis. That was completed by RDCL and identified that plant is sitting on top of a slip circle, and potentially in a seismic event could slip into the Waipatiki stream. So then the second tier of multiple criteria analysis was in around, well, what is the treatment required? And that acknowledges that deed nomination between the councils, and that at a future point in time that the campground under that deed should be connected to the community wastewater treatment plant, or at least pass through it. And so 3 options were considered, with the most efficient pathway being identified was to connect the campground wastewater treatment plant to pass through the community wastewater treatment plant and to discharge effluent to the one irrigation field. So now, following on from that, it's to connect the campground to the community wastewater treatment plant. There's a level of pre-treatment and pre-treatment infrastructure required at the campground to treat the effluent so it can actually go through, and that is a separate tranche of work. That's not included in the costings. That's being presented to the Waiparaki community. That's an additional $1 to $1.2 million that will need to be funded either via this council or via this council and perhaps Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Dialogue is opened up with Regional Council to discuss that. A point to note is that the campground wastewater treatment system has its own resource consent that's held by Hawke's Bay Regional Council and issued by Hawke's Bay Regional Council.
Through you, Chair, just to quickly add to that. So that is a completely separate decision point. It's also unclear whether the Regional Council as the campground owner would want to pay the charges, and given they have a 10-year consent, there's no burning platform at this point in time for them to move across. And as I said, if they were to join, even with the deed of nomination, they would still need to pay their annual operating costs just like every other household, so they would have equivalent household equivalents they'd have to pay, and at this point in time I don't believe they have any interest in connecting or paying, given they have a consent that gives them some time, but that's an ongoing conversation and will be a separate one, likely with the water entity in time.
Okay, there was commentary through the submissions around the costing and the cost compilation. Here is a breakdown of the key project and funding headings. Of note, the civil works component at 500,000, and commentary around the piling, which is the required for the strengthening of the site for the reasons highlighted. The piling component of that 500,000 is 180,000. So just to be clear around that, there's also, in terms of strengthening, that portion of the budget is around 250,000. The other 70,000 is for rock armouring on the right bank of the Waiparaki stream to protect the infrastructure. And again, I mentioned how that's on the outside of a bend. Also within that, there's a 30,000 litre tank for additional storage and a shed for UV plant, so tertiary treatment to be added. Lex, are you up to that, sorry?
So in terms of the proposal that went to the community, this is from a funding perspective. You'll recall that there was a hybrid funding model, I guess, for want of a better term, which recognised the Waiparaki property owners as the main beneficiaries of obtaining a 35-year consent and the certainty around that. But there were also recognition of other benefits, a public good of 10%, some of the comments that were made by submitters around many people using the beach and its facilities, and also a philosophy that the council has got a precedent around when it amalgamated its water supplies a few years ago, by consolidating some of the costs in the overall wastewater account, including the 29,000 urban connections, as a way of facilitating a small scheme, big cost on a small community, and the wider good of having a standard level of service across our community, I guess, for wastewater and the public health and environmental benefits that come from that. But essentially that hybrid model meant that around 70% of the costs will be funded directly from property owners, and that accounts for the cost and some of the funding equity concerns you got from the community yesterday, at a level of $1,600 per annum for 10 years.
Thank you, Lex. Just a quick slide on why this is still the preferred pathway, and through the, now on the table, the wastewater environmental protection standards. So those standards enable a guaranteed, provided that we get consent under, which indications are that we can, a 35-year term. Under the current consent application, probably unlikely. Under the wastewater environmental protection standards or performance standards, that's guaranteed once we get through that consenting process. And so just essentially the consent now and the defer boxes, consenting now provides a higher certainty because it enables that 35-year consent term, plant is protected sooner and delivered by Hastings District Council versus a new entity, which is, there's just a lot of uncertainty around how that will work at this point in time. And just in terms of what the community has said, first and foremost, as we know, very, very strong response and consistent response from the community in opposition of the proposal as it was presented to them. We've done this analysis based on primarily on the community association submission, as a lot of the themes from the wider community were captured within that comprehensive submission. And probably of note, by and large, we've just done some percentages, but AI into that, but funding equity, so the affordability, the fairness of the funding, that was by and large the predominant feedback overall, but some other key themes in there around technical uncertainty, consultation adequacy or inadequacy, sequencing and cost, community confidence, consenting and funding. And then what the community was asking for, or is asking for, and this is verbatim from the Community Association submission: to further funding proposal, review sequencing, consider building all phases together, undertake an integrated review, develop a revised funding model based on actual beneficiaries, resolve outstanding technical matters, provide cost alternatives, design, transparency, reassess scale and level of service, re-engage with the community on a revised integrated proposal. And now I'll hand over to Lex.
Your Worship, so would you like to take questions now or take you through the decision-making pathway?
I will open it to questions, but what I would like to inform the council of is obviously after the submissions that we've received and heard, the team have been doing some work on possible pathways forward. Because it is clear that there are consenting requirements, but there's also requirements from the community in terms of things they've asked for, which have just been highlighted. So I can open it for questions now if you would like, or if you would like, we could ask the staff to actually put up some optional pathways forward and then take questions. I'm seeing nodding around the table. Those with your lights on, are you prepared to wait until the staff have given us some potential pathways forward, which then may hone your questioning? Yeah. Okay. Staff, if you would.
Okay. So how we've structured this slide, and I'll just take us through this, and Mr. Thew will make some comments as well, is it appears to us anyway the primary decision to be made is, is this the best sort of for the community to get the work done now? On the reasoning being that, substantive work's happened on optioneering, consenting pathways, facilitation with the regional council on the consenting pathway, consultation with mana whenua, those types of things, and resource and time spent on that to get us to that point. So I'll take you through the left and the right-hand side of that slide. So if the answer is sort of yes, commit and fund, parking the funding decision at the moment, you're in a more certain pathway, I guess. We know we can get on with it, get it lodged and do the work, get the 35-year consent, like I say, satisfy the consultation that's already happened with mana whenua, It simplifies the handover to the new entity. You've got the decreased risk of the site subsidence that's come through the optioneering process as you're getting onto the work now. And the nitrogen compliance issue that Mr. Thews talked about gets addressed with the solution that's proposed. From a funding perspective, your options or pathways, I guess, are the proposal that went out, that 70-20-10 split that I mentioned, and the contribution made by the Waipareiki property owners. An alternative approach, which is essentially just building on the funding methodology you've already arrived at, which has a portion of harmonisation of the costs with the main wastewater scheme, you know, the 29,000 urban connections I've talked about. So an alternative path, if you're of a mind to do that, would be to treat this as a network asset, which generally has a one-off capital contribution, and fund the remaining amount as more of a renewal and upgrade. You know, it's more consenting compliance driven and environmental standard driven rather than a change in level of service, essentially. Flush those costs through the operational charge and you know, extend the funding pool to get through this project. The operational charge includes the same sort of renewal and upgrades to the urban system as well. So currently the Waipareiki community pay twice the operational charge of the urban rate, and that reflects the fact that it's a more expensive system to monitor, maintain, you know, and operate, I guess. So if you were to take that approach, and there's variations on this, but I'll start with this and take that approach, then the impact there would be around an extra $1.70 for the urban connections, the current urban connections, and because Waipareiki currently paid the 2-to-1 relationship, therefore $3.40. You know, this is the precedent that you set with the small water supplies, and why you went partially down this avenue in the statement of proposal. And, you know, I guess inherently makes the funding solution easier. It acknowledges that small schemes get a benefit under the harmonised approach. My final comment there then is if the council still have a mind to reflect the fact that, as the Statement 101 beneficiary analysis drew out, that the Waipareiki community are a primary beneficiary of this investment, you could look at changing that differential, that 2-to-1 on the operating rate that we currently have, just to reflect that, but at a level that's, as the residents were asking of you yesterday, would be more proportionate to the sort of the scale of the project and the size of the community. And so I've just given you an example there of one option. This isn't an exact science by any means, but you could, for example, increase that policy from 2 times the urban rate to, let's say, 2.25, just for the sake of an example. What that would mean is that a Waipareiki resident would pay around an extra $150 per annum, just reflecting that higher operational charge relationship with the urban supply. I'll just get Craig to speak asset management speak.
I'll try not to go that detail. So just reflecting back on Mr. Verhoeven's comment around using the operational charge, realistically, and the team as they're progressing it, we're working through, there are technical things that are getting upgraded and level of services up and upgraded at a technical level to meet the new consent and to improve the ground conditions. But stepping back and I guess reflecting on the feedback through the submissions, at a macro level, the scheme is exactly the same scheme that was put in. So they put an initial capital charge to have a consented community scheme. What this investment of 1 million with 200,000 contingency is doing is maintaining a consented community scheme that's also stabilised. So that's where we went back to question why we potentially creating a separate new capital charge, because we're just maintaining the current levels of service, albeit a cost upgrade to meet levels of service. And we all know through time compliance levels change, be they structural with seismic, and resource consenting charges, which was reason where we come back to this sort of alternative funding approach and putting aside some of that original thinking as an alternative for your contemplation.
And then just finally, if I complete the right-hand side, Your Worship. As you go to the right-hand side, you know, the uncertainty increases essentially. That's what we're trying to reflect there. You know, we will be in the hands of a new water entity. You would have lost control to some extent. So, you know, there's a possibly a different pathway here, and who knows what that looks like. It might be beneficial, it may be substantially unbeneficial to the community. It would require more planning, consenting work, and therefore cost. Yet the site subsidence issue would probably take longer to resolve, so increased risk around that. In terms of consenting, no expert here, but there may be some certainty of that 35-year consent being lost. That would have to be worked through. You know, as you know, with capital projects, the longer you leave them, the higher the cost. That's pretty much a given these days. I've talked about the interface with the water entity and the requirement of their approval around this, and, you know, obviously keeping in contact with Mana Whenua and taking them through the extended process around this. So that's the sort of the no defer the works, which was some of the relief being sought by the residents, but potentially without understanding the full consequences of that. Don't know if you need to add anything there, Craig.
No, I think really the deferral is just a question of risk to the community around how they may pay, what the future funding approach may be. There will be additional costs because a lot of that consent preparation work, if we don't lodge that now, will need to be redone. Although environmental science and stuff has to be updated to the latest information. And what the ultimate scheme is would be out of this council's hand, and it would be a conversation that community will have with the water entity. The risk to this council over the next year and a little bit, would just be around if there was an event that saw subsidence of the scheme into the stream and or consenting failure. So it's the delay is really a risk conversation and contemplation the council would be having, thinking about those funding uncertainties and the plant's ability to carry on.
I'm going to move into questions now, but I do just want to make it clear, elected members, this is just questions and no big long preamble, please. We've got to move through this quite quickly. We will have time for comments and debate as part of the decision making. This is just questions. I'll come first to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, Councillor Corbyn. Used up most of my time already. So it was 1670 per ratepayer. What does this shift the dial to now with what per ratepayer would be paying?
Good question.
A Waipariki property owner? Yes, yeah. So as outlined on the scheme, depending on the approach you took by washing this through, or not washing it through, but funding it through that operational account. If it was all done that way, based on the 2-to-1 scenario, extra $3.40 per annum for a Waipariki property owner. But as you move that differential, if you wanted to reflect that beneficiary equation on the example above, if it moved to 2.25, an extra $150 per annum for a Waipariki property owner, reflecting the longer term smoothing of the funding of this, which is one of the calls from the community yesterday.
I'll come now to Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this might be a simple answer, but is doing nothing an option, and are there legal ramifications on the council for doing so?
Through you, Your Worship, doing nothing is always your choice. It's just the risk implications around, we may not have any events that create a subsidence risk, so therefore the plant stays as it's been for many, many years. I can't tell you whether that's likely or not, but odds on the site stays stable, but there is a chance we could have subsidence that causes damage. In terms of the potential for environmental non-compliance from the nitrogen and what the regional council choose to do with council during that period, that's an open piece that they would be in control of. So you've got a consent compliance liability that you may have an enforceable action placed on you if they felt the need, and the subsidence risk.
Just that's what the enforceable means exactly.
If you go that far, it's a court action which would require council to fix fix it.
An extensive cost to the community, I'm sure, in that process.
I'm happy with that answer.
And actually just following on from Councillor Nixon, I'm asking a direct question, is the officer advice not to defer?
It would be my advice to council that given the work that's done and the pathway that exists, to defer the work would cost the community ultimately more. And so I would suggest carrying on.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just brought it up. Can we go back to the slide of the map looking down? Just easier. Yeah. So when you can see the big long thing, the swimming pool looking thing, you're saying putting the retaining wall, which seems to be the most expensive part, next to this cliff, so you can put more tanks in the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that the main reason the piling is a
The
piling?
piling,
protect what's
so,
already there?
yeah, there's tanks buried here.
Yeah.
As you can see, these ones are very close to the stream edge. They're actually, as part of this work, we need to put in an additional tank to what's there now, located in this area. We need to get access to come through here. Through that process, we're relocating some of these tanks further around. The piling
So,
goes in this U shape.
you understand? So the question is, would it be cheaper to put the tanks on the other side of that road where there's no slip, away from the cliff? I mean, regardless of piling, there's obviously always going to be a risk putting something next to a cliff. I don't even know if that's our land, and it's nearer the stream, of course, but would that be an option to reduce costs?
I might reframe the question. What planning has been done around this? I assume that and correct me if my assumption is wrong, that the team that has done this work hasn't just simply looked at what's currently there. They've looked at different options. I see that relocation was an option that was
Correct. So,
considered.
yeah, look, I've been through the options that were worked through. In terms of this particular site, land availability to actually shift and shuffle infrastructure around is very confined. That's why we're actually tucked into this site as it is, just because of limited land availability. If I go back to the drinking water treatment plant, 5 sites were evaluated and we ended up where we were, which is on the Perry's property. It's just very difficult to find space, Councillor Gibson, in this area.
Is that
And,
answered your
and
question?
so, sorry, we do own all this land on the left-hand side of the road, so.
Okay, I'll come now to Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. Just in terms of the current temporary consent, what is the lifespan of that consent? Is there an expiry date?
So through you, Chair, and I'll just potentially get Gray to correct me if I'm wrong here, so just listen and stand up and go, oi. We don't have a temporary consent. We have the existing consent, which applies until that section 1, until we've finalised through. So, because we've launched a proposal, that triggers what's called a section 124, which means the existing consent continues to apply whilst we work through finalising requests for information and pushing forward on the proposed consent, which aligns to this work. If Regional Council feels we're not working with them and progressing on the new consent, they may stop that process and therefore we'd have no consent at all. So there's no temporary consent. We've just got a holding pattern living on our old consent whilst we're finalising the proposal for the new consent.
It's essentially a good faith agreement while work's underway, Councillor.
So a lot of the submitters had concern in terms of funding that once the connection from the camping ground came through to our system, they were picking up the whole tab for this. Have you got a comment about that, please?
So I'll have a go first. No, they won't be. As Mr. Caves talked about, there is a whole separate cost train that goes with the campground connecting. The work, and I've challenged the team on this, the work at the plant is the required work to cope with the community in its own. The pre-treatment that Mr. Cave talked about in the campground means that the plant won't need additional costs to it if the campground connects, because there is a real pathway where the campground chooses not to connect. There's a real pathway where the campground may not even exist for a long, long, long time. So they're all things that have to get worked through in that separate agreement. If the campground did connect and it had paid its own $1.2 million, what you'll actually get is more revenue into the scheme because there'd be more users on the scheme. So therefore the annual charge revenue potentially would soften some of the peakiness around just the 75 properties and our public toilet fees that are currently paid. So at this current juncture, we do not see, noting that the campground connection is a separate piece and a separate transaction that would need to happen, whether there's additional liabilities to pay for the campground. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'll come now to councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. What is the current rate for the wastewater system for the Waipariki residents? And what does $150 a year amount to?
I haven't got the exact rate, but just looking at Richard, it's about $1,100.
It's 1,022,
1,022.
25, 26 currently.
Yeah, so it's about a 12% increase. Does the $150 a year actually cover that 1.2 million of expenditure? How does that cover that?
Well, it doesn't cover it on its own, it's a contribution to it, as I
So
say.
where does the rest come from?
Yeah, so what the proposal here would be is to harmonise the schemes together, like you did with the water supply schemes years ago. And given that you've now got 29,000 connections paying towards the water rate, you know, you've spread the cost over more people, essentially, to put it in simple terms.
So the options are 1,600 for 10 years, 1,000 for 20 years, or 150 in perpetuity. Is that right?
Thank you for summarising that too, councillor Corbyn. I'll come now to councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick part-time, we've noted it probably 2 times now around section 124 of the RMA. I note at the beginning of this, there was a comment made that we run the risk of basically losing that status. In regards to 124 of the RMA, it does state that if we are still potentially investigating pathways and things like that, then we can still retain that. So if deferral was on the table, but we're still investigating methods and approaches, would we should still retain that status?
Through you, as long as it's a true investigation moving forward, if they felt, if the regulator chose or felt that we were just kicking can and pretending, then they may choose to take action. I can't make that judgment on their behalf.
It is a risk. I'll come now to councillor Nolustick.
Thank you. Mr. Cape, the extra tanks that you've got proposed for the site, as a percentage against what's there, how much would that be?
Okay,
As in litres?
as in litres,
Yeah.
be around 15 to 20%.
Okay, so why do we need the extra capacity?
The extra capacity, it's to create additional storage. It's also to help treat backwash water from the drinking water treatment plant, which goes to the community wastewater treatment plant. So the backwash water is water and a byproduct of starting up the drinking water plant. It's not suitable to go to the potable drinking water supply. So that's disposed of via the community wastewater treatment plant. Within that, there's suspended solids, inorganic matter. To efficiently treat that, we need additional storage. So that's one of the reasons for the additional storage.
Okay. Not your bailiwick so much, but one thing that why the residents are so upset is because of this consent that the regional council has given itself for the campground. So it's not seen as a fair playing field at all. One would ask the question of why we can't have a consent that finishes at the same time as what the campground does.
Can we speak to that?
Yes, so there's a couple of responses to that question, Councillor Noah Istick. The first is when the regional council reissued their consent to themselves, we weren't aware, so Hastings District Council wasn't aware that process was happening. And so their consent was set to expire in 2024. When we became aware of the reconsenting, we engaged in dialogue with regional council to understand why, and the response was they were aware of our deed of nomination and the need for us to potentially connect the campground, or by 2018, that time had come and gone, or at a future date. And the response that I received was it gave us time to do our reconsenting and sort out our options. So, and the 10-year consent that they issued themselves has a significant 5-year review period in 2029.
Okay, now just one more question, if I may. I know Councillor Fowler asked this question, but I just need to have it crystal clear in my mind. The extra $150 type of thing for the resident of Waipatiki to, if the scheme goes ahead, if it's spread over the general wastewater systems for our district. What's the cost again for each individual average household extra?
$150.
Well, no, that's one example. It depends on the approach that you take. I've given you two examples for want of starting a discussion. If it's just flush through with no change to the 2-to-1, differential that they pay on the operational charge, it was $3.60 from memory, or $3.70 on the slide. But if you wanted to reflect the fact that Waipatiki are more primary beneficiaries from this, you could change that differential to reflect that.
Yep.
And on the basis of 2.25, it was about $150 per annum.
Okay, yeah, but for every other resident in the Hastings City or wherever?
Yeah, on that basis, something about $1.20, $1.30.
So adding a $1.20 or $1.30 to every other ratepayer's bill.
Right.
Wastewater recipient.
So that's
Thank
the
you.
smoothing effect you get with amalgamating.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I am going to now come to Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Montepero Hendry, and then we do need to move on to our next information session. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two questions, one regarding Regional Council, one regarding Mana Whenua. Noting that it would be helpful to have Regional Council in the room for this decision, but in their absence, in terms of triggers for this work, one or two submissions made mention of E. coli levels in the lagoon and the stream. What information do we have regarding that in terms of the urgency of progressing with this work?
Yeah. If you'd like to come forward though and speak at the microphone up here, that would be ideal. Thank you. Welcome.
Kia ora. So the short answer is one of the pieces of work proposed is to put in UV treatment at the plant, and that will deal with risk of E. coli. We haven't identified through investigative monitoring that's taken place over the last few years, I'll say generally. We haven't identified that there is a huge, input of E. coli, but there are some overflows that happen at the plant sometimes in high rainflow events, and this was a key issue in the cultural impact assessment that was undertaken, and that's why one of the key reasons that UV is proposed. The other reason that the benefit, UV being proposed, that brings the plant in line with the wastewater, the new wastewater standards that Mr. Cave's spoken about. That is a requirement for schemes like this, that now you have to have tertiary treatment in place. So that addresses those concerns that were raised by submitters about E. coli contributions to the lagoon.
Through you, Your Worship, I think the gist of the submission was actually that the E. coli contamination is more likely to be a product of aging septic tank infrastructure that's maybe not connected to the broader scheme. So noting that neither we nor regional council has any control of that, do we know if regional council has any evidence of that being true? I guess is what I'm getting at.
Only that they undertake regular monitoring in the lagoon, and it is their function to enforce the standards that apply for on-site wastewater systems. So for those properties, the residential properties that aren't connected, they do have an enforcement role to make sure that those systems are brought up to standard and are actually complying with the permitted activity rules.
The regional council will have the information, but also it's their job to fix it. Yeah, okay. The other question was about Mana Whenua, and I thank you for touching on that there. Noting that the option to progress has Mana Whenua support, also noting that they didn't submit on this, can I just ask for clarification on in what way deferring the works is not in keeping with Mana Whenua consultation? And that question's to anyone who can and is willing to answer it.
I'm happy to answer that if you'd like. Yep. So that would mean that at the moment, the expectation, the proposal that we've consulted on with Mana Whenua, with Mangaharuru Tangatu Trust as an affected party, as Mana Whenua of the area, so both of those roles under the RMA and as Mana Whenua, the expectation and the work, the technical work, their cultural impact assessment, the discussions around monitoring that will take place once the new consent is in place, all of those quite detailed matters. That expectation, we've agreed those in terms of what we've applied for is this in this new consent. And so that's what we mean there, where the expectation is that this is the proposal that they have agreed to in that sense. We haven't, they haven't given us given council an affected party approval form as such in terms of the actual consent application, although we do expect that to be, I'm not putting any words in anybody's mouth, but the indications were that we would get to that place, and that, yeah, between the upgrades at the plant and putting in UV, so all of the technical solutions that have been proposed, Mana Whenua and MTT's technical expert was accepting of those, I guess, the risk profile that leaves, that there is still some risk that the plant could, fall in, but that we will mitigate that as much as possible, and that it's actually probably preferable than moving the plant somewhere else, because that actually has some risks as well. So that's what we mean in terms of this consent application as it is. We need to upgrade it a little bit to comply with the new wastewater standards, but that is the proposal that we have consulted on that has that level of support.
Through you, Your Worship. Do we know then if Mana Whenua is actively opposed to our deferring of this option?
No.
We don't know
I have
that?
not had that discussion with them around the funding, and I guess the consenting and those technical and substantive and cultural effects and environmental effects and all of that have been addressed separately to the funding question.
Deferral. But all of the consultation so far has been focused on progressing. So we've just got a double negative. It's a information gap, effectively. Mana Whenua's position on deferring the works. Thank you.
Okay. Right, we're going to move on with haste team. So I'm going to come to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. Very quickly, seems to be a little bit of confusion still. The $1.70, we're not talking $1.70 a year, are we? We're talking $1.70 a week for the non.
No, it's a per annum figure.
$1.70 per annum.
Yes, yeah.
That is okay.
Thank you for clarifying that, though, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Just real quick, if the can's kicked down the road, like been deferred, then Napier comes on board. Any harmonisation.
Sorry, is that a question?
Yeah.
So, so the question is, if the work's deferred and the water entity is set up, and then you'll have Napier and Central Hawke's Bay and the water entity, and whether that would mean Napier would pay. The way that the water service delivery plan has been signed up, and each of the shareholders at this point in time, each council went into that proposal of ring fencing, so all costs relating to its RCA boundaries stay within its RCA boundaries. If the board at a later date wants to change that, it has to come back to each of the shareholders to have that conversation. But the strong intent from the community is across the Central Hawke's Bay view, they would look after their pieces amongst their own ratepayer group. The Hastings would look after its, and Napier would look after its. That could be a conversation later, but the current intent is each council area looks after its own within its own balance, part of the balance sheet.
So essentially ring-fenced problems for each council. So I'll come to Councillor Monteperro-Henry.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just clarifying the $150, whatever figure would be forever for Waipara Key, if we did that.
Well, it's an interesting space, isn't it? With the new water entity, you might want to.
So if in a normal council space, $150 a year additional would pay for this upgrade. In each LTP, if there's some other investment it needs, you have to look at what are all your input costs and then work out your revenue and how you're going to collect it. The water entity will have its own way. Largely, one would expect, and we're strongly proposing, as they pick up the methodology at handover, but over time they will have their own approach. Under law, there is a requirement for the water entity and all councils in the future, if they're carrying on running it, they have to review how they charge for water services, and directly connecting it to property values from the water services won't be a permitted approach in about 4 or 5 years' time.
We don't know what we'd be signing up for there. Sorry, the next one is is there any possibility that anything could be split? Have you guys looked in the background at this? You probably have. So we've got the UV treatment that has to come in, but if we put in another 3, because of the over design and the E. coli, but a 300 whatever, the literage could absorb that, so that would defer that, could knock that out for the short term. Is that a possibility?
Without getting through your chair, without getting into a whole pile of redesign, as was previously mentioned, under the new wastewater environmental standards, we have to put in UV. So under those standards, we actually have to have that. Saying that, what the new standard says, as long as you follow all of their requirements, the regional council also has to give you a 35-year. And it also, there is a place in there, as I briefly mentioned, and we need that storage to actually deal with the inflow. And so when a water treatment turns on for 5-15 minutes until it gets to a stable operating base, that influx of flow is quite high and peaky, and it runs the risks of dry weather overflows, which are also a non-compliance and also not really appreciated by the community. Those national standards create a whole pile of pieces of compliance that we must stick to. In theory, it should make consenting easier in time, but those two things really have to be done for the plant to work, unless you choose just to delay the whole project and the water entity has a fresh go and fresh look at it.
Thank you. And just that was my next question, if I may. If we did delay, could the repiling, could the piling happen anyway? Because I understand that we don't want a whole lot of tanks going in a landslide.
Through you, I would strongly suggest not to attack it in that way, because once you're on site and you're actually into cost, you'll actually make the real cost higher, because you're in the site. As Mr. Cave mentioned, we have to move some of the tanks to move them away from harm's way. You're in so much into the work, it would be cost inefficient to do this in multiple stages.
Thank you. I just need clarification that it was one and all in. Thank you.
Okay, team. I think we've traversed all of the questions we can on that particular item. We're now going to move into the information session on Whakatū. Once we've done that, we're then going to have a break, and then we will come back and we will actually move into the deliberation side of things on these two targeted rate issues, but separately. Okay, team, if you'd like to take us through. Bearing in mind you've got a ticking clock on you.
2 slides.
Okay.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just the first slide, just to set the context from the March 12th workshop with councillors, where direction was received around fresh consultation with the industrial community within the scheme area at Whakatū, given cost pressures that the scheme or the project had come under since the September 23rd resolution. But just since that workshop, just a high level update, since then the resource consents have been acquired. That's the District Council Land Use and Regional Council Resource. The land agreement has been reached with Low Corporation for the detention area and pump station location at the time, but to reiterate the stop bank, that became or was apparent as an issue through the 2025 engagement has been repaired. The bottom line from that 12th March workshop was the cost implications that with the redistribution of Walmsley, so the 68 Rangatani Road had regraded itself successfully out of the scheme. That created a $440,000 deficit that required redistribution. Additional costs for the pumps where the pricing had been held for over 14 months went up 120k, and then allowance for further project costs. So once detailed design had been received and a review of the original construction cost estimate, that saw an increase of around 1.37 million being required. So we elected to raise the project costs by $1 million to try and find the middle ground in that. And again, a ratepayer contribution for 130,000, but that's not been passed on to the scheme properties. And so that's a summary of where we've come from recently. I'll hand over to Lex to give the update of the submission feedback.
Yeah, so what I'll take you through is, based on those parameters, amended proposal was put back to landowners. As the costs are quite consequential, I've got a handout requested by Councillor Watkins, so it might be helpful, and I'll refer to that in a moment. So I'll just wait for you to receive that for a moment. But I will refer you to the main council agenda. So it's the document you have, the thin one agenda, and it's got my covering report under my name, and I'll refer you to page 13 of that, or page 14 actually. It's got agenda written on the front of it.
So again, elected members, you're looking for the volume that says agenda, page 14.
Are we all there? Yes? Oh.
Councillor Montepero Hendry, we note from yesterday that you raised, you have a relative in the area who's made a submission, but that you have identified this as not a conflict of interest, so I acknowledge that. Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, guard me here, Koromatua. I have a conflict of interest.
Okay, if you'd like to step back from the table, please. Thank you. Okay, Tim.
Okay, great. So, yeah, page 14 of the council report, you would have read this. I think I won't dwell on this too long. I think the tables are reasonably self-explanatory, but we went to quite a bit of trouble to bring you the best information we could here and get in front of you the landowners' views as best we could. It's been a pretty good response, I think, certainly enough to inform decision making. So the first table there in 1.33 shows you the outcome of that process and the responses to the proposal, subject to 3 other proposals having conditions around it, so they're excluded from this table. And so you can see both on a number of properties perspective, but also the value of the rate being paid. So attacked it from 2 different avenues, which is something that submitters have asked for, but we have done in the past in any case. You can see that the support, both in terms of number of properties, was 55% no versus 25% yes, and on the value of the land, on the value of the rate that had to be paid, 56% versus 11.57%. There were 3 submitters that submitted yes, but with conditions. And not the conditions that were in the proposal. So I've added those in then and given you that information in 2 slices, really. If we consider those as no responses because they don't meet the conditions of the proposal, then I've amended the table, and essentially it moves those approving to pay the rate based on how much they're paying towards it from circa 80% no versus 11% yes. And then just for completeness, although bearing in mind these yeses had conditions that aren't part of the proposal, but for completeness, adding them in as a supportive submission, the no's still outweigh the yeses by 56% to 35%. So that's how I've cut and diced the data. The map that I've presented to you just gives you a visual representation, just to remind you, I guess, of the scheme area, but also how the various landowners have responded. So yellow being no, thank you. Green being yes, approve a target rate of this magnitude under the conditions in the proposal. The non-coloured being the few non-responses that we got from landowners, and then the orange are really those submitters that have a tick to yes, but with some conditions around it. I'll leave it there, I think, Your Worship. Take questions.
Thank you for requesting that visualisation, Councillor Watkins, very helpful. All right, I open the floor for questions around honing in specifically on the decision making we've got ahead of us today. So we're not debating yet, but questions that will inform the decision as to whether or not Council resolves to introduce the Whakatū stormwater targeted rate. That is what we are deciding today, so I just want to be very careful that we're honing in on that. Councillor Watkins.
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. Yesterday when Andy Lowe submitted, he quoted a 2006 memorandum which he, in his words, was a legal binding contract that council were to perform that haven't. I'd like I really want a definitive answer. Did we engage in a fully legal binding contract or did we not?
Team?
Councillor Watkins, it's in an earlier councillor report from 2025. We've conducted a legal review of the proceedings from 2006 and 7, and the response we have is that we are not under obligation to provide a pump station.
Thank you.
I'll come now to Councillor Gibson.
Yes, so I forgot what I was going to say. The 20,000 versus the 500,000 submission. Can you talk to that? It refers to the plan. The council got a consultant. It cost them $500,000 to come up with the scheme, and Andy said he spent 20,000 to come up with a similar model. It just seems so bizarre.
So I'm just honing in on the decision making we've got ahead of us today. So that's sort of going back into history. I'm just trying to understand the question relative to today's decision. We can come back to you, Councillor, if you want to take a few minutes, because I realised you said then you needed a minute. So I'll look back if you turn back on your microphone when you've decided on that. Councillor Milmine.
Thank you, through Your Worship. Could you remind me how many years the current costs that we've proposed are spread over? The targeted rate?
10 years. Yeah.
And what's how many years is the consent? Is it 35?
For Whakatū.
I'll have to come back to you and check your question.
Just a supplementary that you may be able to carry on with. So is it possible that we could spread this targeted rate over a longer period of time to cover that consent, or align with that consent possibly?
We'll take that away. Thank you. I'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just around the Walmsley site that has engineered itself out of the scheme, Did you say 68 Rangatani Road that's been engineered out of the scheme? The one on the river. Just noting that Mike Walmsley has also got 4 submissions from Walmsley's, all saying no and totaling about 40,000 per annum. So has he engineered $440,000 out of the scheme, but still has $400,000 inside the scheme?
So Mr. Walmsley's got multiple properties in the scheme area.
Yeah, I appreciate
so
that.
he's engineered one out, which is near the stream, which is the reference that you've referred to, which the boundary now excludes. But he's also got multiple properties further down Rangatani Road, and those are his responses to those properties that remain in the scheme.
Yep. So he hasn't engineered all of his sites
Hasn't engineered
out.
all those out, just that one site near the stream.
He's engineered one side out and is objecting to the other 4.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. So there's been a shift in support since September last year to now. Question, so that shift is in the increase in cost, has caused some people to say no at this point in time?
Yeah. Councillor Corbyn, there's been a range of feedback that's come in through the submissions, and the affordability and the ability for some businesses to bear the increase has been a reason that they've stated.
If the cost was tested by, sorry, you need to...
Probably the other point is through this process, the gap in the stock bank was identified, and the council took action with the regional council to rectify that. That has satisfied some submitters, that's resolved a problem from their perspective.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think that was fixed before September by the regional council. So if the cost was tested by going to tender, how would we gauge support at that point?
I'm not sure of the process that we would go through to do that as a council, to put it out to tender and to put the contracting market through that process, Councillor Corbyn, to get pricing in, and then make a determination whether to proceed or not.
Yeah, well, I'd like to understand that. And then the next point is, how do we make a decision on that if we have to have a tender cost in front of us?
Okay, team, before Mr de Klerk weighs in here as well, I am quite prepared to bring forward the morning tea break if officers need a minute to consider, because we've had a question raised by Councillor Milmine around whether or not there's any ability to extend out the period of repayment and what that does to the targeted rate. And we've had Councillor Corbyn raise a question about tendering. If you can answer now, that's fine. If you need some time, I'm happy to give that.
I can answer Councillor Corbyn's questions. Yeah, kia ora everyone, Darren de Klerk here. So I think just to talk a little bit about costing and how that's kind of transpired, and obviously there was a big focus yesterday on kind of the changing cost over the last 6 months or so. I think some of the key things just to kind of ground ourselves in is that the cost was developed and went out for original tender. As Mr Cave alluded to, that cost was based on holding a pump for a very long period of time. We obviously have seen some escalation in that space. But fundamentally as well, you would have heard of the call of the peer review, and we've done a peer review on a couple of bases. One on the design, and that's to have a look at does the design actually work to meet the level of service. And over the last kind of 18 months or so, you would have heard the 15 million or the 19 million number as well, and that was based on a level of service that was 2.5 times the level of service we're talking about today. So we've kind of value engineered, or the team has, that down over the last little bit to get to a scheme that offers a level of service that is somewhat affordable in a 1 in 50 year event, which is sitting at that about $8 million mark that we went out to tender on. When we did that peer review on the costing in particular, it identified that there were some shortcomings in the amount of what we call preliminary in general, which is really your establishment, your traffic management, your insurances, which in the engineer's estimate of the designer were very low, about 160,000 of the total project cost. Our independent review said that should be around the $600,000 mark. So there's a review there that's increased it. The other bit is contingency. The contingency on the previous estimate was very low, less than 10% or around the 10% mark. Industry benchmark at the point of the design is that it should be up closer to the 20 or 30% mark. Mr. Cave and others, we went through a process and we've upped that to about 15%. So those two things particularly, along with a couple of other reviews, but they're minor in the scheme of things, have pushed up the price that we brought to additional consultation up to that $8 million mark. I think the other interesting point is, obviously Mr. Lowe talked yesterday about going out for a quick tender period and understanding that that's $400,000 over the previous amount we've talked about. So again, that's kind of highlighted that we are in a fluctuating space for time. From our point of view as officers, I think it wouldn't be prudent if we brought you a cost that we'd have to come back, particularly on a target rate in 6 or 12 months' time and say we don't have enough money to now deliver this scheme when we've locked people into a targeted rate. So at the point is, in our view, it's wise that we come out with a realistic cost, and ideally, if we go to market, we deliver it for less. But we don't have that certainty yet. One of the options we do have is we can go to market. We write things into our tender clauses that say we have no obligation to award the contract, but we have to be clear on what we're actually asking the contractors to price. And there are a couple of things up in the air at the moment around the pump and a couple of design variations. We just need to get clear before we'd be comfortable going to market.
Thank you, Mr. de Klerk. Please stay. I suspect there'll be follow-up questions. I will stay with Councillor Corbyn.
In summary, it is possible to do that, get the tender cost and then reconcile.
Through your worship. Yes, it's possible to go out to go and get tender prices. In this environment we're in, we're seeing tender prices being held for about 30 days. So we'd have to be pretty clear that we'd be comfortable on moving quickly if we wanted to lock that tender in particular. So it's quite a volatile space in the fact that once we've gone to market, we kind of want to move into awarding it as soon as possible because the pricing will change, particularly here where we have a pump station or pumps that are coming from overseas that are circa $2 million of the price component.
Councillor Montepere-Henry.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, if I may. So we heard from Submitter 3960 today and he brought out some really valid points. How many in this scheme could re-engineer on their own properties and truly hold, or hold in an over-design event to slowly release and cut out infrastructure? Status quo handle it?
So in terms of that submitter, Councillor Montepere-Henry, so that property's on-site storage was part of the consenting requirement and building consent requirement, so it's triggered by when a property goes to do a level of development. In terms of what 68 Rangatani Road has done to regrade itself out of the scheme entirely, or the catchment area entirely, very few. So it's just the geographic location of that property right adjacent to or contiguous to the Karamu stream and the Clyde River meant that they could do so, and also had very limited or little infrastructure on the property.
Thank you. If I may, so there's a couple that shoot out backwards that could potentially do that. If we went and said hold or don't or whatever, hypothetically, could 28 and 42, could they design something like Submitter 396 did for their own property because they've applied for a consent to develop and build? Like a normal person would if they applied for a consent?
Need to look at those properties specifically to make that assessment.
Sorry for putting you on the spot. This is coming into my brain now. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm just wondering, these properties here, like this whole submission is to redevelop and to make our stormwater sound. Is it sound if they don't develop?
Well, I think just going back to the other question, anything is possible in respect of engineering. It is the cost to do so when you think about the cumulative grouping together and finding a solution for the the industrial area as it stands versus every individual property trying to address it on their own basis, which could involve their own pump station, their own retention basin, storage tanks, regrading to get pipes to flow into different directions. I think if you look at those on an individual basis, there might be some that can do it for cheaper, but there'll be others that certainly can't.
Thank you, but the need for the people in the scheme right now, sorry, they don't need. What we're supplying is satisfactory or not?
I think it's not driven from a consenting point, and the fact that there are already consented industrial areas operating, it's an improvement of a level of service where there's currently a risk, as we see in events, and obviously it impacts different people differently, as we heard yesterday, but this is about providing greater resilience through this solution.
Perfect, but we're fine, is council fine if we did nothing today? Sorry, that's what is our level of service satisfactory today with no improvements?
That comes back to that legal review that's being completed and the obligations.
Thank you so much, Steve. And oh, sorry, Mr. Cave. And one more, just Prog's page 69. He brought up about the flat valve exiting, and he was, well, whoever the submitter was, worried about that. Are we all over that?
Yes, I've spoken to that business owner in recent weeks.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to come to Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'm going to close off questioning at that point because we are over time. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. We all saw those videos yesterday in that excellent submission of the drains filling up in medium heavy rain. My understanding is that issue is being caused by not an insufficient fall on the pipe, correct? So going back to Councillor Montepetto Hendry's point, is that indicative of us not meeting the required level of service at the moment? And is there an option would fixing that drain fix the problem? Sorry, I don't know how big of a question / answer that is.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. There were a couple of messages in those videos and in the submission from that submitter, and have met with that submitter in recent weeks. So I've been in touch throughout 2025 and also through the course of this year as well. And those points have just come to light in recent conversations over the last couple of months, and they're very good and pertinent points. Part of his submission was about maintenance of the existing gravity scheme, which has a 1 in 5 year level of service. And just to reiterate, the pump station is designed to provide protection for a 1 in 50 year storm event. So very different parallels. And the existing scheme is based on a gravity pipe, 1.6 metres in diameter, that drains to the Clyde River. The point around the maintenance is very, very good point, and up until the last few years has probably been neglected. Over the last 2 years, concentrated maintenance efforts been applied to that gravity scheme, starting with the downstream end, so the actual pipe itself, and that's where that submitter referred to gravel accumulations being removed. That's happened in the last 2 years. Inspection ports and additional access points have been installed in that pipe, and as well as specialist teams have actually walked the length of the pipe to survey it and its condition, and it's come back saying it's okay. So okay, not top notch, but not functional. So that's where the effort in maintenance has been in the last couple of years. And then the point that the submitter was making was about the upstream components of that stormwater system, being the swales, the culverts, the sumps, and suggestions around scruffy domes. And that is being considered, and very much being considered, and worked through in maintenance programs where appropriate.
So even if properly maintained, even if properly maintained and even improved, it would still only meet a 1 in 5, 1 in 10. Thank you.
Correct.
I do need to keep us moving, Mr. Cave. Councillor Watkins, I did say that was the last question. If it is quick, I will allow you. What is your question?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the proposed pump has a capacity of only 1/3 of what was originally suggested. You're telling me. I think when we were talking 19 million, we were pumping a certain quantity of water. Now we're only looking at potentially pumping a third of that quantity of water. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So 15 million, I think, was the earlier 2023 amount. That was at a 5.5 cumex a second, which is a way larger level of service. We're now at a 2.4 with a maximum of 3.6, so it's less than not comparable.
So in the event of a big heavy rainfall event with a smaller pump, what do we avert in the way of flooding?
Through your chair. Look, so I think we talk about the 1 in 50 year level of service. So that's in a certain, I don't know, Steve might have the depth of water, for example, through the amount of water, but what we're suggesting is that the pump would be able to put through 2.4 cumex or 2,400 litres per second through that system to alleviate flooding in that area. And that is a 1 in 50 year level of service.
Yeah, we have, Councillor Watkins in previous workshops last year, and we can probably trawl them up if desirable for another session, presented those hydraulic maps and the flood modelling and the depths, and it varies depending on the location of a property within that catchment area. Being the properties right in the central section and the greatest depression, of course, have a greater flood depth. But to give some context, there is surface flooding of 1 to 200 mils in a 1 in 50 year event over Johnston Way and parts of Rangatani Road.
Okay, team, we are over time. I'm going to give us a 10-minute break. If everyone could be back here at 5 past, please, and then we're going to get rolling again. Thank you. Okay, team, we're reconvening. Right, so for this part of the session and for the benefit of those of you who haven't sat around the table for an annual plan process before, I just need to be really clear. The recommendations that we will ultimately make decisions on are being formed based on your opinion here. They're not already in an agenda like we usually do because we've heard submissions, and submissions decide our decision making as well as our own informed understanding of the law and the requirements that we have to meet and the risks associated. So that's why you don't have an agenda in front of you with pre-written recommendations, because this is all coming together as we go through this process. So we are looking right now at just Waipariki, and the decision as to whether or not council would like to resolve to move ahead with the Waipariki wastewater treatment system that it's consulted on in its annual plan. Now, the officers have come to us after hearing submissions to propose a couple of different ways forward. So I'm just going to get Lex to reiterate those, and then it is open for direction setting and debate. But it's just on Waipariki. Lex, if you could.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just take you back to the last slide from the information session. This really gets us to the point of what are your decision-making pathways, whereas we've put them to you. And so as I reiterated before, if you feel that the best decision for the community is to proceed with the work now for the reasons that we outlined in the information session, you could be looking down the left-hand column and committing and funding. The conversation then went to funding in what sort of way. As officers, having heard the submissions, we've given you some options. The first option is to fund the proposal on the basis that it went to the community, and you've heard the community feedback in regard to that. We then outlined to you an alternative approach where Mr. Thew outlined that as a network asset, they've already paid a capital contribution to this, and the proposed works are more around renewal and upgrade, consenting and environmental compliance driven, would be therefore funded as a renewal and upgrade from that wider, the broader operational account, including the urban wastewater users. It's essentially an extension of the funding policy you've already gone out to the community with, but just way more harmonised than it was then. And this is addresses, I guess, some of the concerns about the proportionality, the cost of the scheme, and how it impacts on the Waipariki community. If you were to take that approach, we've shown you the figures that on that basis, with the wider community essentially paying, or the wider wastewater community paying, have the impact of $1.70 per annum for an existing urban user. And because the current funding policy is Waipariki pays twice of what an urban rate is, that would end up being $3.40 per annum. So that's one place to start the debate, I guess, if you're going down this pathway. I've just, for completeness, given you another option, which I guess talks to the initial beneficiary analysis. If you're in agreement with that Waipariki property owners were identified as greater beneficiaries from this work, and the value that a 35-year consent provides them. If that was your view, you could look at amending the funding policy of 2 times the urban rate to something more than that. And I've given you an example there where that differential would move to 2.25 by way of example. It would mean an extra $150 per annum for a Waipariki property owner on their existing rates charge that they see on their rates bill. That, or whatever variation of that you determine, is the system that would be handed to the new entity. And as Mr. Thew sort of outlined, we would be encouraging the ongoing takeover of that. So that's where it falls, really. So there's a continuum there on funding if you want to go down that funding approach. Like I say, there is precedent for it. We have done it with the water supplies a number of years ago with the same principles. And like I say, this is an extension of the policy you went out and consulted on with the community.
Thank you. Before we move into this, just a reminder.
Probably just for completeness, thank you, Craig. There is the defer pathway as well. So we've talked through that. So the way we've constructed this slide is sort of from more certainty to less certainty, I guess. And so as you get there, you'd be engaging with the new water entity. We don't know what the pathway would be and how they would approach that, as opposed to having handed over something that we've already put in place. We talked about some of the other things that pathway might result in, presumably more planning, consulting, work and cost, the increased risk potentially of site subsidence if the project wasn't constructed in the time frame on the left-hand side, cost escalation that might come with a delay, and we did cover off the mana whenua consultation in the question time. So I think that's enough of an overview.
Thank you, Mr Verhoeven. All right, I'm going to come first of all to Councillor Noel-Lustig.
Thank you. Lex, I think your alternative approach to the funding is very generous to the residents. That will answer a lot of their worries, and also it's a, if you like, a great saving for the to the council for all the work that's been done up until this date. So I am very happy with that.
So, Councillor, before we move on, I will ask whether or not you would be prepared then to move a motion, and if you would be prepared for me to suggest some wording, and you can let me know if that wraps up what you're saying. That council resolves to finalise regulatory consents and proceed with the Waipariki wastewater treatment system works in the 2026-27 council financial year and fund the work as a renewal/upgrade from the harmonised consolidated wastewater budget.
That's perfect.
So Councillor Noel-Lustig has moved that. I will just check with you as the mover whether or not, because that process, as I understand it, and correct me if we're wrong, Mr Verhoeven, is if we move ahead with that, it's not applying a differential increase.
Yeah, that's correct. That's just on the basis of the existing funding policy, and so you're correct.
Is that your intention? So basically it would mean that we are saying all urban connections to the wastewater would pay an additional $1.70 per annum, and Waipariki community would pay $3.40 per annum. Okay, so that is a motion that has been moved. And team, is that something we can bring up on screen, please, before I seek a seconder? If we could please zoom in on that when you have a moment. Thank you. So that is the motion. Do we have a seconder? And I need someone to raise their hand because there's all sorts of lights on, so I don't know if they're questions or people wanting to second. Do I have a seconder?
Can I amend if I second or not?
You can ask the mover for an amendment if you would like. So if you'd like to stand, Councillor Milne.
So I would like to suggest an amendment to that, Councillor Noel-Lustig, that we look at a differential for the Waipariki residents, and that would be at 2.25. So an additional $150 per annum to the residents of Waipariki, if you would consider that.
Okay, so that sounds like the mover is agreeable to that. Can we just, what we're going to do is, team, we're going to take a moment. I need to give the staff a moment to rework the recommendations. Yeah, so, Councillor Milne, would you be prepared to second it on that basis?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just going to pause for a minute and give Democratic support a moment to bring those revised recommendations up, and then we will move into debate, because theoretically we have a mover and a seconder if they agree with the final wording.
Sorry, 2125.
Okay, team. So what we are saying is in response to community submissions on this particular issue, Councillor Noel Oostic, seconded by Councillor Milmine, have moved the motion that is on screen. It is the substantive motion on the table. It is what we are debating now. So Councillor Milmine, would you like to speak to your support of the motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. So based on the submissions that we had yesterday and the other submissions that we read, my thinking was that everyone was keen to support the work going ahead and the mitigation of the risk. They just weren't comfortable with the costs and the timing of the costs. So to me, this alleviates this. It doesn't put too much of a burden on the rest of the urban. And I think that if we were setting a precedent, the fact that we have altered the differential is something that we could look to do in the future with other areas as well.
Thank you, Councillor Milmine. Right, I'll now come to Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Worship. I'm still in question mode, and if we can go back to the
Absolutely, you may ask a question.
screen.
So going back to the
The options.
The options. Can we do that, please, team? Thank you.
Yeah. So, could someone explain how a 2 times differential gives $3.40 for the Waipatiki community, and a 2.25 gives $150? It seems a huge variation.
All right, team. Can someone answer that?
Well, it's based on the fact that the urban rate, which it's being based off, is something circa $550, I think. Yeah, 587. Yeah. Well, it's proportionate to the value of the urban operational rate, which is $587 currently.
But does...
Would you like to come forward, Mr. de Klerk?
The one that make it real, so 587 times 2.25 would give you 1,300 and something. The current rate is 1170 for Waipatiki into next year, so 150 is the difference between those two.
So what is the 340 the difference between?
Mr. de Klerk, I'm going to ask you to come forward so the community can hear. Yep.
Yeah, I can talk to that. That's without differential. Okay, so that's essentially 29,000 users covering the cost of this, and so there's a limited impact. It's the most extreme harmonising you can do of the scheme. Okay.
Are you following, Councillor Corbyn? Okay. If you have more questions, we can come back. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the moment, I'm in the contrary to kicking the can. And the reason I'm saying that is listening to the submissions with batch owners coming from Napier, Wellington, Dubai, the harmonisation of expecting the Flaxmere resident to help contribute to these people's batches essentially concerns me. So in principle, and I think the whole intention of Waters Done Well is because these smaller communities are unviable and unaffordable water schemes. And I mean, my personal belief is that I'm hoping that there will be a degree of harmonisation through the regional water entity where Napier will also help. I know you mentioned it's going to be ring-fenced initially, but it doesn't stop it being harmonised in the future. And I think that is where this needs to lie, and I think that needs to be driven by Waters Done Well. And I don't think it's actually kicking the can down the road. I think it's being responsible and letting the new entity, the expertise, to drive this, and then they will have the full information, and that's why I'm not supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Just for your information as well, because you weren't on council at the time, when we heard submissions around local waters done well, a very clear message that came from virtually all communities across Hawke's Bay is they did not want harmonisation because they didn't want various communities paying for other communities. So the water entity is set up without harmonisation for quite some time with ring fencing. So this will stay a Hastings ratepayer issue. So I just wanted to be very clear on that. So I'll move now to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Worship. It's more of a statement. I think this is really poorly set out for decision making, and the game needs to be lifted if this is going to come to us again like this with officers making explanations about 1170. I think it's very, very poor, and there's lots of confusion, I think, around the table on this.
So, Deputy Mayor, do you have a suggestion in there that would provide a level of comfort?
Your Worship, I think it should have been set out better on the table, what the current, it is, what the 2.25, you know, I think a lot of us are sitting here thinking, are we stupid? But there's missing bits of information, in my opinion.
So what we can do is, if there is joint concern around the table, we could pause decision-making on this particular item. I'd be happy to hold it till after lunch and give the officers a chance to draw up the information in the format you've suggested, Deputy Mayor. I look around the table for direction. Is that something that, can I actually have a raise of hands, because I can't tell from, okay, so that is the
What's
preference.
the question?
So the question is, the Deputy Mayor has just raised that he would like the information formatted in a different way to inform his decision-making. I've asked if there is general support, which there seems to be, to defer the decision-making on this till after lunch, giving the staff until then to draw up the information in the way suggested. Okay, there seems to be support on that. So, team, we are going to park this item for now. We do have a mover and a seconder. We will come back to that after lunch. But we will have the information formatted in the way that's suggested. And Deputy Mayor, I will get you to please coordinate with the staff over lunch to make sure that's done. Okay, team, we're now going to move on to Whakatū.
Oh.
Mr. Hoven, when you're ready.
I don't have anything to add as an officer. I've taken you through the outcomes of consultation in the main body of the report and displayed that on the map that was circulated as well. I'll leave my comments there.
Okay, so I'll hone in decision-making on this one. This is largely whether council resolves to or to not introduce the Whakatū stormwater targeted rate as consulted on within the annual plan. So I am opening the floor and looking for a direction. We are elected to make decisions, team. So I will come to Councillor Noel Lustig.
Probably a bit of a shame that it's a new councillor saying this. It really needs to be some of our older members that have got a lot more history with this. But as I understand it, it's a problem that's been around for a long, long time. It keeps coming back, going away, coming back. I really think that this should go ahead. But if we have a look at what Councillor Millermine said earlier, that we stretch out the payment terms as much as we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I do want to just reiterate that it seems, according to the reporting information we've had, that the majority of submitters are against the scheme. So I'm just checking in on that.
Cost-wise, yeah.
So there was a suggestion made by Councillor Millermine to extend out the term. We haven't had comment from officers on that. We do require some comment on that, I think, before we proceed.
Okay, I'll do my best. As we've gone through multiple consultations with the landowners, the funding term hasn't really surfaced as the major matter, although there's been some comment from selected property owners. But if I'm talking on balance, it's been more the details of the scheme, the level of service, believing in the scheme, and whether you're getting value from it. So that's why the 10 years has stuck, and we haven't tested a wider term. So I can't tell you what the results of that would be. That wasn't part of the proposal that's in front of you. Yeah, I can't say much more on that.
Okay, so based on the fact that we haven't had an opportunity to consult with the community on a change to the term, we are looking, team, I'm honing in the decision making to whether or not we proceed with the scheme as consulted on in the annual plan. We can't change it on the fly. You have made a motion there, Councillor Noel Lustig. You did make comment about extending the term. We've received advice that we haven't talked to the community about that, so it's probably not advisable. Are you still happy to move that we proceed with the scheme knowing that we're not extending out that time frame?
I won't move at this stage.
Okay.
Probably
Okay, so we don't have a mover on any motion yet. Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Worship. Based on the responses, I have to say no to it. Going ahead, receive legal advice, which of course can be tested, which I think Mr. Lowe might have alluded to in his call yesterday, but based on the information and the feedback, I would have to say no, which is a great shame for a solution.
Deputy Mayor, would you be prepared to move that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm seeking a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. And I will come now to you, Councillor Nixon, if you'd like to speak to that.
Can I ask a question first?
Of course.
Are we at risk of a legal challenge if we were to vote in favour of this? Knowing that the majority of the landowners are not in favour.
We'll just ask our legal counsel to come down.
Oh, there he is.
Welcome, Mr. Smith.
In short, yes, but we always are. In situations like this where you have competing interests on either side, there's a risk no matter what decision you make that there could be legal challenge. The best thing, and my advice in these sort of situations would always be we dot our I's and cross our T's as best we can, and then make the best decision we can without worrying about the prospect of legal challenge, because that's always expected, it's there. If you turn your mind to focusing on making a decision to avoid that, you end up going round in circles and often to the disservice of the wider community. So over the years, we've paid a lot of attention to the legal risks involved in this. Various people involved have very firm views as to what their position is and what reality ought to be. But we've been careful to get our own advice and act accordingly.
Can I now speak to the motion?
You absolutely may.
Yeah, thank you. That response was probably what I was expecting, to be honest. Like Councillor Eustick, I think it's a pity that it doesn't go ahead. We've been at this for, as long as I've been on council, this has been an issue. But the message is clear from the respondents. The majority, no matter which way you look at it, are not in favour. And I think we take the risk of further challenges if we were to move ahead with this proposal as it is. So I just can't see that we can actually support it at this point. I guess it's in abeyance, it's just going to go on and on, but I don't see any way out of it because the council just gets more cost, more involvement, and so I back Deputy Mayor Fowler. I think the answer has to be we don't go ahead at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. I'll come now to Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. It's going to be an observation followed by a question. That's okay, since we're in debate. We've just spoken about Waipariki, and all of a sudden we've come up with this harmonisation idea, which was not consulted to the wider community, which it affects the wider community. If we looked at a similar, I mean, we're talking about a stormwater system that's essentially being upgraded, like the Waipariki system being upgraded. Is there an option to harmonise this as well to a degree, like $5 a property owner generally? Would that bring the price right down? I mean, if we're going to do something for one, should we not look at something for the other? I guess is what I'm...
So I'll frame that question to the officers and then I'll invite you to comment.
Through you, Chair. I think the difference between the Waipariki conversation where I took and this one is the betterment. And so what this scheme and what this capital investment is doing is lifting the community scheme's level of service, which then creates a betterment onto private properties. And the current funding scheme is around how do you collect fees from those who get betterment. In the Waipariki one, they did an initial capital investment to create a community wastewater scheme. What the investment in the Waipariki case is maintaining a consented wastewater scheme. It's not actually adding capacity to it, it's just maintaining a consented process. So the funding just holds a consented, safe scheme. What the Whakatū scheme investment is about lifting the level of service from a 1 in 5 and also a restricted flow when the river's up. And so is the community willing to pay to buy a high level of service, which will then also have an effect on their, in theory, have effect on their property values and so forth. And the landowners then make a judgment whether they see betterment to that value to them or not. So that's the differential between those two scenarios.
Sorry, so in that case, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, councillor Gibson. I'll come now to councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will also speak in support of the motion. My main concern is that while I sympathise with Mr Lowe that this process has been dragged out over a period of 20 years to a point where other Whakatū landowners are finding their own solutions to the problem, I'm concerned that this project as proposed risks setting a precedent that investors can buy hectares of useless low-lying swamp and council will either pay to drain it so that it can be developed or force the neighbours to pay. So I will be supporting the motion to not proceed as proposed.
Thank you, councillor Ratcliffe. I come now to councillor Teo Skipworth. Oh, sorry, councillor Milmine.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the motion on the table based on the fact that the submissions that I heard yesterday were no support for this work. It wasn't about costing, it was about the work and that they didn't feel that the requirement was there. Today we've heard from officers that there's no compliance issue here and that it is not a requirement and potentially it's not, there's no legally binding contract at the moment. Yeah, so that would be why I would support the motion.
Thank you, councillor Milmine. I'll come now to councillor Teo Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. Just, yes, I'm in support of the motion and following the sentiments of councillor Milmine. Noting that Mr Lowe's, I'm not sure how long this has been going, but his stamp, the stamp that he received was 2007.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm asking is that we keep our optics on this, just in case something does arise that we need to bring it back to council, but I'm definitely in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this motion and also on councillor Skipworth's comments. Also the cost on the businesses in that area, I think that's substantial and costs incurred on them. So yes, I support that.
Okay, I'll come to councillor Lorcan.
Yes, through your worship. I mean, the current system in Pikes work in a 1 in 5 event. The proposal will be built for a 1 in 50 event level of service. In the event of a heavy rain event, enough water will go through a small pipe, a smaller pump. I don't know, just looking at the submissions, the majority of respondents, they do want effective stormwater, but not at the revised and vastly different costings. And there were respondents who also wrote that they had no confidence that they'd be heard, and that their businesses would not benefit at all from this project. And I want those businesses, if they're watching and listening, to know that they have been heard. We absolutely have read their submissions. There's an equity issue here, so I'm saying no.
Okay, I will come. Okay, that concludes our speakers. Councillor Corbin, lucky last.
Thank you, Worship. I've got a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
If this motion is carried, what happens to stormwater in Whakatū West? Is it never talked about again? Is it revisited at some point? But what is the consequence of that?
Mr. Thu, if you could please come forward.
Through you, Chair. In the short term, if the decision if the decision as the current motion is officers would stop looking at further options apart from continuing to maintain the existing system. What would happen in the future? That's very hard to speculate. If, for example, there will be new stormwater requirements that may get introduced via national guidance, The water company would have to review those guidance and requirements that are placed upon it in terms of required levels of service, and if that required work, then they would have to then pick up that conversation with its users. That would just be speculation. So unless something got raised to recreate it, officers following the current motion on the table would cease to review scenarios in this area and just look to maintain what the current service level is.
The next question is, the recommendation as it stands is saying we don't want to strike a targeted rate for whakatū without reference to the cost.
So actually, I'll just pause there for a moment and ask, can the team please bring up the recommendations on screen? Because you raised a good point. We should have it on screen so everyone clearly knows what we're about to vote on. And then I'll pick up again with you, Councillor Corbin. Okay, so the recommendation we're essentially debating at the moment is that Council resolves not to introduce the Whakatū stormwater targeted rate in the 2026-27 year in response to the affected landowner feedback on the proposal. I'd just like to reiterate that if this passes today, this does not stop this Council bringing further work back in the future if we'd like to. We simply have to make a decision today on the consulted annual plan and the targeted rate included in there. Councillor Corbin.
Yeah. So there's no reference to the cost, because I think if we go back to September, and we've heard what Darren has said about the cost, there was support from the community for a targeted rate. So is this resolution saying we don't support a targeted rate for the Whakatū scheme, or we don't support it for the scheme at the cost that we've been talking about today?
So at the moment, it simply says that we don't support it in response to the submissions received. So it's not stating a dollar amount for that purpose, because it's simply in response to the submitters. However, if you would like to propose an amendment, we can put that to the mover and the seconder.
I think we should put the value that was consulted on.
Okay, so would you like to take a few minutes to think about wording?
I was hoping Mr. Cameron could help us with that.
Next.
Oh, it's up to you if you want to be more specific, but the feedback on the proposal was supposed to be all encompassing. Cost is only one element. You had the effect of the property owner that was able to reshape their land. That had a circa 400k impact as well. So it was supposed to be all encompassing.
So there were some submitters who cited cost. There were others that cited other reasons. So I will come to the mover and the seconder. Do you have any appetite to explore an amendment?
No, I don't.
Seconder?
I don't mind keeping the rate, but I don't agree to have cost as an element.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no, because we need a definitive answer, and the mover has said no, which in some regards decides it anyway. I will come to Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I will reluctantly support the recommendation. I say reluctantly for two reasons. September last year, we were very, very close to having support. The flooding, this issue's been on the table for 20 years, as long as I've been at council. It's not going to go away. In my view, we're just delaying this. So I'll support it in the knowledge that we're only supporting it for this year. If it comes back again, we will look at it again. But I just feel it's a big issue in an industrial area that generates a huge income, and it's got to be sorted. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Okay, team. So I'll come to the last few speakers, but we've heard nothing but support for the motion as it stands so far in terms of formal debate, and we do have a lot to get through. So I'll come to Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Worship. Just quickly support the motion on the table.
Thank you for that concise support, Councillor Daniel. I'll come to Councillor Multiberio Hendry.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Mine was, I'll reluctantly, as well as how Councillor Watkins has said, support. I note the tireless mahi by the staff to get this to here. It's unfortunate that there was a cost increase, because I think if that hadn't happened, we may have been having a different discussion around this table. The pumps, as long as the pumps won't stop a burst, stop Banks Water. The owners that have said no understand the implication on their property, noting that anything is possible re-engineering, and that we do have the opportunity to stand this back up if there is another paper brought to us. Thank you.
Councillor Gibson, you've already spoken to the motion. If it's a question, I'll allow it. If it's anything else, I can't, because we've got to keep moving.
Yeah,
and the standing orders are one bite at the cherry in terms of speaking. Is it a question?
Just, I can reframe it as a question. It's more about the submissions rather than the motion. That the fact is, can officers take note of some of the slides we saw about the blocked drains and the rubbish, and just maybe a bit
those
higher
away as
service.
actions.
Yeah,
That's
an
a
action.
worthy thing to raise. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's already been noted on the proposed response. Yeah,
An
thank
excellent
you.
question. Thank you. Okay, team. We have a steer, so I'm going to put that motion as it is on screen. All those in favour? Any against? Thank you. Would you like your vote noted, Councillor Nolustic? Okay, we'll note your vote. Thank you. That passes. That has passed. Right, team. So, as I said before, we're going to leave Waipataki to after lunch to give officers a minute to draw up the additional information format requested. So now what we will do is we'll move on to the emergency management targeted rate. So, Lex.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll direct you to the attachment titled Officer Comments and Free Parking Report. Again, one of the thinner attachments you have in your selection of attachments.
So we're looking at page 6, team. Page 6.
So in terms of my introduction, it's reasonably simple. I think those were the submissions that particularly highlighted the introduction of the rate, which was proposed through your consultation document. You have the officer comments from Mr. Cameron, who's responsible in this area, in respect of those, and he's also here for further questions if you need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will come to Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Almost the same questions I asked last time. What are the ramifications of not agreeing to this? Is there any legal problem that we run into?
Good question. Mr. Cameron.
It's through you, Your Worship. So council has what I would term a heavy level of responsibility under the existing civil defence emergency management legislation in terms of your requirement to retain a response capability as an organisation and manage a recovery capability as an organisation. Though that reading the proposed new emergency management bill, which has just gone through its latter stage of reading on its pathway to enactment, at a high level, my interpretation of legislation and reading the legal commentary on it is that legislation will continue to increase the level of responsibility on council and the level of accountability. So the National Director, Civil Defence Emergency Management, have an audit capability on councils to make sure we're operating at a particular level, and a directive capability for councils to operate at that level.
Could I just ask a supplementary question? Is there any sort of timeline attached to the requirements?
What the officers have proposed and advising council on the work to date is what the officers views as satisfactory level of service provision from council that you should have ongoing and evolve. So I can't provide you a deadline date by when you have to be at a particular level of service capability.
Can I just very quickly?
Is this a question?
Yeah, it's a question. Yeah, no, I'm way from making comments. could just remind me of the cost and the likely cost to ratepayers, because this is not currently in the annual plan, is it?
Yes, it is.
It is?
We've consulted it as a new targeted rate.
Oh, as a targeted rate, so as a percentage, it's on top of the percentages we've already been talked about.
If you'd like to explain to.
No, the targeted rates within your annual plan and the proposed 5.9% increase. And it's a flat charge on each property, $60, I think. Looking for a nod from Richard. Yeah.
And we've received many submissions in support of this, including from the rural sector, who thought that it was a good way of sharing out the rates burden as well.
Yeah, I think I've got the answer. It was in the notes, I didn't see.
Okay, so still open for questions at this point, team. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Noting that while this rate is not a replacement for the Cyclone Gabrielle rate, I think there was some confusion in some of the submissions about the Cyclone Gabrielle rate coming to an end. Is it worth taking away as an action that we publicise that somehow, that a line has bin drawn under Cyclone Gabrielle? I think that would help with the palatability of this new targeted rate.
Yeah, well, that's very good. Already proposed in the type of response that we'll go back to the community on, that sort of confusion, I guess, is clarified. One rate, as you know, is dealing with an incident that's occurred, and this is about planning for the future. So I think that's a great suggestion.
Deputy CEO, do you have anything to add?
Oh, probably just building on what Lex just mentioned. There is some confusion out there as to what the targeted rate, the cyclone recovery rate, is all about. In fact, that the recovery's not yet finished, but why we're continuing to pay. So I think some education around and reinforcing what the targeted rate is, which is we're borrowing in excess of $100 million to fund our recovery. The repayment of that debt and the financing cost is what the targeted rate is all about. So probably at some point building those together around some comms would be useful.
I can say that I have observed the comms team trying to do this before. Unfortunately, rating language like what we're talking about here and the complexity is not terribly sexy for our media, and therefore they don't often pick up the story. So we will have another go though. Okay, team. Given there doesn't seem to be any further questions, I'm actually very happy to move from the chair on this particular one. That council resolves to introduce the emergency management targeted rate in the 2026-27 year as outlined in the council draft annual plan consultation document. The reason why I'm happy to do that is because of our obligations in terms of keeping our community safe, and a very, very clear message that we received during Cyclone Gabrielle from our community. I saw your hand go up, Councillor Ratcliffe. Are you happy to second?
I am happy to second, Your Worship.
Would you like to speak to that?
No, I am happy with my last question.
Thank you. All right, I will open it up for debate and any comments. Councillor Nixon.
I was hoping somebody else would talk first. Because I can just stop the meeting rushing on. Our ratepayers have sent us a clear message. They are struggling. Everybody is struggling. And I really question whether this, which is might be called upon or might not be called upon, whether this is the right year to do it, even if I support it for some time in the future. So almost certainly I will be voting against it, but I'll wait and hear what other councillors comment on it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gibson.
I see my name skipped up. Thanks, Hannah.
Sorry about that.
So I lost my train of thought. I will be, what's the word when you offer if this motion fails, to offer a...
You'd like to foreshadow a motion?
Foreshadow a motion to have a 50% funding. This is currently it's raising from 300,000 to 1.6. I would go to in the middle, 800,000 in a foreshadowed motion. And the reason I'm saying that is following up on Councillor Nixon's. We need to find savings if we are going to bring this debt down from the 5 point. If in the rating discussion we have later in the day, there will be savings to be needed. And I'm looking at some of the great business people over the years. I mean, Colin Renoff, Chase Corporation, Equity Corp. They all left school at 15. They didn't have qualifications. They learnt on the job. And part of this is getting pieces of paper to say you're qualified. I bailed out of my degree and I ran a lot of successful businesses without that piece of paper. I just think we can do internal training. I think we can internalise a lot of this extra cost and maybe bring it down from a gold standard down to a silver or bronze standard. So that's why I'll be voting against it, but I will foreshadow an increase in emergency funding. I do agree with increasing it, just not to that level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Montepero-Henry.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I definitely hear the ratepayers and I definitely hear that they are hurting, but there's no way that I want to be a ratepayer or a human without this insurance policy, and this is the way I see it. Hubs and Marae proved their absolute necessity during the cyclone, and I've had the unfortunate privilege of working alongside council members who are trained in this, and I have seen their worth and I've seen them do it on a shoestring budget. It'll be magic to see what they do in the next event that will come with an actual budget to work with. Not only is this legislative, I know that a 1 in 50 year event or a 1 in 100 year event has the chance of happening every year and resets itself, and I've been educated that by officers. I don't really want to wait to what one chance in each year is, so I'm definitely for this funding to go to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Montevero-Henry. Are there any other speakers or debate? No? In which case, as the mover, I will take a moment to just have my right of reply, which is the safety of our people is not a place to find savings. And when I look at the submissions we've received, there are very few who comment on this targeted rate, and even fewer that comment negatively. To me, that's a clear direction from our community. Having also lived through Cyclone Gabrielle while in a governance role, having sat through the inquiry hearings, the coroner's inquiry, it is very, very clear that this is a necessary increase and a necessary investment in our community saving and keeping them safe. I also want to be really clear as well that there are legislative requirements that we are working towards meeting with this. On that basis, I support the targeted rate. So I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? 2 against, 3 against. Thank you. The motion is carried. Okay, we will, would all the voters against like their name recorded? Thank you. So that's Councillor Gibson, Councillor Watkins and Councillor Nixon. Thank you. Okay, now we move into the consideration of the non-funding submissions. So I need to be very clear on that. Any submission that we have received that has requested funding, we will deal with after lunch in one block because there is a rating implication for those. So any of the submissions that have not requested funding is what we are working through now. A good starting point is the officer's comments document. So we're going to start here. We're not limiting to here though, team. We're just going to start here. And then if there are other submissions that you have read through that have not been noted within the officer's comments that you would like to draw attention to or ask that more information sent to, you may do that in the second part of this. So we're going to start with the officer's comments document first. Lex.
Thanks, so we can get page numbers and stuff. Yeah. Is that the one? Yes, it's submission number 1.
Yeah.
I'll just give you a moment to get that attachment. So it's titled Officer Comments and Free Parking Report. We're just going to work through this methodically now, and we're picking out where officers have been able to provide you more information or submission warranted a further comment. These are more of the bespoke items that came through the consultation process. The generic items like rates and things we're still talking about later, and also those submissions with a direct funding sort of request or implication, they'll be all considered together. So we're going to use this document as our guideline through that. What I'm going to do is take you to each of those. We will direct you to the actual submission in case you've made notes against it. And the chair will be seeking direction from you as to whether, in your view, the officer comments form a fit-for-purpose basis for a response to the submitter. There'll be an opportunity for you to add comment if you've noted that and you think that it's warranted. And I've taken notes of my own along the way where I might just add to that. So we can work through methodically now. So the first one we're starting with is on page 8, submitter 14.
And for the benefit of finding that submission within your volumes, so you'll find that submitter in volume 3, page 31. So this is the submission regarding the bird aviary.
Correct. So in short, the submitters asked for alternatives in the bird aviary. I think the officer comments have covered the points in the submission quite well. It notes that we have considered various options in regard to that, and also talks about the proposed resolution.
Okay, team, so what we're looking for at this point is if you have any questions around the submission, well, really it's the officer's comments because the submitter's not here to ask, or if you're happy with the officer's comments to go back to the submitter. Thank you, Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, through you, Chair, and thank you to the officers for submitting to this. As a Cornwall Park resident, I spend a lot of time around the aviary. I think I'm happy with the officers' suggestions to go back to the submission.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just noting that if current parrot numbers are now at or slightly above the recommended stocking levels, question around animal welfare. Is there a trigger point there where we need to consider those stocking levels, and should that be communicated to the submitter and or action upon?
Well, I think we'll take that away as an action for officers to answer that question for you. So rather than trying to do it here and now, if you're comfortable with that, Councillor.
Yes, just noting that the submitter might have the same question.
And whatever feedback we receive, be communicated back as well. Okay. All right, team, we'll move on to the next one then.
Yes, so next one, again, through your officer comments.
This is in volume 3, page
Attachment.
35.
Submitter 16. So this is largely focused on parking behaviour, observations of damage and the impact on infrastructure and what council does about that. You've got the officer comments there. This is largely complaint driven, and certainly officers respond to those complaints and resolve them as they can. That's probably the essence of the comment.
Councillor Nixon.
Thanks, Worship. I definitely support this. As you can imagine, I live in a street where cars are perpetually parked on the footpath. I spent a few years pushing wheelchairs around, and you had to push them up the road because there was no space left on the footpaths. And currently we have a footpath rejuvenation program underway, and it would just negate what we're doing there. So it has my total support.
Thank you. So you're happy with the officer comments then? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, happy with the officer's comments. Without, I don't know, the comms team's going to want to kill me after today. But I'm wondering if we could do a comms campaign around the impact that bad parking across driveways and on footpaths and on verges has on people with disabilities. That would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. We'll take that away as an action. All right, if there's no other comments, we'll take those officers' comments as acceptable to send to the submitter, and we'll move on to the next one.
Yes, so moving on to submission 18.
Which is volume 3, page 39, team.
So in essence, the officer comments acknowledge the request for new crossing points and have outlined sort of the process and the prioritisation around that. Certainly will inform the long-term plan that you'll be considering during the course of the year. But they've also reached out to talk to the submitter to help identify any specific locations of concern, just to round off this response to the submitter.
I'll come to Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I'm very happy with the recommendation that we will engage with the submitter and follow the process from there.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no further comments on that particular one, we will skip submission number 32 as it's a funding request. We'll be coming back to that later in the day.
Yeah. So we're on to submission 36, the officer comments on page 11.
And you will find that in volume 3, page 91.
So again, just to outline, the submitters' comments were around where the Mayfair Avenue resealing and beautification sits on Council's prioritised work programme. So the officer comments address that, and they also address a further comment in the submission and the observations around the work undertaken on Warwick Road, more specifically, Warwick Street, sorry, and the approach that the engineering approach to coat seals in there too, and the way they're done and the duration that they're done over.
Okay, if there's no comments, Councillor Nixon.
Oh, sorry, I'm on to the next one.
Okay, well,
Sorry, jump the gun.
okay, we'll take the comments as accepted based on no lights that I see showing up. So we'll now move on to the next one.
So submission 42.
And this one is in volume 3, page 103.
Should probably just make a further comment here. This was a theme that came through on a number of the tear-off slips and through other submissions, and I guess it's visible when you're on the street, isn't it? And so everything that's visible certainly gets attention. But so what the officer comments have pointed out, though, that there's been some change around the guidelines in respect to traffic management, and we're embracing those as the rest of the country are as they come on board. You know, and they provide some more flexibility and efficiency around this, I guess, is what the submitter's been requesting as well.
The great news is this national level change means that we can move from a one-size-fits-all approach to safety into a more pragmatic one. Councillor Nixon.
That's a question. I just wonder, do we have any idea what traffic management adds to the cost of a typical sort of contract?
I think what we'll do, just to keep us on track, is we'll take that away as a question that we'll bring back the answer to, Councillor.
Fine, yeah.
Just given it doesn't relate specifically to
I
the
wrote
submission.
it in the column, I forgot.
Thank you.
Okay, the next submitter, councillors, is submitter 43. We're still on page 12 of the officer comments.
And it's volume 3, page 105, team. I just want to go back. Oh, Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, through you, Chair. I'm really sorry. I didn't have time to go back to the previous submitter about Mayfair Ave and Warwick Ave. I just noted on his, this was number 36.
Yep.
I just noted on his original submission that he said, "You probably will not read my feedback return, will you? You've already decided." And I would like to make sure that this submitter does know that we did read and our officers did.
We will absolutely note that in the comments back to them, and I'm hopeful that perhaps he's watching and he sees that. Certainly every councillor has read the submissions. Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering, in terms of the extension of the Haas basketball court, whether we perhaps look at an action to look at some kind of sponsorship benefactors to look at it. Yep, since thanks to the 1983 skating incident to my collarbone, I won't be using it, but I think it's a good addition. So,
thank you, Deputy Mayor. We can take that away as an action to talk to the team about whether or not they can explore sponsorship opportunities there.
So just for clarification, I believe Mr. Fowler's speaking to submission 43.
He is.
Yeah. So we've moved on to the next one.
Yeah.
Havelock North Domain Park Infrastructure. The officer comments recognise that there has been a plan around this. Those that were here for the last long-term plan, hard decisions were made about expenditure that didn't need to be spent, and projects pushed out further out in the plan, but you'll revisit that again as part of that long-term plan that will be before you.
Councillor Nixon.
It's a really successful park, but I think in the interest of not spending money right at the moment, I can't support it for this current term.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move now on to the next submission, which is 66, which is volume 3, page 153.
So you recall, councillors, Bonnie Birch spoke to you yesterday. You know, a good submission. Probably additional to the officer comments, and you may have your own comments. What I picked up was the plea to visit the Murphy Road Centre in Napier, probably both officers and councillors. And they also mentioned the Hamilton Centre as an example, which officers could obviously have a look at and report back to you. So the comments are really, as far as animal control goes, which is the bulk of the verbal submission, are in front of you. It's your guidance as to if you want to respond differently.
Okay, I'll come to Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I'm not really supportive of the building and spending lots of money, but given we've got 8 staff, I would like to see some weekend work and some shift work, and I don't think the comment about being unsafe is applicable. I mean, I know as a police officer, I worked many shifts on my own with a small wooden truncheon, and that was it, basically a stick and a pair of handcuffs. And I just think that if staff don't feel safe in situations, they do have the police, and that is what the police is for, to call them back up before they go into property, and they will do that. I've been called upon many times to help council staff, and so I'd just like to see some evening shifts and you can make inquiries when people aren't home. You can do a lot more work when people are home rather than when they're at work, and I think she made really good comments. So just some weekend work and evening work would be really a good action.
Councillor, I'll just remind you that we do have health and safety obligations under the law as governors of council. So I would support you asking the staff to investigate those options, but we cannot at this table make assertions that things are safe or not without actually seeking that advice. So if you'd like us to take that away as an action, I'm very happy to action that. Great. Okay, so we'll now move on to Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, thank you. Through your chair. Agreeing with Councillor Gibson, I would like an action taken away where our officers do cost out some additional proactive patrols outside the standard hours that they have, changing shifts, that kind of thing, because it is, our submitter brought up a valid point that people, when they're out walking their dogs, it's usually in the early hours of the morning or after work. It's not during the middle of the day. As a general, I'm sure some people do, but working people don't. I think also if we can look at increased comms and signage at our parks about them being on-leash areas. I do know Cornwall Park, it's supposed to be on leash, but there are people just letting their dogs off leash run around in the main sports area, and it is a concern. So I think we need to do some messaging there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll take away as actions that we want to look into more signage in parks that may not have the on-lead signage, because that was certainly a takeaway I took from that submitter as well. And picking up on both yourself and Councillor Gibson, asking staff to look at hours of operation, what meets health and safety requirements, and what might better suit what's come forward from the submitter. So we'll have that information brought back to us at a future stage. I'll come now to Councillor Milmine.
Thank you, through your worship. I have to agree with both of the comments that are made. I do think, if possible, I would have a preference of staggering the additional staffing rather than getting additional resources to cover some of those hours, and if that would be an on-call service as opposed to the patrolling, maybe that might be an efficient way around it. I also note the off-lead parks request. Maybe as we're going through the master planning of some of our facilities, we could look at that or just explore it as an option.
Thank you, Councillor Milmine. We'll note that. Councillor Tara Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. Jess, just in regards to some of my fellow councillors asking to consider extending hours, what I'd like is a budget that comes with the health and safety part to extend people's hours during the night. What sort of safety gear do they need to have? Cameras, whether that's, sort of stuff, because I think just asking people to move hours comes with actual costs of health and safety. And then secondly, I do want to commend the officers by saying this is not an opportunity to generate income, but rather an opportunity for us to educate and promote safe practices with our animals.
Thank you, Councillor Teo Skipworth. Okay, there's a lot of interest on this, but we do have a lot more submissions to go, team, so I'm going to keep coming around, but we need to be quick. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thanks. I thought it was a good submission, but I just wondered, could we get the officer in charge to come and explain how the thing is sort of run on a more day-to-day basis?
Oh, I think we could possibly do a site visit at some point, Councillor.
Or site visit.
We'll take that away as an
Yeah,
action.
thank you.
So I'll come now to Councillor O'Keefe.
Just very quickly, I've been on patrol with our officers on more than one occasion, and they work late into the night, midnight, early hours of the morning. So, you know, they do go beyond the call of duty, and I actually think we do a great job with our dogs. I think we really do. We're right up there.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. Councillor Ratcliffe, lucky last.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, can we just thank Ms Birch for coming in and speaking to us as well? That added a lot of weight. And she also, just noting that she used the word disgusting to describe Pakowhai as a Hastings District Council. That concerns me, so maybe we need to have a look at that park as well as everything that's already been mentioned.
So just a note that the Pakowhai is a regional council facility.
That's an excellent point, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
So we can pass that feedback on. And also just noting as well for everyone's awareness, we always thank submitters in a returning letter, so you won't need to note that. That is going to happen. Okay, so moving on. Yep.
And just to round off the office comments, obviously there are comments respective to the other points made, particularly in regard large items and refuse collection and the options there for residents, and also the specific comment around the Willow Park trees and the fact that the assessment says that they've still got 16 years of remaining life. So all of those comments will be forwarded to the submitter. So the next submission's submission 67, again, William Gray, he spoke to you yesterday.
And this is volume 3, page 155.
Just in terms of my own comments there, obviously very knowledgeable, gentle in his field. I just wondered whether I was going to follow up with the transport team and just pick up on some of the more specific comments, you know, the rutting and a number of other things around drainage. Just perhaps fill out the comments a little further. I really done it. There you go. Thank you.
Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I was just going to say I supported the submitter's comments, but I think the officer's comments are the right ones to be making at this point. So I support them as well.
Thank you. Councillor Montefiore Hendry.
Just a general question, please. When we submit these back to the submitters, do we feed this back to our contractors? Because it'd be quite cool if they knew some of the perception of what they're doing.
Team?
Well, where it's appropriate, we do, and where there are follow-up actions within council, those are actioned and sent through as appropriate. Also.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then. Submission number 69, volume 3, page 159.
Still making your way there. This submission really just asked a question about charging and the prospect of a city hotel tax as one funding mechanism. We talked about in New Zealand for some time, and certainly in the tourist destinations. It's not a legal mechanism at the moment, but there are some movements nationally around that. But at this time, we couldn't respond in that way.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission number 96, which is on volume 4, page 45. Oh, sorry, I've skipped one.
Train. Wow.
Oh.
Just noting the comments on the previous submission around the commuter train, that's closed off in the officer comments as well. Sorry.
No, my apologies, I moved too fast. So again, on to submission number 96, volume 4, page 45.
So the submitter here is seeking more clarity around social housing and how it affects ratepayers, I guess locations and all the rest of it. So there's an officer comment that deals with that. I'll leave it there unless you want to elaborate on it.
Councillor Milne.
Can I just, I agree with the officer's comments, but can I just ask that when this is communicated to the resident, it is done in layman's terms, please?
Noted. Noted.
No, that's cool.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission 109, volume 4, page 71.
So this one, again, a good submission. I mean, this is the environment we're in, and we're well aware of that. And the officer comments talk to some of the processes that we use around that. We do get external advice as well to support our decision making in this respect.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission number 112, volume 4, page 77. 113, sorry. My apologies. 113, volume 4, page 79. Thank you.
Two matters within this submission that we've picked out to respond to. The first is around the submitter's comments around rates payments plans not working for the individual and the clarity of the rates notice. So the officers have commented in both regards, have offered to or will be contacting the submitter to avail them of all the appropriate payment plans to avoid the situation we're in, and also some of the local government requirements, whether you like them or not, about the type of information that needs to be on the rates assessment and an invoice. And the second point related to a specific query in response to traffic and noise complaints. So the team have researched their records on that particular complaint. A contractor was asked to move the vehicles in question that were parked on the footpath, and upon inspection they had been moved in line with those instructions. So that's how that particular inquiry is dealt with.
Excuse me. Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, thank you, and through your chair. This submitter's comments reflect many that I get out in the community about people, general confusion about what some of the material on their rates bills actually means. So obviously I'm new in this role. I'm not sure if we've done it in the past. We've gone out with a little explainer inside their envelopes or on their emails about the itemised things and what they stand for a little bit of clarity for people. There is a bit of confusion about some of the items.
Yeah, if you're happy, I can ask the team to look into that. There's some, I won't go, there's some interesting examples.
We'll take that away as an action. Councillor Nixon.
Could I just add to Councillor Lorcan's comments? Particularly, we need something on there for people that fall behind. I don't know if it's possible, but I have been challenged by somebody, and I think that would help, because I think it's growing, isn't it?
Team, is there information on payment terms and what to do on our rates?
I may need to come back to you on that. I mean, everything that's required legally is there, but there may be additional enhancements, and I think that's what you're asking us to review.
All right, we'll have a look at that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just on that last point, perhaps we can talk to Weave about those rates payment plans as well. I think they are partnering with neighbouring councils to deliver longer-term payment plans for people struggling to make ends meet.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move now on to submission number 116, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Keeping up slowly.
116, where have we got?
116, volume 4, page 85.
So quite a specific submission regarding, I don't know how you pronounce it, Sissons Road, is it? And so the council officer's response is quite specific. It's proactive in terms of the request around the silt remaining, and has already been actioned in train. And also noted that, as part of this is a regional council sort of jurisdiction responsibility, that they'll be informed of the submission and they'll need take the appropriate action from their perspective.
Okay, moving now on to submission number 123, which is volume 4, page 99.
Again, specific submission regarding Heathcote Road, and concerns around the rollout of the work, time to complete it, those sorts of things. Again, the stuff you visually see on the street, it's part of the work we do. So there's an outline of the types of elements, the complexity with this project, and the rationale for the approach that was taken. So that forms the basis of the response there.
Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Oh, sorry,
Okay, ahead of yourself.
And some other sort of general comments around city vibrancy and beautification that our officers have responded to as well.
Okay, moving now on to submission 141, which is volume 4, page 133.
So,
Deputy Mayor.
sorry, Bishop, I was going to talk about the CBD.
Ah,
So,
we shall go back.
Just like if possible, just a note on action. When it's finished, there's a lot of noise about this out in the community that I'm hearing, and others are probably hearing as well. So just, that could be considered, please.
Yes, we can take that away as an action. Thank you.
What was that?
The action's just around looking at communications, as I understand it,
Right.
around the CBD beautification.
Oh, the comms on the
point.
CBD.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving, as I said, on to 141, volume 4, page 133.
I'll just let you make your way there. It looks like most people are. So, call for more alternative transport in our city centres. Looking to the future, it's an objective of this council's. It clearly has been, and we've done what we can. But there's a funding interconnection here, unless you want to fund things by yourself. And that funding is constrained. It's just the reality. We're working with that as best we can. And again, with the long-term plan and the investment proposal that will come to you, you'll be considering these types of matters.
It is definitely a challenging environment with the co-funding from central government having been cut back in this space. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I was really going to make the same comment. To some extent, e-scooters, they're getting quite fast. They don't really mix that well with pedestrians anymore. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I hear teasing around the table at one of our councillors who has one such device. So we'll move now on to submission number 145. This is volume 4, page 141.
So this submission honed on two topics. So the first one regarding further information, where they could find that in regard to the racecourse development that you will be familiar with. So the officer comments make some comment and refer them to the more detailed information in respect of that proposal. And then secondly, a compliment on what the council's done in the CBD. And as you do that, everybody else wants the same level of service. We've experienced it with playgrounds, but we just noted the point there that the upgrades that have been done in conjunction with a separate funding stream funded by property owners. That's enabled some of those upgrade works to happen. That's not the case in the area that's being talked about. We're more in doing the right thing there and renewing and upgrading where we need to, but you won't see the same level of service standard or beautification that you see in the CBD. That's the council's current position.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission number 153, which is volume 5, page 13. And never have we wanted a bigger table in our lives. There's so much paper.
A good submission exploring the council's use of contractors, efficiencies in that relationship, all those types of things around value for money services. So warranted a detailed response, which is there. The approach we take on multiple levels, and the assurances we seek around that. I'll leave that there.
I'll just give everyone a moment before we move on, given this is quite a detailed response. Okay, Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, through you, Chair, very briefly. It was interesting to see that Council has established a program delivery office that strengthens internal capability in program management and project management and engineering, cost control, all of that, as having a deliberate shift toward a model where Council retains strategic control and accountability while external providers are engaged in clearly defined specialist roles to support delivery. For me, I found that really interesting, having not been on Council before. I think that's something that perhaps we can better communicate to our constituents, that that office exists and that's its primary role.
We can take that away as an action. Okay, team, we'll move on to submission 172, which is in volume 5, page 51. This is around high-rise apartments.
Yeah, so, I mean, essentially the key theme in here is to build up and not build out. You'll all be aware of the Council's housing strategy and the FDS and other strategy documents in recent years that focus on this. That's why we're doing local area plans, creating zones for intensification. So I guess the officer comments just concur and add some additional information to that.
Okay, we move now on to submission 181, which is volume 5, page 69.
So just quick overview here while you're making your way there. Comments on some specific facilities, which we'll respond to, and the cost of the work in the city centre at the current time. So we've pointed out, as part of the long-term plan process, you're having a number of strategic reviews brought back to you, and those cover some of the facilities mentioned in the submission. Also an outline of the costs and the work happening in the city centre and the interface really with Kiwi Rail, the sort of genesis of that project, I suppose.
A change from me on this particular response. It notes in here that Waiaraha operations are currently not under review. They're not under the same level of strategic review as the other facilities, but they are under review. So I'd just like that modification, please, to avoid confusion. Are there any other questions? No. Okay, in which case we will move on to submission 194, which is volume 5, page 95.
Two aspects to the submission. Questions around Heretaunga House fit out, so the comments are there for you. And I've filtered a couple of calls on the following point as well from other residents, the sponsorship and grants line in the annual plan and the lumpiness of it from year to year. And that's actually just a reflection of the types of projects that come in and out of that account. And so we've noted there some of those exceptional ones that just happen to occur in that year.
Okay. Moving now on to submission 206, volume 5, page 115.
This is where I didn't complete my notes last night, so might not be quite as fluent. But the submitters' comments here on the need for a year-round pool in Havelock North and cycle paths in the Havelock Road, Te Aute Road and School Road area. I'll leave it with you as to whether you think those comments address the submission adequately.
Just would like to check as well, I see noted in some of our documentation, the name is Bronwyn Watkins, but in others it's Bronwyn Atkins, so can we just check the initial submission and make sure we're responding with the correct name, please?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I support the officer's comments in terms of looking at the regional aquatics facilities plan. There are lots of facilities we'd love to see across our district, however, times are tough. Okay, we'll move now on to the next officer comment submission, which is 260, which is volume 6, page 7. Oh, Councillor Corbin, apologies, I didn't see you there.
Oh, sorry, it is on this submission.
I'll let Lex introduce it and then I'll come to you. Thank you.
Oh, just very quickly, the submitter acknowledges the wider sort of strategy around coastal protection, etc., but acknowledges also we're in probably an intervening period and encourages council to keep doing the good work that it's done. We've made some discrete interventions as required, and we certainly continue to monitor the needs of our coastal communities.
Councillor Corbin.
Thank you, Worship. Just the last paragraph in the response. When local water's done well happens and there's, I guess, staff transfer, etc., is that saying that we're going to have a gap and won't be able to respond to coastal hazards if the coastal hazard strategy isn't picked up by regional council at that time?
A good question of clarity. I'll bring forward Mr. Thu. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. What that is saying is currently the way this council's been supporting some of those coastal actions is via members of our Three Waters team, largely, not all, but largely. Upon transfer of assets and staff to the water entity after the 30th of June 2027, this council will not hold those resources. The water entity is not allowed to hop outside of the activities of Three Waters, so drinking water, wastewater and urban stormwater, and coastal protection does not fit inside the scope of that. So what this is saying and the conversations that are happening at a senior level is this: the intent of HBRC, while it still exists under the coastal strategy, is for them to take over those coastal structures, and we would like them to be having that conversation as part of their cut down future planning and pay for it that way. If this council keeps ownership or keeps involvement, it would need to purchase that as a service via a short-term service level agreement with the water entity. The tidiest place is actually the role and responsibility shifts where it's ultimately supposed to go to, which in the current structures is the regional council, but future, who knows?
I'll just respond by saying the community has really benefited from HPC's interaction and really appreciates that. So I'm sure they'd hope that the level of communication and interaction continues.
Thank you, Councillor Corbin. Right, team, we have a lot more to go, but I think it is time to break for lunch. So I would like everyone back here, please, at no later than 1:10. Thank you, team.
Oh, break, is it dinner? Is it lunch? Dinner. Already 4 o'clock.
Okay, councillors, we will recommence the meeting. And we're going to pick up from where we left off, which is currently the consideration of the non-funding submissions. So I believe we are now up to submission number 274, which is volume 6, page 27, please.
I'll just let them get there, It's slow.
Okay, councillors, so the crux of the submission was around sort of debris in the stream. The officer comments address that in two ways, really. The more immediate is inspection and maintenance, if required, will be done. And then obviously the concurrent erosion review, that wider review, looking at interventions going forward.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission number 289, which is volume 6, page 41.
So the focus of the submission's really around our maintenance regimes in various ways. So the officers have commented generally in respect of that and the types of tools we use and the relationship with our contractors. And then the second paragraph talks specifically in relation to streams maintenance, the types of inspection protocols we've got in there. But, it does also make the point that there are private property owner responsibilities in this space as well.
I'll come to Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment, how often are we doing, or are our contractors actually going out and checking these footpaths?
Streams?
Can anyone speak to that now, or is that something we need to bring back?
Oh, Darren can
Thank you,
maybe
Councillor.
elaborate on the officer comment.
Thank you, Mr de Klerk.
Kia ora, councillors and through you, Chair. So, yeah, we've got a proactive maintenance regime that inspects the streams typically every 3 months, so quarterly, and then we also have an on-reaction kind of response. So if someone raises a customer service request, we'll go out and inspect that as well. And then we pick up defects through those regular inspections and plan them in for further work. So, yeah, across the streams through our maintenance contract.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission 292, which is volume 6, page 45.
Okay, focused on condition of footpaths in Flaxmere and some specific locations that were in the submission. So the officer comments have acknowledged that, concurred with the submitter and noted that these are included within the prioritised work programme for the upcoming year.
Councillor Milmine.
Sorry, I was just going to ask that the comments that Darren just made were included in the comments to the previous submitter.
Yep, we
With
can
that
do
time,
that.
please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milmine. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Chair. Just, we do have a budget for our renewals footpaths. I didn't think we did have a budget. We do.
Oh, we certainly have budgets for renewals, but again, as we've talked before, the quantum of the program generally needs to be prioritised around our funding partners' guidance.
I'll come to Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I was wondering if the submitter could be brought down to Havelock, where some of the footpaths are much worse. But one of the things I noticed is all around town, some of our footpaths are getting badly damaged by vehicles, and I suspect it's not just, people's vehicles, it's actually council vehicles or whoever does maintenance. And you notice it going down Havelock Road, where it's all chipping away at the joints and all the rest of it.
Do you have a solution in there that you're suggesting, Councillor?
Acknowledge it.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
Thank you, Councillor.
Maybe the vehicles can just be reminded to keep off the footpaths.
I'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. After the opening of Te Pāhara Keke the other day, I walked that track through the Tarsfield track through Flaxmere Park, and it looked immaculate. Has it been? Was I just lucky with the bits that I walked of it, or has it been done since the submission was made? Or
I don't know if we've got someone in there to answer that, but we can take that away and get an answer to you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, we are skipping over submission number 293 because it's a funding request. We'll be coming back to that later. So now we'll go on to submission 326, which is volume 6, page 101.
So largely focused on infrastructure funding and funding for growth. So the comments there relate to our philosophy around growth paying for growth, but development contributions policy being our main vehicle. And as you know, it's currently under review and come through to you via the long-term planning process.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission 331, which is volume 6, page 105.
So this submission focused largely around mobility and two aspects really, both seating and parking. So the comments address both of those issues in terms of the quantum of seating that's there at the moment, but that we do obviously actively review that, and also the council's sort of program around mobility, parking and permit holders.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission number 365, which, excuse me while I find the correct page for you. 365, which is volume 6, page 155.
So this is one of those matters I was mentioning before that's cropped up several times, traffic management and what's visible on the street. This response is similar to a previous submitter, highlighting the new guidelines and ourselves embracing those.
Okay, we're going to skip over submission 371 because it's a funding request and will be addressed later. We'll come now to submission 373, which is volume 6, page 193.
So I'll just note that the officer comments got the wrong title on it for this one. That's the beauty of copy and paste. So it should be titled Fees and Charges, obviously, because that's the nature of the submission. Two specific charges within the RMA. I guess a difference in interpretation and opinion between the submitter and how the council and other councils are applying the charge. So what the officers have done is to try to sort of detail that in some detail, but the ultimate recommendation for both charge types, the RMA objection fee and the permitted boundary activity fee, officers are suggesting no change for the reasons outlined in the officer comments.
Okay, we'll move now on to submission 374, which is volume 6, page 197.
So just to remind you, you remember Federated Farmers presented to you yesterday, so they tabled some new information and they had their base submission. So their base submission focused largely on council putting its mind to a potential review of the rating system, specifically in regard to capital value rating and its appropriateness in our context. And, as we talked about, it's not part of the current work program, but presumably will become quite topical depending on what happens with simplifying local government and, the rating systems that might have to be looked at in regard to that. In terms of the submission they tabled yesterday, the key focus, I think, was on dog fee setting and wanting some explanation on questions that they'd raised, particularly around the rural dog fee, the working dog fee. And I'll certainly be circulating that submission to the relevant officers so that we can form a response about that, in addition to the comments that you've got there around the capital value rating system. Yes, and your conversation before around the cyclone rate and the relevance with the new rate proposed for forward action. I felt a bit of that confusion in that submission as well, so that will certainly be addressed there as well.
Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. Excuse me. Through you, Your Worship. I really took on board the submitter's feedback about the working dog registration yesterday. She gave some different models that other councils use. I know we have just moved the current rating, fees, but I would like us to review that if it's possible. Whether that has to wait till next year or not, I would like us to seriously review that.
So what we'll do is we'll take an action to look into what we can do within the letter of the law and whatnot, but absolutely we'll take that away, and I think if we feed that into a future work programme.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering if it's worth noting that one of the advantages to land value rating is to encourage densification in town. The alternative being building on our fertile soils.
Thank you, Councillor.
Or if that's too political for a.
I think we'll take officer direction on that.
Fabulous, thank you.
There are a load of connotations with capital value rating that we considered if you undertake that review.
Councillor Noel-Lustig.
No, thank you. Just addressing the capital value rating. As I saw it coming from Federated Farmers, it's particularly rated to just the rural area, and the people that have smaller areas of land tend to use just as many resources as big farms do. Thank you.
So actually we'll take away an action to clarify that with the submitter, I think. I'd be interested to know whether or not they were talking about just rating area 1 for capital value. You raise an excellent point, Councillor. Thank you. So we'll seek clarification around that. Okay, so we'll move now on to submission 377, which is volume 6, page 205.
So Sport Act Hawke's Bay presented to you yesterday as well. There was no specific funding request within there, but I guess there was the point highlighted that they felt that we should be more specific around our strategic objectives in that space around active recreation, and the whole assistance to external entities as part of the work program that you requested through the long-term plan to be reviewed there. You can review it against the other types of objectives you've got then. So really, most of the submission was around, the importance of partnership, the partnership we already have in place and have had in place for some time, and the programs that we're delivering.
Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Yeah, I just total for the comments of the officers, especially with our new, with the pod that was recently in Flaxmere, the launch of Te Rito housing development as well. So it's a combination of things that the sport and recreation mould into.
Thank you. Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I note the officers' comments about the delivery of Active for Life in a couple of communities only. I just wondered if that is if that's the wider community that received that, or
what we can do is we can have that information brought back, so we'll note that as an action too. Excellent. Okay, so we'll now move on to submission 379, which is volume 6, page 211. This was a submission around supporting tourism funding and destination marketing.
Yes, no, really just encouraging council to remain focused on that. They understand that our funding contributions remains in the annual plan, but the funding landscape regionally is still under review, I guess. This council's remain committed to destination marketing funding, and it's another theme that you've requested to further review through your long-term plan work program as well.
Thanks for that, Lex. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thanks. And the airport actually came back to me yesterday, would you believe, when I got home, and which was very good of them. And I heard on the radio this morning, tourism is now our second biggest overseas earner. I don't know where that fits into the scheme of our answer, but I think it's significant.
And certainly recent market view data suggests that the impacts of the tightening of belt across domestic tourism has been offset by international tourism here in Hawke's Bay. So it echoes a lot of what we're seeing there.
Yeah.
So I'll come now to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. Just further to my question to the airport yesterday, just perhaps at the Performance and Monitoring Group, just to quantify what money they are putting into, because they didn't answer that question. So if you can just take this as an action to remind. Thank you.
So noting the action there that we're requesting the airport advise what support they provide in the tourism, the regional tourism space. Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, thank you, through your chair, and I support Michael's question from yesterday about that information. And it was interesting that they said that 60% of the traffic through the airport now is visitor traffic. So I think as a council, as collective councils throughout Hawke's Bay, we need to maintain our energy for our tourism.
Thank you, Councillor Lorcan. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Worship. Possibly worth mentioning our ongoing participation in the Hawke's Bay Tourism Strategy refresh.
Okay, I will take that away as a note for officers to add. Excellent. Okay, we'll move now on to, one moment please, I've just got to find my place. So 384 we're going to skip because it is a funding request. So we're now moving on to 389, which is volume 6, page 225.
So this submission focused very much on sort of system level changes to our refuse collection system, consequential changes. So as you know, the waste management and minimisation plan tends to deal with that. That's why we have that review and looking forward about longer term practices, and that's sort of where the submitter's been pointed in terms of council's current policy, the things it has considered under that review, and the types of things that we'll consider in the next review, probably the more appropriate forum for those types of system level changes.
Councillor Nixon.
I'm just unsure how well we advertise the fact that if you don't have rubbish, don't put your bin out, you don't get charged or you get a rebate. Is that widely known?
We can bring that information back, considering we're looking at submissions, but that's a question we can have the officers answer and come back. Okay, we'll move now on to submission number 390, which is volume 6, page 235.
You'll recall Utam presented yesterday, very good submission. The officer comments are there in respect of a submission, but the other point I think that came through strongly was to define affordability and with a different lens, I guess. Resilience, resource use, all those types of things. Seek your comments if you need any, if you expect any further comments from the officers.
I think I would support an acknowledgement of his call for a definition of affordability, with the particular focus being on not just what helps today, but also what makes sense for tomorrow. I thought that was a worthy challenge he laid for us. Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to the officer's comments, I wonder if we were able to change the bottom part to say, because right now it says, councils will continue to consider if there's a possibility to move that into councils will explore options. The reason why I'm saying explore is because from time and time again, we've sat in this room and talked about climate, and we've talked about energy resilience and how it's affecting our businesses and stuff like that. So maybe it's time that we actually fully explore options instead of consider. So for me, when I think about to consider, it's whether or not we will consider doing it or not. But if I say we'll explore, that gives us the motion to explore those pathways.
So, Councillor Daniel, given this is a response to the submitter rather than a policy position at this point, what I will ask the team to note down is we'll look at bringing something back to elected members to understand what we're currently doing, what we could do, but also bearing in mind that as the Chief Executive has recently signalled to us, we are rapidly hitting a point in terms of resourcing and the level of reforms we're under right now, where the council will have to prioritise where its time and energy is going. That's not to say that we shouldn't look at this, it's just we will have to weigh that up. Very important area in my mind, juggling many balls right now. Okay, I'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Worship. Possibly worth reassuring Mr. Flore that we have had a workshop on the ratepayer assistance scheme, so we are genuinely across it.
I think that's wise. Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Councillor Tara Skipworth.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear Mr. Flore's submission, but I did read the documentation on it, and I think we should look at the prioritisation of it, given we've heard in this room, not just from our organisation, about the about the power bills rising and businesses now closing because that's a problem. So it's great to know that we're considering.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing is certainly the council has expressed an interest once in particular the ratepayer assistance scheme has made its way through the government processes it's in at the moment. So right now we can't make a decision because it's sitting with ministers. Once that process is done, the Deputy CE will confirm that I have harassed him already about letting me know as soon as that comes out of that process, so this council can be informed.
Do we have a timeline for when we should?
You would have to ask government,
November
unfortunately.
Just by way of a brief update, I know it's currently with the minister, and the minister's asked officials for more information to clarify some point. It's unlikely that legislation will be passed this side of
the election. Okay, so we are skipping over submission number 391 because it has funding implications, so we'll come back to that one. And we are moving now on to 393, which is volume 6, page 257. Please, team.
Yeah, so in essence, it's an encouraging submission of council's efforts in the creative sector, the arts, and to remain focused on those objectives.
All right, councillors, that brings us to the end of the non-funding submissions that officers have had comments on. Given we are already behind, this is going to be a long day, I will, however, ask, is there anything else that you've seen in the non-funding submissions that you have read that you think needs to be covered? I know that's a broad question, but I'm hoping, seeing the amount of post-it notes that are around this table, that if anyone has seen something that the officers haven't covered, that can be noted now and we can send that work away to happen.
Given that rates and revaluations.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I should note as well, please nothing on rates and reevaluations. That's a separate part of the workshop this afternoon. We will definitely traverse those two things. Councillor Milmine.
Sorry, just one thing that I think came more out in the verbal consultation, submission. It was requested that we communicate in the annual plan the essential maintenance and go into a little bit more detail in future. If we could just make a note of that.
I'm happy to. Probably more appropriate in the long-term plan, which is our next planning document in any case, so take that point on board.
Thank you.
And just noting, one of our submitters yesterday gave us some feedback on how they thought we could improve forms in the future for consultation. So we've noted that as well. So, Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. A theme that I saw through a number of submissions was people wanting to know, wanting clarity on the exact areas that Council has made savings. So we've made savings of around 3 million, I understand, and people want to know what exactly they are. I think that things are a little bit too broad at the moment, so if there's a way of communicating exactly what those savings are, that would be great.
Great minds think alike, Councillor Lorcan. I saw this similar theme and already have the team working on exactly what you've asked for, so, but well noted, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Worship. Just making note of a couple of submissions that made mention of the living wage as a way to equip our citizens with the ability to meet the ongoing cost of living.
Are they, is that something you want responded to, Councillor? And that's what we're essentially doing now, is requesting.
Just noted at this stage, I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder, team, actually from me, I noted that submission number 142, which is volume 4, page 135, I had marked as being worthy of some form of response from officers. The challenge the submitter put forward was, thank you for the great work you do. I appreciate the challenges the region has faced over the past few years and commend you on your response to these challenges. I would like to encourage council to look into alternative ways income can be generated to alleviate the financial reliance on rate increases. I just wonder if it's worth a response on how council currently attains alternative revenue, and also maybe just a response around at the moment council is quite constrained, so investing in other revenue generating sources may be difficult right now. Were there any other submissions that anyone thought needed specific mention to? We will obviously be thanking everyone who submitted, but no. Okay, thank you, team. In which case, I am going to suggest that we have a 5-minute stretch, literally 5 minutes, and then we're going to get back into Waipatiki. Yeah. Okay, team, if you can take your seats. Yep, one more. Okay, right team, we're now moving back into our decision making around the Waipatiki wastewater targeted rate. So we paused the decision making earlier because, rightly so, Deputy Mayor raised that we needed a little more information in a way that may make more sense for everyone around the table. I always want to make sure people are feeling confident in their decision making, so thank you for raising that, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the staff who have worked at pace to try and pull that together in a way that will hopefully make sense for everyone. We did have a mover and a seconder on some recommendations, which, if my memory serves me correctly, was Councillor Noel Ostick and Councillor Milmine. And so what I'll do now is I'll come to the staff and just ask them to talk us through. They're going to pop it up on screen in a minute, what they've come up with. I will then open it up for further questions, and then we'll go back to debate. We're just waiting for the technical difficulties.
Okay.
You're going to have to do some zooming too.
I'm going to have to do some zooming. Okay, so I'll try and navigate.
You talk on Zoom.
I'll try. Okay. I might just stand up as well so I can point some stuff out. So what you have up there is essentially on the left-hand side the Waipatiki current rate that's proposed for this financial year coming, the one we're obviously engaging on. As you can see in the maroon colours there is the bit that we're amending. So in the proposed annual plan we have two things. We have a sewer rate for Waipatiki, which is the existing one, and that's had the obviously additions added to it, not the targeted rate from last year. That's at 1174 at the moment. We're then consulting on an introduction of a targeted rate, which is line 27, the Waipatiki sewer scheme, $1,668. Under this proposal that we're putting forward, we're suggesting that both of those essentially are retired and replaced with the sewer rate that you see in the wider Hastings rate payer kind of sheet, but with the addition of a differential of 2.25. So that number there is made up of the 587 that's currently sitting in times by 2.25. That gives us that. Plus it's got the $3.40 that you would have seen before, which is the increase required for this year to make it happen. If you look at the line 1174 and 1328, the difference between those two is $154.45. So that's that $150 difference that was in the table before. So the bottom line for this sample ratepayer is we were proposing an annual plan that their rates would go to 5763. They're now under this proposal go to 4249. Just scroll up, Richard. The current year that we're in, just up, keep going up. So this is the current rate without the proposal. Oh, sorry, up.
Yeah.
It's 3773. So it goes from the 3773, 57 revised to now 42. If you just scroll across, what that does, the other part of this is what does it do for the Hastings ratepayer? And we talked about the $1.70 roughly. Currently, in the annual plan, we're proposing that the Hastings ratepayer pays a sewer rate of $587. With this, to allow this to happen, we need to obviously change that slightly with smoothing it. $1.71 is added to that ratepayer to facilitate the introduction of this into the Waipatiki ratepayer, meaning a difference. There's some intricacies of just when that would be used based on the use of the money, probably would come into effect the following year, but for the purposes of this, gives you an idea of the differences.
Okay, I'm going to reopen to questions if anyone would like to ask any questions. That certainly helped crystallise things for me. Okay, I don't see any questions, so we're going to move back into debate, but at this stage what's happened is we've had Councillor Noel Oostic has moved the recommendation that sits on the table, and I will ask the team if they can bring up that recommendation, please. Councillor Milmine has seconded it and spoken to it. We've also had Councillor Gibson speak against the motion. However, Councillor, given we have new information, I'm simply asking if you'd like to change your position at all. You don't have to. I'm just giving you the opportunity. Would you like to change your position? Okay, and we've heard from Deputy Mayor Fowler just to say that he wanted more information. So that's where we stand. We're now opening it up for debate and comments. We have a motion on the table. It is what is on screen right now. I'll come to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just asking for a point of clarification. Can we be reminded, please, of Councillor Gibson's foreshadowed motion or amendment?
That was for another motion,
that was for another
not this one.
Excellent, good, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Nixon.
I was hoping somebody else would. I'm really looking for ways not to spend money than ways to spend money for the average ratepayer. To me, when I look at the cost of the cyclone recovery, which is falling on urban ratepayers, very much for the rural area, because that's where a lot of the damage happens, this just seems to be another loading on urban rates. And so I really struggle to agree with it. I wondered if we should have just looked at perhaps shut down the campground. I know it's not directly connected, but it is connected. And the longer term funding, which we talked about but didn't seem to come to a conclusion on. Do we know what the average rates, sorry, this is a statement as well, a question. What are the average rates at Waipariki? I mean, is it a lot of money or not? I don't know what it is.
Is that something you have at hand, Steve?
Yeah,
We'll bring up the example property. Yeah.
So just that sample property there, I think if you scroll up just on our screen, it's 3,700. This year we're currently in.
Well, that's interesting. I'd point out that, you know, certainly compared to Havelock, that's very cheap.
Well, I think we want to be careful comparing areas, Councillor.
Yeah, I agree.
I take your point, but just
I'm just making the point. This is an additional cost, and so I can't remember how Councillor Gibson voted or spoke, but I think I'm going to oppose it. I think it's just another cost which the average ratepayer in Havelock North, Flaxmere, other parts of Hastings just don't need, and I don't agree with it.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come now to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. I agree with the motion. There is a precedent of harmonisation, so the $1.70 per year is in accordance with what we've done before with the harmonisation concept. I think the submitters, that's what they requested, that the cost was too high. It has been looked at, the feedback has been taken, and come up with another solution, which I personally, as the Governor, is comfortable with.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fowler. I will come now to Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. I've written a few notes on this, and I'd like to get some feedback on it. I mean, the future option to connect the Waipariki campground to the community wastewater scheme included in the February 25 consent might have appeared efficient, certainly from the submissions. Didn't seem equitable. The consenting process and the timeline appears to have been quite poorly managed on Hastings District Council's part. And those 74 properties are paying double the district-wide wastewater rate to reflect the extra cost of maintenance associated with the scheme. There appears to be certainly from the submissions, a lack of transparency about the actual costs involved in that maintenance. So I think that needs to change. I think the residents need to know exactly where their dollars are going in that respect for maintenance. And there are deep misgivings about whether the scheme is technically justified, proportionate in scale, cost-effective, fairly funded, and adequately consulted. It kind of feels forced and rushed, and there's a lack of understanding on the why. You know, why are 74 property owners facing metropolitan scale infrastructure for such a small, predominantly part-time population? So they're demanding transparency, fairness, and proper process. If it's done at all, I agree with them, and if it's done, a 10-year payment term, even though this is a much better plan, it does seem still quite shortened. You know, future users, I think, and certainly they felt, should contribute to a future benefit. And I think if we defer this project, not only for the reasons I've outlaid, but if we're also in line to learn more about the RMA reform and what that will entail for this project, the transferring of Hastings District Council's water assets and projects to the new water entity. I worry that we're locking in a tiny group of ratepayers into an expensive undertaking, the parameters of which could change significantly over the next 2 or 3 years.
You look like, Mr. de Klerk, that you might like to respond to some of that. I will allow it, although I'll take your position as against the motion. Is that correct? Yeah.
Through your worship. Look, I think what I heard through there is a couple of things. I think some of them have been essentially null and void as a result of this updated motion. So I think we won't touch on them too much around kind of the 10-year framework, et cetera, et cetera. I think just the technical solution, and look, while that was challenged, I think we're pretty comfortable that we've exhausted every possible option and refined the costing down. There's a lot of discussion, particularly around the seismic work and the poles, etc. They only make up around 180 to 200,000 of the 2.4 million. So in the broader scheme of things, they are significantly, minor in the piece. We could optimise them, but I think the cost of trying to optimise them for that cost, we'd better to just get on and deliver the work. Some of the stuff, while we could wait on the RMA, we've obviously got some good advice from our planners in the space there that regardless of what we do under the new or the old, this is the type of solution we need to work on to comply with our wastewater standards and obviously provide for if that campground comes in the next few years.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do we have Lex's Waipaki wastewater PowerPoint still open there?
Is there a specific slide you'd like brought up, Councillor?
Yes, slide 11, what the community is asking for and the relief sought.
Okay, just one moment, Councillor, and we'll work on that.
Thank you. That's the one. Beautiful. Thank you. I am currently sitting on the fence on this one. I'm undecided. I'm not inclined to support the motion at this, as it is at the moment. What I heard from the community who presented yesterday and from the written submissions was that broadly the community seems to want more evidence and information. They want to wait for the campground. They are happy enough to accept the risks associated with inaction and reduced service levels, and they actually trust the existing system to continue functioning. Given that the community submitted unanimously, in the interest of appropriate decision making, I'm looking at this slide as the basis of an alternative motion, which I am inclined to foreshadow if the current motion on the table does not pass.
What's your foreshadow motion, Councillor?
To form a motion out of these recommendations from the community, to defer the funding proposal, to undertake a review, to resolve outstanding technical matters, to reassess the scale and level of service, to review the sequencing, to develop a revised funding model, to provide cost alternatives, design decision transparency, and to re-engage with the community on a revised integrated proposal. Not necessarily all of those points, but a motion based on those points centering around deferring the funding proposal.
Thank you, councillor. I'm going to take a moment before I come to the rest of the speakers just to put forward my view. What I heard from our submitters over the yesterday and through the reading of numerous submissions on this particular issue was not a lack of support for the solution that's been put forward, was more concern over who pays. And that certainly came through loud and clear yesterday in the verbal submissions. They felt that the current system was potentially a good one, but were challenging it if they had to carry the full burden of the cost. I think the solution, in my view, that's been drawn up is a pragmatic one. Given that they are not receiving an increased level of service, this can legitimately be called renewals, in which case there is precedent for it to be treated in a different way. This is not, as was established earlier, like the Whakatū proposal, where it was a significant increase in the service level. This particular one is not. It is simply meeting the new legislative guidelines that have come into play since the last consent. And this is the nature of the beast. This is why consents do not go forever, is because requirements change. And that's what's happened. And rightly, this community has come to us and said, actually, that's not our fault. And we thought that this is how it would go. So I'll now move on to Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I sat in this chamber, I think it was our third time after the inaugural meeting, and we were asked, why are we here? What do we want to achieve? And what I said is I want to make sure that the hononga between community and council is together, that we listen to our community and we listen to the needs and that they want, and we inform our decisions correctly with evidence, data, etc. I will probably give an opposing view to the Mayor around what we heard yesterday, because what I heard is the consultation process was lacking. What I heard was council don't listen to us anyway. What I heard was the word fear. What is fear? I am, like Councillor Ratcliffe, a bit on the fence about this, because we have a whole block of community. We've had them all around us in the last day. All of them had said defer. Most of them had said defer, sorry. If we're not going to listen to the community and we're going to go against them and their wishes, then what's the point of it? We can come up with a brilliant solution, which we just had here, but yet, has the community been consulted on that? A part of this was consultation processes, and now we're going to make a decision that we haven't actually consulted with them on. I do see your valid points about affordability and some of the, if it was a lower rate or a lower option, but still, it's consultation, it's connection to community, it's actually listening to them and what they want. So yeah, I'll probably inform my decision as we go through it.
Councillor, you raised some excellent points. This is why democracy is so grand. I wonder if, hearing what you've said, a pathway forward may be a recommendation to consult on the option that we are discussing today. Would that satisfy you? So consult with the association, who's representative to that group.
The community, the wider community as well?
The entire community?
Yes.
Okay. We're just going to pause for a minute, team. All right, I've just sought some advice, which is if the council was of a mind to go back to the Waipatiki community and discuss this proposal with them, we could probably do it within the legislative timeframes we've got. However, if we had to go and talk to the entire community again, that is a significant undertaking, especially for the level of impact that we're talking here, which is $1.70 per property per year. So I'm putting that out there. If it would give elected members more comfort if we took this proposal to the Waipatiki community, I might come to the mover and the seconder to see if they would be comfortable with that. However, that may not suit the requirements of people. I'm just chucking it out there as a potential pathway forward. Councillor Lorcan, you have spoken to the motion?
It's not a question.
A question is fine.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just wonder if if the community do accept the new option, going back to the issue of pollution in the lagoon and the suspected leaking from people's septic tanks, the older septic tanks and things, could we perhaps partner with firms to offer maybe incentives or subsidies for the cost of septic tank emptying for the community out there that have existing old septic tanks that might be leaching into the waterways there as a thank you? I'm not sure.
Officers, any thoughts?
Through you, Chair, I think that's a conversation we can pick up. It's also working through with the Regional Council as the administering body of those consents. Where there is a household that is within 100 metres of the supply that's still on a septic tank, they would be strongly urged, if not forced, to join the community scheme, and they will currently be paying a serviceability charge towards the scheme, so that would likely be the approach. And maybe if I may, Chair, just to clarify a couple of points from earlier comments. So from a wastewater treatment plant perspective, any future changes to RMA will have very little, if any, response because the national wastewater standards usurps it. And so the requirements for the scheme of having UV and those things, that is a done deal. And in terms of those risks, they are council's risks, not the community's. Community will have an effect, but the risk sits on council. And they may be small in the short term, but the company will need to do this work at some stages, just when. And just in terms of that notice of motion, if that does come to pass, my strong recommendation is you don't. The team will be busy working through transfer, so you pass this whole thing on for the water company to pick up fresh and go through that option under its own approach.
Thank you. Okay, team. This is an important issue, but we are consuming a lot of time on it, and we still have a lot of business to get through to today. There are a lot of lights on, and I do want to give everyone their time, but we really need to focus this in. We've got to make a decision today, whether it's to defer, to go with the originally consulted on, or to look at a pragmatic response with some kind of possible consultation built in. Let's hone in. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Worship. Look, I'm strong for deferral with obviously a feedback from the local community. I think that's key in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Montepero-Henry.
Thank you. I just, through you, Chair, just wanted to make sure that I'm right, that it's $1.70 per urban ratepayer infinitely, and the same, the increase for Waipatiki is $150 XX ongoing. Thank you. So just following from that, a submitter yesterday said that they wanted to be well consulted if the benefits extend across multiple decades, fair infrastructure and fair funding, or if it was a 35-year plan, it would be a 35-year payment. Those who can or want to pay should be given the option to. But I think we're sort of capturing what he said if we defer and consult with the community. But defer for a time that is set, not defer indefinitely. Thank you.
The challenge, team, and I'm not saying no, the challenge with going out with we're deferring, what do you think of that, is a little trickier for the team from a budgeting perspective than us saying, here's a proposal, you tell us if you like it or not. It's easier to remove money from a budget than it is to inject it in later. So that's the only challenge that I see in this. If we're going to have a conversation with the community, we could very, very well say, here is an option, which is this harmonisation model, or you could let us know you want us to defer. Those are two valid choices. But I would be concerned if we went out and said defer. What do you think? Great. Okay, so that's what you're suggesting. Okay, so the motion is not that at the moment, but we'll keep going round and then we'll come back to the mover on the seconder. Whew, this one's a tricky one. Okay, so I'll come to Councillor O'Keefe.
Kia ora, koro matua. I've always been of the mind to defer and reconsult. I mean, I think you did that 2 or 3 times. You had 20 at one meeting, and then your last consultation was 50. I think you had that attended that meeting. Am I correct? I think 50 is more than ample for me to be satisfied that we should defer and reconsult. What I do like about the motion, however, is that there's no significant increase. I do like that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Democratic support, can we please have the motion back up? I'll come to Councillor Nollustick, who was the original mover. Councillor Nollustick.
I'm free to speak just as general comment.
Just take a moment here, team. Trying to find a way of us navigating this, because it sounds like what we've got is a desire to talk to the community further, which I think is absolutely valid. What we have heard from our team, though, is going out to the entire community is tricky with a $1.70 per annum proposal, and would be more expensive than I suspect the ratepayer actually just paying the $1.70 per annum. However, consultation with the Waipatiki community and saying to them, would this harmonisation suit you, or would you prefer deferral, is something that we could do. I'm putting it out there to the mover and the seconder as to whether or not you would be open to that, because my read of the table right now is if you put your motion as it stands, it will fail. I could be wrong, but that's my read. So to the mover, would you be open to an amended version of your motion?
Could I do a more complete answer?
Absolutely.
Okay. I've had many meetings with Andrew Taylor and many members of the Waipatiki community. The reason that they wanted deferral is because they saw the whole thing as unwieldy and unfair. This answers all their issues. We have already spent a lot of money getting to this stage, the council has. We really need to push this through. I see it as being very fair. I can guarantee the residents out there will think this is more than fair. They know that the system needs an upgrade. They were just very concerned about the connotations of the campground coming in on top of the scheme as well. They saw a huge amount of unfairness in that. This answers all their issues.
Thank you for that context on the ground. So am I correct in taking from what you've just said, and it's perfectly acceptable to say so, that you would like to maintain the recommendations as they stand? No further consultation?
Absolutely, I would.
Okay. Seconder, because the mover has said that, that's largely where it will sit. So I'll come now to Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could I just ask a question to start, and that is the 20-year funding. We did look at that, and I can't remember what the figure was.
Through you, Chair, just for clarification, under this new model, the 10-year, 20-year is all gone. It's gone to standard 25-year borrowing rolled into long-term funding. So by moving it as we have, it's gone to our standard, as we normally do with capital investment, borrow over a 20-year period and pay it down.
I missed that point, but if we go to 25-year, what if we put the scheme on its own 25-year funding?
Look, I'd like to focus this in on the recommendations that are on the table at the moment, Councillor, which is as they stand. If this motion fails, we can come back and traverse the questions you're asking, because it will not be impacted within this motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, team. Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am struggling. I'm really struggling. on both sides. What, and I'm not going to ask a question, I'm just going to pose some commentary so that when I see a show of hands, that'll make me decide whether my commentary was well thought out or not. But read the papers. Unfortunately, wasn't here to see them submit in person. Heard from everybody's different perspective. I'm wondering if we're asking to defer, possibly for another entity to land with this. Is that some of the reasons that, and I don't need answers why my councillors are asking that. My other reason is, my other thought is, are we deferring to consult? And my conscience tells me if we're going to consult to say, would you rather pay $32 or us defer, would you rather us not charge you $32 and defer it? Or would you rather us charge you $3? Sorry, I can't remember the exact amount. But can we come back and ask you if you only want to pay $3 as opposed to $30-something? So that's where my mind is sitting, is logic tells me, I don't know if we should go and consult because it was $32, now it's $3.
So I'll just seek clarification on those numbers for you, councillor.
Yeah.
But taking your point.
Can we just clarify the numbers? I guess just to ground everyone back, 1170 is the rate that they will pay if we adopt, if nothing changes, if we don't go ahead and they just remain on the existing system and we don't adopt a targeted rate. If we go to this harmonisation, what's on the board, on the screen there, and upgrade it, it goes to $13.42. So it's about $150 increase. Every year then on that will be the $3.42 difference, and the other, the Hastings Ratepayer will pay the $1.70, so that's the $3 number.
Sorry, what I was meaning, Your Worship, through Your Worship, was the original proposal that we talked to them was $30-something extra, wasn't it?
No,
Per
it's
week.
quite substantially different.
1,668.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah. So that was the proposal we talked to them, which is why they said no,
Yes,
defer.
correct.
What I'm saying now was we're talking about 100 and...
Yeah.
And in my mind, I'm going, logic tells me, what would they want to pay?
Yeah.
And is it a good cost of resource, time, expense for us to go back and consult to them to say, which one do you want, or do you just want us to defer? So, and I still am on the fence. That's why I'm asked. That's why I'm posing. You know.
Thank you, councillor. Okay, councillor Milwine, and then I'm going to come back to councillor Nollustick if you'd like a right of reply. You don't have to, but you get to be the last speaker before we put the vote.
Through you, Your Worship, I know that I've spoken. I'm just wondering if we could take a quick break and I could just speak to the mover of this.
Sure. Okay, team, we're going to take 5 minutes. Stretch your legs. Let's see if we can resolve this. Okay, team, if everyone can please take their seats. Right, let's have another go at this. This was not the one I predicted to take quite this long. All right, I am going to come back to the mover. Councillor Noel Oostic.
Okay, so all credit to Councillor Millermine on a slight change is if we vote on this as to carry it through in its present form, but a consult with the residents' community, and if they are happy with it.
Okay, so I'll get some revised recommendations brought up on screen. Okay, so we're just getting the recommendations drawn up at the moment, revised recommendations. I'll then come to the seconder and see if they'll support it. If they do, team, we're going to put the motion. While that's happening, I'd actually like to come to Mr de Klerk. I'm going to ask you to fill some time, Mr de Klerk, and just remind us, because we did have a gap between the initial presentation and the debate, as we gathered more information, the implications if we choose to defer. I just really want us to understand that.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Look, I think just, again, there was a slide yesterday that had the yes commit and fund and no defer work, and the team worked you through some of, I guess, the pros and cons through that. So I think this is just a little bit of a reminder in that respect. The deferral, obviously, we've got 1 year, and then in theory it'll be deferred or handed to the new entity, where there is that element I think people have spoken about, a little bit of lost control around the actions that they would take in that space, so that's just being open to that. The possibility of a different pathway in respect of either consenting, so mindful, we talked a little bit about our compliance risk in that space by not progressing, and if we were to be non-compliant, the infringement or the risk of abatement that could come on us that then means or necessitates us to take action to comply with that, and that driving additional cost. The risk of the site subsidence, so obviously the risk of the site failing for whatever reason over the next 12 months. Probably the cost escalation, so the fact that it will never be cheaper than the proposal, I guess, that we're putting on the table today. And importantly as well, the mana whenua engagement that's gone on, that's been quite comprehensive with Mangaharuru in particular, and lastly the sunk cost. So I guess just rounding that out, that the officer's recommendation, as Craig Thew alluded to before, was our recommendation is to find a way through this, and that is hence the recommendation that's on the table today. Thank you.
I will come to Councillor Noel Oostic. Can you please confirm for me whether or not the recommendations on screen are your new motion? Okay, I'll come now to Councillor Milmine as the seconder. Do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is on screen at the moment is the substantive motion on the table. We've all had a chance to talk this through, so I'm going to put the recommendations as they are outlined on screen. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Yep. Okay, so I note, hang on, hands in the air still please. I note 4 against. The motion is carried. Congratulations, team. All right, we got there. Okay, we are now going to move on. We're going to now move into a further information session, team. So the information, So the information session that we're moving into is on the funding submissions. So these are submissions number 32, 293, 371, 384, 399, 430 and 431. We will go one at a time, fear not, and I will tell you which page. Okay, so again, we're going back to the officer's comments booklet as well.
So we're going to the officer's submission first.
Okay, we're going to submission, the first one we're actually going to do is 430, volume 6, page 265.
Yes, so councillors, that submission is a submission from the council, just picking up on some matters. As happens, when you put a draft out, things can change. So there's submission 430, and what was the number?
So again, we're looking at submission number 430, volume 6, page 265.
So we're just going to work through the funding ones, but as an information session first. There's about 8 or 9 of these to work through, and the first ones are contained in the submission 430.
So just a reminder, we're not debating them at this point, we're just asking questions.
Just so council knows, we're giving you information on all of these now. When you come to debate, we'll have them all on the screen. You can see them all at once. This is just another information session. Your ability to ask questions prior to that. Okay, so I'll hand over to Mr. Watson, who will take you through. There's 2 items on that submission. You'll note the first is around Heratonga House fit out, and the second one's around the Whirinaki water supply and some matters for consideration in regard to that. I'll hand over to Graham.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. On the 7th of November 2024, previous council made a decision to enter into a sale and leaseback of the property of Heratonga House. It was going to be rebuilt by Tumu Properties, and as part of that recommendation, they indicated that for this the financial year that's coming up, we needed to put some money aside for the fit out of the floors we were leasing in that building. Now, so everybody is clear, what we talk about when we're saying fit out, it's the doors, it's the walls, it's the raised floor so we can get our data cabling, our electricity cables through coming in. It's the drainage and the plumbing that we need for the kitchen. So it's not desks or tables and chairs. The intention is to reuse as much as we possibly can from the offices that we are moving into Heratonga House. There's about 1.5% for new equipment of the total request of the fit out that is there. When we did the draft annual plan preparation, we had gone out, we didn't have the formal quote, we had a QS estimate, and that came in at 2.3 million. After we had actually completed and adopted the draft annual plan, we finally got the quote in for the work, and that has gone up to 2.5 million. On top of that, officers are requesting a contingency of 10% of that 2.5, just in case something comes up. It's not intended to be used if we don't need it, but we're just asking for that contingency. So again, the project can move ahead if absolutely necessary. So that then leads us to an additional request coming in. So there between the difference between the 275 and basically the 2.3 to be funded, as the 2.3 was going to be funded through debt, and there is a little operational portion of interest on that debt figure. So that's the history of where we're now at, sort of with that project. And happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions on that particular item. So reminder, we're not in debate or comments, just questions. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to be clear, was there more than one tender received, or are we was it just from Tumu because they own the building?
The tender came in via Tumu, the company who are actually building LT McGuinness. They're the ones who are also going to do the fit out. That was a decision that was taken because that de-risks the overall flow of the project, and it de-risks council being in the middle of one construction manager saying A, another one saying B. So we're seen as the least risky option to go with the same construction partner that Tumu had selected for the major construction.
Are there any other questions on this particular one? Okay, we'll now move on to the Whirinaki and Esk water supply element of that submission.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for this officer's submission on the Whirinaki and Esk water supply. This comes to you following an update or a workshop with council in December 2025, where officers received direction from council to go and talk to the community direct and in person to receive feedback about the supply. And that's following Cyclone Gabriel. Just as a quick refresher, the water chemistry changed, resulting in manganese in the water, which creates discoloration events. And so the supply is unstable at times and causing quite significant dissatisfaction at times with that particular community, particularly the Whirinaki community. And they're keeping that well present with council. And so we're wanting to come back to you following that contact with the community. Matt Kersall, our drinking water manager, is going to very quickly step you through an update presentation. And where we're going to land is we've received feedback from the community around considering a water rate remission, and we're going to land at that point for discussion.
And I do apologise, team, you are under a ticking clock, so.
Thank you. Very quickly, just to remind everyone, 2 long-term options that are being progressed in parallel at the moment for the community. One, to drill a new source and relocate the source and water treatment plant out of the flood risk area, and a second being a potential connection to the Napier City Council Bayview water supply. They're both progressing as well. We've got a new reservoir that's being built out at Whirinaki, almost completed, about to be commissioned in July. So some good news for the community there. Because of the manganese in the source water, we've got a number of operational interventions that we're having to continue to put in place, and exploring further options to try and manage this situation until we can get the long-term option in place. The 2 highlighted options that you see there are new initiatives that we've implemented since we last spoke to you in December. One is a new mains cleaning technology. The works for that was just completed earlier this week, and you can see there from the picture, top right, a significant amount of sediment, manganese sediment, taken out of the mains. Hopeful that that's going to make a meaningful impact on the community as well, but to be seen through further monitoring. We've also had some free bottled water on request of the community. That's been a low cost, high impact initiative, and a lot of good feedback around providing that as an option. The further community engagement that we were asked to progress included both a community survey and a trial filter installation, just to try and understand the impacts of those installations and the ongoing maintenance costs potentially that the community are having to wear. Now, results in terms of the community survey, managed to get 46 responses. Most of them were door knocking of the community over a number of evenings. Just under a quarter of the connected Whirinaki community were reached with that survey. As you can see, 2/3 of respondents had experienced discoloured water over the previous 8 weeks prior to us reaching them, and again 2/3 of those respondents already had a household water treatment system. A lot of those were prior to Cyclone Gabrielle. There's about 20% that indicated they had put treatment systems in since Cyclone Gabrielle in response to the change in the water quality, and a further number have had to upgrade their existing systems to be able to cope with the change in quality. The trial filter installation, it's given us an indicative cost of what those installations look like for the community. In the 4 months that that's been in place, we've had 2 filter changes required. It cost $56 per filter, just for materials only. So that's shaped a bit of an idea of what their ongoing cost to the community is when they're putting in a point of use treatment system to try and manage this discoloration event at their own properties. In terms of these short-term options until we get the final solution in place, these operational interventions are costing us about $100,000 per annum of additional operational cost. We talked through last time an option of, the full-scale option of putting in manganese removal at treatment. Large cost, large annual operating cost, potential sunk cost, depending on the final future solution. So where we've got to is coming back to you today. Prior to speaking to you last time and post the survey results, we've had a number of property owners that put forward a suggestion of a partial or rates remission or some form of subsidy towards the cost of maintaining their point of use devices. What we're presenting here is at a 50% rates remission. That would be about an $85,000 cost. We offset against other spend. There's an option here for higher or lower in terms of rates remission. That 50% sits based on the information that we got out of that trial filter installation as well, to help to inform something that might actually be meaningful in terms of picking up some of the ongoing costs to the community with this change in source water quality. We put forward the option on the table. This option of a rates remission for the community. It's positive in terms of providing relief to all of the connected Whirinaki community properties. Of note there is also that we've clarified that it is the Whirinaki community that is being impacted by the dirty water, the discoloration. The S community are not really being impacted. So that cost is based on the rates remission to the Whirinaki community only. It's equitable, it's across all of the community, provides some community goodwill, provides a choice for people of how they might use that, either to subsidise putting in an installation if they don't have it already, to maintain their existing, or to adopt to live with the status quo. In parallel, we'll be continuing with our operational response and progressing the long-term options.
Okay, thank you, team. I'm going to come to Councillor Mel Lustig. If you'd like to stand when you speak, Councillor. Stand for speaking.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yep. First of all, I'll just ask the councillors to put yourselves in that community's shoes. How would you like that water coming through in your house?
Councillor, just questions at this stage. We'll move into comment and debate soon.
Okay, can I not move the motion yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, any questions? Councillor Milmine.
Thank you, through your worship. So obviously we'll be moving to the new entity, so are we proposing that this would be a 1-year offering initially?
Correct.
Do you have a question, Councillor? No, okay. All right, team, if there's no further questions, we'll move on to the next funding request. For, as I said, this is information at this stage, just questions.
So the next cluster information requests, I'll get Rebecca Dinwoody to come up, relate to the submissions that you heard, and they all spoke to these yesterday. Should be front of mind for you. There was the 2 trusts at the regional sports park that had various funding requests, and sort of semi-related but a different facility at Pettigrew Green Arena, both involving some sort of solar potential solution, but other funding. And so Rebecca's going to take you through how we might navigate through those. Thanks.
Thank you, through your worship. Good afternoon, councillors. Just to remind you, we did have a workshop in March to talk about the value of charitable trusts. So we really value these trusts and the work they do. They do things that we aren't always able to do, so they can have specialist governance and management in their particular area. They have access to funding which we don't. They provide the day-to-day operational and financial management of the risk of those sites, therefore we don't have to. And they can have stronger partnerships with both the community and regionally across council boundaries as well. So we obviously have requests from 3 different trusts, and I'm happy to take any questions in regards to those.
Okay, right, we'll open the floor. Questions from councillor Teo Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. I'm conscious that we have a lot of new councillors around the table, and if you can clarify what each trust does and where they are, just so that we know what, because a lot of people just think Mitre 10 Sports Park is everything.
Certainly, thank you.
And I will challenge you to do it as concisely as you can, Mr Mori.
Very correct, thank you, Mayor Sholin. Through you, Chair. So the sports park is operated by 2 different trusts. The Hawke's Bay Community Fitness Centre Trust, which operates the aquatics facility in that building with the gym and then the accommodation block on it as well. And then also we have the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park Trust, and that basically operates the rest of the park. So that's the athletics track, netball, hockey, canoe polo, etc., the rest of it, and the pathway that goes all round, and the rugby fields, etc. Then the Pettigrew Green Arena is operated by a separate trust, and that's the trust that's over in Taradale and the Pettigrew Green Arena, and they're asking for the solar request. Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. Just a few questions, starting with the Mitre 10 Park. It mentions here that they would like us to cover the GST component of the athletics track. I just wonder if that project that they have there includes a project manager, or if they're intending on doing that themselves.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. One of the things that we are able to offer to provide some in-kind support to the trust is actually we have, some real expertise around project management, contract management here at council. So we potentially could offer them a project manager for that project, which would enable our expertise to be used and might free up some of their time to look for funding, etc., in other areas.
Fantastic, thank you. Are we moving on through the other couple of trusts, or are we just...
You may ask questions if you've got some that you'd like to ask.
Thank you. So moving to the Community Fitness Trust, I know that it was noted that they were exploring solar. I just wonder where they got to with that and if you've been involved in that.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We have done quite a lot of work in regard to that. So we have done some analysis of what we could do to support there. So they have had some quotes done. It's approximately $650,000 for the system that they would need. One option is to potentially council, maybe instead of giving them ongoing operational funding, could look to support them by providing them the funding to buy that system. That would actually save them approximately $117,000 a year in electricity costs. And then, if you like, council's contribution, for example, for the next 5 years could be obviously the repayment of that loan and interest, which would work out about $150,000 a year over a 5-year period. That would pay back the system, and they'd be getting those ongoing, roughly $117,000 a year in electricity savings.
Thank you. Sorry, just for clarity, 117?
Yes.
Yep, great, thank you. And I did, just with regard to Pettigrew Green Arena, I did mention to the submitter yesterday that if we were prepared to give this one-off, that I would like a consideration of maybe discounting the ongoing annual operational contribution we make. He did dismiss that, but it would be something I would like the officer's recommendation on.
And through you, Your Worship, we haven't actually received a formal business case for that proposal, so you could consider funding it based on a business case being received and the Chief Executive being comfortable with that.
Fantastic, thank you.
I'll come now to Councillor Nixon.
Thanks, Your Worship. We're talking to 3 different trusts. I understand that. I'm just wondering, what is the contribution from each of the 2 main councils, Hastings and Napier, towards each of those trusts?
Is that information we have at hand?
I haven't got the actual figures at hand, but I can broadly tell you that We both fund the Pettigrew Green Arena, but we do know that over time Napier have increased their funding to the Pettigrew Green Arena, but we have not. So Napier do fund that arena more than us. And in terms of the Hawke's Bay Community Fitness Centre Trust, at present, neither council provide them with ongoing operational funding. And in regard to the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park Trust, we provide significant funding and in-kind support, and currently Napier City Council do not provide any funding.
So just on the fitness trust, we've been asked to supply, I've forgotten the money, but I can look it up very quickly. Have they also asked Napier for support, and what has the reaction been?
I don't know if the Hawke's Bay Community Fitness Centre Trust have asked Napier City Council for support, but I do know that the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park have requested $30,000, and we don't know the outcome of that, no.
That's my question, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Milman?
Sorry, one more question. I note the comment about the two trusts, the sports park and the Mitre 10 Park combined, trusts merging. Are you involved in that conversation? Where are they with that?
Mr. Allen might add to this, but what I can say is it is our preference that the trusts do merge, or that there is one trust. That would enable us to analyse their joint finances, and that might then inform your decisions around longer term funding through the LTP to support those. So you might consider not funding any operational funding to any of these trusts, but rather kind of one-off funding to buy something, e.g. for solar, for example, and then reconsider ongoing operational funding once we know what the new model looks like.
Great, thank you.
Through your worship, so just to add to that, so effectively where we're at the moment is Sport Hawke's Bay with Sport NZ funding have been doing some work, providing advice to the two trusts around what would be a good governance structure moving forward if they were to come together. And we're doing some more work as well around asset conditions and the like to understand a renewal profile as that moves forward as well, particularly in regards to the Bay Community Fitness Centre Trust and the aquatics facility. So I think we've got sort of a willingness on both sides with the two trusts to keep exploring this and progressing that sort of amalgamation of the trusts.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on the solar panel systems. What percentage reduction will that have over the total cost of the power costs for both sites?
Thank you, through you, your worship. So they currently spend around 70-ish thousand a month on power. So obviously dependent on the time of year, etc. So over a year, they expect a saving of about 117,000. Oh, sorry, whatever percentage that comes out at.
Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, through your worship. Mitre 10 Sports Parks Master Plan, that seems to be a long time in coming. Any idea when that's going to be coming to us?
It is pretty much complete now. It could come to you now, although as officers we've advised that we would like some work done on the stormwater management plan. Currently we feel that needs a bit more work because it's currently being placed, and there needs to be some more consideration of that before we would like it coming to council.
Councillor Tara Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. Just in regards to the, I'm trying to remember, the sports facility, that are wanting the solar power, and I'm all for solar power, but if they're going to be reducing their debt around 117,000 a year, is that what you said? For
reducing their electricity costs?
Yeah,
yes.
Which would be debt that you'd have to pay. Would it, have they explored options of going to the bank, saying that once we install these, our is going to be worth this, and we're reducing our costs? Have they explored that option?
Through you, your worship, I understand they have explored a number of options with the bank, but also with all sorts of different funders that may help to fund solar. There are some other options where, for example, companies will pay the capital costs of the system, and then you get less a saving on your electricity per month. But long term, obviously, it's better to purchase and make the savings directly.
And just so they are confident that if the council decided to prop up the funds so that they could reduce their power bills, that they could pay that amount back to us, and
Through you, Your Worship, what
are the risks of that?
What I was proposing was that actually council grant them 650,000, so it wouldn't be paid back, and that would be your contribution to them for the next X years, instead of providing them with operational funding.
So just to add to that and to build on, so the request from the Community Fitness Centre Trust is an operational grant that carries on year on year. The recommendation to you is that we don't pay them an operational grant. Instead, we make a contribution, well, we fund the installation of solar, which will have much more, a long-term ongoing benefit for the trust, and hopefully for council reduce its financial contributions in the long term.
Supplementary, if I may.
Yes.
And say council were okay with that. At what point do they become sustainable and no longer can come to council asking for operational funding or for?
And through you, Your Worship, I think that's an ongoing challenge for all our trusts in the district and around the country as well. But we still believe that the model is better than the alternative, which would no doubt land in the lap of council.
Just one more supplementary, if I may. I absolutely get that, but when we've had hundreds and hundreds of pages of submissions asking us to prioritise their rates, it's really tough to say that's going to help one entity, but you've got home owners that are considering whether they can afford to pay their mortgages.
You're right, councillor. And then I guess the risk that we've got to weigh against as governors is if the trust falls over, given that the assets are sitting on council land, what is the risk to the ratepayer in that respect too? It is a very challenging environment, you're right. Okay, any other questions?
Just while Rebecca's here, I'll just take your attention to submission 384, perhaps in the officer comments document, but it'll be front of mind for you. This is regarding the homeless hub, the homeless strategy, the regional approach, those types of things that the submitter spoke to you yesterday. You've got the officer comments there. I can't recall if there was actually a direct funding request there or not, Rebecca, but your comments certainly talk to that, and you might want to elaborate if there are questions around that.
So this was volume 6, page 221 in terms of the submission. And it's page 33 of the officer's comments.
Through you, Your Worship, we did make an officer budget bid for 50,000 to try and progress a regional homelessness strategy, which was put on hold, obviously, because we were trying to find savings, etc. Now we have this submission that's really requesting the same thing. As you know, currently we support Kahumai. They're part of a multi-year grant, which their last year of that is this coming financial year. But obviously, you heard from the submitter yesterday about the desire for a regional plan and strategy around homelessness.
Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. I note that your comments mention a regional collaboration, the $50,000 progressing some regional collaboration. Is that the strategy? What is that?
That's right. That's really, sorry, through you, Your Worship, to bring the different partners together. One of the discussions would be that there would be the request that Napier City Council also put in some financial contribution so that we could develop up an action plan about how regionally we want to tackle homelessness.
Thank you.
Okay, just two more councillors. Remembering this is information. So the next one's submitter 32. So again, if you're in the officer comments document, it's on page 9. So this is regarding the presentation you had yesterday, funding for the west side of Hastings CBD.
And it's volume 3, page 67 if you're looking for the actual submission. Noting that our two business association liaisons have stepped back from the table too. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Charteris.
Kia ora.
Are there any comments you'd like to make to this?
I don't think any additional comments are necessary. The officers' comments are relatively self-explanatory, and we had good explanation from both of the presenters, I think, yesterday and today. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on this particular submission and funding request? Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Question and a comment, or just a question?
Just a question at this stage, thank you.
What do we currently fund what do we currently contribute to the Hastings Business Association?
So this is not the Hastings Business
Oh, sorry.
Association. This one is an application from the west side.
I know, it's in relation to that.
Okay, great. Do we have that information on file, team? I think it's in the officer comments and that.
Yeah, it's about 320,000.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'll wait for comments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Teo Skipworth. Any other questions? No, in which case we're moving.
Lastly.
So just pause for 1 second. So we're moving on to the last funding application. This one, as I believe, is Grey Power.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, if you could please take the chair, as I have a conflict on this one.
Yes, so, councillors, this is submission 391. Again, perhaps if I refer you to the officer comments document. So there's a very brief commentary there, but it refers you to the attachment at the end of that. This item's been to council before. What we've attached there is the last sort of position and information on this matter. There probably wasn't anything more to say, so that's how we've approached that one for you.
Yep. Councillor Milmine.
Thank you, through Deputy Chair. So I wasn't sure whether the recommendation and the papers that were attached were resolved, if that was done. The report that was attached that had the.
Yeah. I'm just saying what they were. Yeah, so the decision taken at the time was not to offer free parking, and that's really the motivation for having brought this back from Grey Power through this process.
Thank you.
Councillor Nixon.
Yes, we had a few minutes ago an issue of disability parking. I saw that somewhere. To what extent have Grey Power utilised the disability parking option, which must cover some of the people they're talking about in terms of this proposal?
I'll need to bring that information back, councillor. I don't have the relevant officers in the room to answer the detail around that, but we could do.
Yep. Councillor Montepeto Hendry.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a quick question on page 42 of the document, that seniors were getting stressed out and frustrated trying to use the technology. Did we ever have an action or anything to do a, hey, this is how you do it, sort of spiel for them? Did we ever get to that? Sorry.
Again, I just don't have that level of detail. If you want, I can bring the relevant officer down after you've had a break.
Yeah, it'd just be cool to clarify that one. Sorry, through you, Chair. Just that's probably the one red flag that I picked up on that. Thank you.
Through your Deputy Worship. I'd say there has been some communications that have gone out to try and support, particularly when they went in, and then subsequently as well around trying to educate people on how to use the machines.
Yep. Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just seeking information. How many complaints have we received overall? So not just in the submission, from our.
I feel like I'm a parrot. I'm happy to bring the appropriate officer down for these more detailed questions if that's your request, and I do understand we might be taking a break shortly.
Sorry, Bishop, I jinxed everything. Councillor Noah Ustek.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. perhaps a very general question. How much does it cost to actually run the parking, and we know how much money do the district council actually make out of it, and how difficult is a scheme like this that just has certain vehicles sort of exempted?
Yep, sure. Yep, there's quite a few questions that need answering, so I think we'll just, Officer Advice, take a break and get back to you, Councillor Stick, and the rest of them as well. So the worship is nodding, so we'll take a worship. How many minutes? 15 minutes at least. Thank you. Yep. Hi, everybody. Shall we crack on? Yeah. Might as well make a start. Thanks. So what we're going to do is we're going to, for those who ask questions on the parking, we're just going to get you to ask them again. We've got Mr. Payne here who will endeavour to answer them. So if you had a question before, if you can remember what it was, but anyway, Councillor Gibson.
So yes, thank you, Chair. I was just a bit concerned that we've got so much more to do and we haven't even started looking at rates. It's 3:15. Well, I'd like to propose that we put a ceiling at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. Come back next week, Tuesday or Thursday, to give it justice. I just feel it's too rushed and we're trying to rush this through rather than doing it well.
No, I think we have to keep going. I'm sorry. Thank you, but no, we have to keep going. So, Councillor Milmine.
To Mr Gibson's point, maybe this discussion that we're about to have could be looked at a different time.
Yep, we're going to get to that fairly quickly. If people ask their questions quickly.
Okay, well, I have got a question.
Yep, go for it. Yep.
I was wondering if it was a possibility to look at doing something like this for 2 hours a week, once a week, when it's not a busy time in town, and bring people to town.
Yep, we're not at a deliberation at the moment,
Yeah,
so it's
so
just
that's
a
why I
question.
wanted to
Yep. So, yep. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, the question I had related to disability parking and to what extent do we know what extent Grey Power are pushing their members towards the disability parking? Do we have any understanding of that?
Don't have to stand. That's right.
I think disability parking is more governed by actual disability, so regardless of age. So I guess you've got to meet that criteria in order to get the, but that's controlled by a private organisation.
Yep, Councillor Daniel.
My comment was on the cusp of how many complaints have we received regarding how hard it is to use the system that we have at the moment. That's outside the submission.
Oh, yes, good question. And at the beginning when we put them in, which was back in about 2022, because any change, I guess, and we had the old ones, we simply put the coin in and turned it, but that paid for the space rather than the vehicle. So there's been an increase in the technology. Those became obsolete, so we couldn't continue using them. But there are lots of alternative ways to pay, and once we were able to convince everyone that, if you don't like that style, you can perhaps go to that style. So you can still do coins, you can do apps, you can do tap and go, you can do QR codes. So we don't get as many complaints now, but we still do get the odd complaint about the glare, because the Hawke's Bay, of course, being so sunny and bright. But there's been an upgrade in terms of the screens that are available. Quite expensive to replace them, but as we do replace our machines, we put on the better glare-proof faces on them as well. So we're not getting anywhere near as many complaints about the usability.
Thank you, John. I'm actually going to suggest, councillors, that at this stage, if there be a willingness, because I've got questions about how much revenue that we may lose, and there's some other questions that we just can't probably answer, that we just get the officers to go away and in, say, 3 or 4 weeks, come back with a report on some of these questions, and then we end the matter here, and it comes back to us, so we don't deliberate. Have a show of hands, if everybody's happy with that.
But just point out, there's a report in the back of all this from last time.
Yep.
Which I think pretty much deals with it, because the issues are the same.
Yep. So anyway, so everybody's happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for taking over for that item. So, team, what we're going to do now is just give the team a minute. They're going to bring up some information on screen for us. The submissions that we've been talking about, bearing in mind that the council's just made a decision to leave the Grey Power one for now, which means I'm not conflicted on that. The remaining funding submissions we need to address. So we're about to move into deliberations on those. And the team are going to bring up some information on screen to support us in that.
Yeah, so councillors, we're just going to navigate through these now. You've had the information. Now you can see them collectively, and Mr. Watson can speak to the odd one as well. So the first two on the screen relate to the council's own submission. Remember, these related to the Whirinaki water supply and the Hiratonga house fit out. So we will just work through these methodically. So we'll take comment or debate on each of those.
Hang
Where's the
on,
rating?
Simon, hang
Oh,
on.
sorry.
Okay, so I'm just having a look on the screen. Okay, Simon.
Just the
Councillor
rate.
Nixon, if you stand.
Oh, sorry. The rating impact.
So we're going to talk through each time. Yeah.
I can't see where the rating impact on these amounts.
What we're going to do is take you through these and the proposed approach and what impact it would have on rates. Okay.
Okay.
So we haven't entered any figures yet.
There is,
Simon.
no, and there is a total down the bottom, but it's, you know, like the screen's only so big, unfortunately. It's okay. So like, if we go through the first one, the matter of whether you want to apply a remission or not is yours to debate. What office is suggesting is that this can, at that sort of level, be accommodated through the water account, and it just be washed up as part of the transition process with the new entity.
Okay, so are you indicating that there would be no immediate rating impact?
That's what I'm trying to say, and in respect of your question, councillor.
Okay, so we'll focus in on the first item, which is the Whirinaki water supply. Councillor Nolis Ostick, this might be where you want to pop your light in, because you had some comments you wanted to make on this particular one. And we've just heard from the officers that, correct me if I'm wrong, they think they can make it work in such a way that it won't have a rating impact if we move ahead with this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In which case, Councillor Noel Ostick, if you would like to make a comment or state a position on this funding, I invite you to stand and do so.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat what I've said before about how acceptable it is to have dark brown water coming through your water supply. This has been an issue through, no real fault of the council. It's just one of the things that's happened through Gabriel. Unfortunately, it's taking a long time to get it fixed, so I would be very happy to recommend that we would go with the council recommendation for a little bit of rates relief for that community.
So you are suggesting that we, and actually I'll pause for one moment and just seek clarity. Mr. Cameron, how are we best to manage this from a recommendations perspective? You can take a seat for now, Councillor, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, so I've just been reflecting on this for the past while. I think you can I suggest to you that you can consider these seven, I think it's seven elements or submissions that have funding consequences as one complete agenda item. And then when it comes to, and you're perfectly entitled as chair, you can make the decision yourself, or it can be moved from the floor to put each element of the agenda item separately. So I recommend that you deliberate on each item, and at the conclusion of the debate on the session, then you put each item.
Well, in the past, this has served the purpose of the record of the decisions made, so we'll just put yeses and nos against these as you go through. You can reflect on that at the end if you want to, but yeah, this will just be a one encompassing record, and it'll be in the minutes of the meeting.
Clarity for me, do you require a move and a seconder for each yes or no, or is it simply an indication of the majority and then we put all of them at the end?
I think if there's a majority, clearly we can just move through quickly.
Okay.
If you get to something where there's you
might separate it out.
might separate it out.
Okay. All right, team. We're all learning on this. So we have essentially a mover from Councillor Noel Ostick in terms of a direction, which is to move ahead with the proposed rates from remission for the Whirinaki water supply affected community for this 1 year, and that the officers have indicated that it will not have a rating impact. On that basis, I open it up to debate. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thank you. going back to the previous slides when we were discussing this, it was 100,000 ongoing funding plus an $85,000 remission, 185,000 combined, yet it's only 190,000 to fix the problem. And if this is going to be an ongoing wanting remissions every year, it's Brown.
So hang on, I'll ask the officers to come forward and just clarify what you're raising.
So the long-term fix is a multi-million-dollar project. The $100,000 a year operational additional cost is in this year's budget and is included in this annual plan forecast for next year. This particular item is whether councils of a mind or not to do the remission, so a reduction of 50% for those users in the Whirinaki area. So the $100,000 of all that additional operational was already inside this year's budget and next.
It's only $2 million though, isn't it, to fix the whole problem? Is that
It's
right?
a multi-million-dollar, depending on the solution that's chosen, around what it costs to connect to Napier's network, or
It's a further-
but that is a multi-million-dollar project.
I'm against the 85,000 though.
You're against the 1 year rates remission, okay. Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Worship. Would it be possible to see all of the points that are going to go up on the spreadsheet and then go back and look at them one by one? So we get a total view
Understood.
of...
So what we have to do in terms of giving almost principles of natural justice is giving each submission its own time. Then what we will do at the end is we'll look at the cumulative, and then if someone wants to come back and revisit, we can. So we are going to look at them one at a time because the submitters deserve the attention to their issues one at a time.
Are we voting one at a time as we look at them now?
So what we're doing is we're giving an indication one at a time. I need a steer from the table whether or not we're putting up a yes or a no. We'll then look at the cumulative response at the end, and before that's formally adopted everything, if anyone wants to go back, we will allow it. Okay? This is tricky, team. This is really tricky.
Yeah, I feel that we're not going to get the complete picture when we're saying yes or no at this point.
I'm asking you to weigh up each decision as we come to it. It's not, we shouldn't be looking at the cumulative as the decider. The decider is the substantive nature of the submission. So we're looking at each submission as we go. All right, so we'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm supportive of the status quo operational response and the 50% remission. I think we've failed to deliver a level of service as promised, and I think a 50% water rates remission is fair.
Okay. Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, through you, Chair, I'm in favour of the rates remission. Our remit is roads, rubbish, water. This is the drinking water of a segment of our population that deserves better.
Thank you. Do we have, so we already have one speaker against, which is Councillor Gibson. Are there any other speakers against? Okay, I'm taking from that inferred for now, we're saying yes. If anyone wants to protest, great. Okay, we're saying yes to this one for now.
Thank you. So the next one, Mr Watson gave you quite an overview regarding the Hiratonga House fit out, and has indicated that that can be funded from operational savings. I don't know if you've got a further comment.
Not the whole 459, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
What I said was the OPEX implication from debt funding, the 459 could be funded, which is about 19,000. So the 459, which goes alongside the 2.3, which is already going to be debt funded, would be funded by debt.
Question from me before we proceed. I just need to understand, if council was to say no to this, what's the implication?
We would need to go back and then actually completely redesign what we are looking at in terms of the floor space that we're taking over there. I can't tell you today what differential that would make. And if I look fundamentally from the original QS to what we have today, then a lot of the main part of the increases come from the data cabling and the power.
Right, so what you're saying is we would potentially have a floor that wouldn't have necessary data cabling and power to enable, okay. All right, Councillor Nixon.
Where something's debt funded, do we get an accumulated figure for the debt so that we know what effect it's having on the debt if it's not in the budget already, in the annual plan already? In other words, the fit out, is that, did you say it's already in the, annual plan?
The 2.3 impact is in the annual plan. The additional 459 is not, and then the debt impact from that is 19,000. The operational impact of that is 19,000 in the interest cost to service the debt.
That's the interest cost?
Yes.
Yeah, and what about, say, depreciation, all that sort of stuff?
Well, yeah, that's not been noted because we don't have that as a cash item yet.
Yeah, no, okay, I can live with that for the moment.
Okay. Yeah, you're not happy, but you understand, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. No, and to be fair, I think you've just stated my position as well. All right, Councillor Gibson.
Again, I'm against it. The reason that I don't think we should be held ransom by one tender, I think we should go out back to the drawing board and seek out tenders, maybe from smaller organisations, and if we can get that price down, and maybe they're going to have to work with Tumu, so be it. But it's end of the day, it's our pocket. I know if it was my house I was doing, I wouldn't go to one tender. I'd go to, just because he built the house, I'd be going to multiple people to get the cheapest price.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nolustic.
I don't see any choice that we have. We've just got to keep on going.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, who retains the asset? If we spend $2.5 million or $3 million on this, and then we move all our offices to Napier with amalgamation, do we get that $2.5 million back or any part of it?
No planting any ideas there. Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe, about Napier relocation.
These are essentially our assets, and one of the requirements would be that we need to then return the shell that we're picking. We need to return that back to a shell. So we could either sell that on to whoever's going to take it in, sell it to Tumu so they can lease it, but they are definitely our assets for the fit out. And if you look at what we've taken, just again in terms of the lease, we're looking at a 12-year starting lease, then 3 sets of 5-year rights of renewal. So essentially this is being looked at over a 27-year sort of period. Okay. I think the other thing maybe just to note, if you look at what mid-range fit outs sort of come in, it's about 1,500 to 2,500 per square metre. Without the contingency, this is actually 1,300 dollars per square metre. So it is actually even below what would be seen as a mid-range. So we're not sort of building a tempo here in any shape, way or form.
I saw that in the.
And just for the record, there seems to be an online rumour. My office is not going over there. Okay.
Worst case scenario.
I will come to Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I've got to say I'm uncomfortable about this. I know the economic situation we're in. Everyone's got to cut cloth. Here's a new build. I want us to go back and trim that. I don't know how you do it, but I want us to do it.
Okay, and Councillor Montepere-Hendry.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm sort of in the same mind as Councillor Watkins. I know it's more work and maybe a higher risk, but the submitter yesterday mentioned that the rest hadn't been contracted yet, so we might find efficiencies there when the other lessees are doing their fit out. So could we ring fence it under the proviso that efficiencies were found?
Through your Worship, I think, yes, so the challenge we've got in this situation at the moment is that we've contractually linked in to this building. We've committed to, we've sold the land, we've entered into a redevelopment agreement, and we've committed to a lease of 1.5 floors. With that is the fit out requirements for us to be able to use it. We have, and contingent on this, is we have 3 other properties that we lease across town to house staff, and the idea, it's around timing and efficiencies of that. One of the reasons for using LT McGuinness through Tumu was the efficiencies that would be gained from that. They're working on site, and it could be programmed in a way that minimises the additional time between, the lease arrangements we currently have in place and this building becoming available. So in a lot of ways, yes, it's cost and it's drive, but it's also around efficiencies and doing things that, as quickly as we can to avoid double paying rent and having to commit ourselves to longer rental periods with the other sites that we have. I think that's the key thing. I mean, can we go back and have the conversation and try and get this down? I'm sure Mr. Watson's had some pretty robust conversations already, but I think you could, providing that we had, I guess, enough direction and budget provision, we could certainly, at your request, go back and push this harder. But as far as having a budget for next year, and we'd need to have some quantum set aside for us to work to, with our commitment that we would go back and push harder and see if we can get this done cheaper.
I'm happy with that, thank you.
Okay, so we're looking at potentially noting that then, that challenge, while also potentially setting the budget aside. So I'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, and yes, sorry, me again. What are the savings going to be from not having to lease those 3 office spaces that we're currently leasing?
Can we talk about this in public space?
Just in general terms,
Yep.
there are no savings. I think directly what we're getting is a more efficient workforce, staff being centrally located close to this building and in one building rather than across 3. So we're renting space across the road. We're currently renting space elsewhere. There is no savings in that regard.
I would challenge the Deputy Chief Executive on that. I have seen some pretty important staff members in our organisation running up and down town trying to find each other for meetings spread across different buildings. So actually there will be savings in terms of our staff efficiency, not having to do that. And I have had staff members from several different buildings end up in my office to meet, and the time for commute is on ratepayers' dime. Right, I will come to Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. How far off is this work? So how soon will this work be happening or going ahead?
Budgeted for the next financial year.
Yeah, we'll be going through 26-27. We already know they are already a month ahead of their actual building construction schedule, so it's probably going to go ahead sooner than we had originally anticipated.
So do you think it would be a possibility to get a fixed rate on this rather, I mean, I have done this when I've built before, and I know it's pushing the contractor, but we've got quite a high contingency. Part of this is contingency, so I wondered if it would be possible to get a fixed rate and maybe have a lesser contingency that we're agreeing to.
When the contingency was put in by the officers, it wasn't actually put in by, so we can go back to McGuinness and say this is, just reconfirm that the number they gave us is a fixed number.
Contingency is really just to make sure for efficiency reasons, if there are slight overs, although they'll be aiming for unders, they're not having to come back and reconvene a council meeting.
I understand
But
that,
that's for us to decide if we want to not. Okay, Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are McGuinness doing the fit out themselves, or are they subcontracting?
They have subcontracted, and over 56% of the spend is subcontracted to local Hawke's Bay companies.
And they've only had one quote from a subcontractor to do the fit out?
That I don't know. We've only got the number from LT McGuinness. So I don't know what they've done in terms of their process.
I think we should look for a second quote from a subcontractor through McGuinness.
Team, do you need a minute with that?
I don't actually know if we can go and get a second quote through LT McGuinness. It would need to be, if that's in mind, we stop that work with McGuinness and then we actually have to start again and go and get a quote from a completely different provider. If I understood your question correctly.
Has the fit out started?
No.
No.
No. So they've got a subcontractor who's quoted to do the fit out.
And possibly contracted to do the fit out.
Contracted already?
What I don't know is what arrangements McGuinness have with each of those subcontractors.
Yeah.
So we've got our contract is with McGuinness.
Sorry, just to add to that, if we think about what's required, there'll be a number of subcontractors that LT McGuinness will be managing through this process. There'll be electrical, data cabling, carpentry. There's a number of subcontractors that they'll have brought together to provide this quote.
Okay, team, we need a direction on this. In a lot of ways, it sounds like we're between a rock and a hard place. I echo Councillor Dixon's things before. I don't like it, but I also don't like more the risk of us paying a lease on 2 spaces because we took too long getting the fit out done on this one. I think the risk is higher for the ratepayer in that review, in that respect. I think there's a pathway forward, so that's where I'll be putting my support. I need an indication. We've already had 1, 2, I believe, against. Are there any others against? No, in which case. So, sorry, Councillor Nixon, you need to make a decision, a yes or a no. Okay, so you're willing to take the risk that we end up paying leases in 2 spaces? Okay.
So, Your Worship, can I just clarify
Yes.
with this that we're asking for the budget provision to be included?
Yeah.
I think what we're also asking, well, we're happy to take on is a commitment that we will go back and push LT McGuinness, and we'll also review our contractual arrangements to ensure that, you know, if we can go elsewhere, we'll have a look at that. We're certain that we'll add more time at the end, but we will look and investigate that thoroughly going forward.
As long as that's conditional.
Okay, so you support Councillor Nixon on that condition?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that looks like unanimous support. Thank you, Councillor Gibson, as well for noting that. So, all right, that one's a yes.
Okay,
Next.
so let's keep working through these teams. So Campbell, can you keep scrolling down? So scroll down a bit further. Yeah, so the next one, the submission, you've had overviewed. Officer comments is on Hastings CBD Westside proposal.
Thank you for stepping back, Deputy Mayor Fowler and Councillor Lorcan. Councillor Milmite, Councillor Noel Lustig.
Thank you, Your Honour. I personally have no interest at all in funding yet another business association in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Noel Lustig. That's a very clear direction. Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. I too feel the same. I just think there was no collaboration. There was nothing clear working with other organisations. So I would like to see that before even considering something like this. So, yeah,
Thank
no
you,
support.
Councillor Milmine. Councillor Teo Skipworth.
I'm of the same view. I read the submission, but I also, my concerns are that if we help front up a West Side Business Association, we'll end up with a West Side and a East Side. And I also think I posed a question to one of the longest standing business owners in the West Side, Angus from Thompson Suits, who said, no, actually the model that we currently have is a good model.
And I agree. I think there's room there for a conversation to be had. It doesn't sound like the conversation's been had. The ratepayer, I should say the business community through a targeted rate is already funding the local business association. If the West Side does not feel like they're getting their fair share of that, I think that's a conversation that needs to be had in the business association. So I'll come now to Councillor Daniel.
West Side. I'm probably in agreement with everyone that has just stood. It's reinventing the wheel all over again. But I do commend the submission and how it was presented to us. But yeah, I don't support it.
Definitely some merit in some of the ideas. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I'm on your side. I think we need to say them. They've got to talk to the business association and see what can be resolved there first.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, support all views just mentioned.
Thank you. I like that succinct statement. Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, same. I called in there the other day. God, to be honest, I wasn't impressed. To be honest, we can spend all this money on this. That's how I thought. So I'm not supporting it.
Okay. All right. I think we have a pretty clear steer there. That's a no for that funding request. So we'll move on to the next.
So we're just going to do the next. Work down to the next Fiona of a clump. I'll invite Rebecca up, along with Graham, on a proposed solution to deal with the various trust requests that you've had. I'll leave them to navigate you through that.
Thank you. the floor is yours if you've got a solution that you want to propose. We are all ears.
We've had obviously a bit of a chat through your worship, and we've, from our perspective, I believe that, you know, we're really substantially funding the Mitre 10 Park already. We give them substantial in-kind support as well. But perhaps we could offer the service of that contract project management from ourselves, and also if the chief executive is comfortable with that management of the contract, that we could help them with the GST component, which would just be a loan for the period of time to enable them to get it back again.
Okay, so the recommendation on that particular one then, team, is that essentially we decline the application but make forward an offer, as Ms Dinwoodie has said, around project management assistance and assistance with the GST component as a short-term loan. Is that correct?
Yes, and if I may add, your worship, we have seen their budget for next financial year. It does show a $70,000 deficit. However, they did also provide us with another budget, which is their less preferred one, which has a $25,000 deficit, but just noting that that didn't include a number of sort of maintenance issues that they would like to address this year rather than putting it off.
Okay, team. Councillor Monteperro-Hendry.
Thank you. I just have a question re the GST funding. Will that be debt funded for us, or will it be?
It would be debt funded by us because we will be getting it back as they make their claims into the tax authorities. They'll get the money back. We get it sort of coming back in, and it will be also subject to when they need it. So we need to actually work through their detailed project plan and the relative cash flows for that as well.
Thank you, but will it cost, sorry, I didn't ask it right, will it cost us interest to borrow that money to lend to them?
Yes, it would. And if you sort of said 135,000 over a year, that would be approximately $6,500. If it was out for over a year, but it won't be because it'll be done on quarter by quarter basis.
Okay, so I just wouldn't be comfortable with us borrowing money to lend them money so that then they can get the money back to pay us back, but we're still negative $6,500.
I think it'll be less, excuse me, through the chair. I think, the amount, our financing costs will be less. That's the worst case scenario if it took a whole year for that money to be repaid. Given that this is a cash flow issue that they have between receiving grant funding and paying the contractor, and I guess a request for us to cover the GST cost of the contractor, it's just, and we need to see, I think to Ms Dinwoodie's point before around seeing their detailed cash flow, working with them to make sure that it's efficient as possible, and then signing off with, around how much we do. I think there's some opportunities here to work with the trust to ensure that the amount of funding that we need to provide from a cash flow perspective and ultimately as GST is as little as possible for as short a period as possible.
Okay, thank you.
So just reframing it, they've asked for 60,000. We're saying the short-term cash flow help, which worst case scenario it sounds like is $6,500 instead. So a drop in the bucket compared to what they've asked for. Councillor Ratcliffe.
We're just talking about the 60,000 at the moment, or the 460,000?
Just the 60. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Is this an accrual or a cash issue? And therefore, are we taking any risks that if the trust doesn't pay up, we don't get the GST refund?
There is a risk that they don't pass it over, but as we do the accounting and we actually see what comes in and out of the bank account, I think that risk is quite minimal. We can control it. Yeah. Councillor
T.F. Skipworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just seeking clarification on Councillor Monteperro-Hendry's question. Worst case scenario, $6,500 in interest that it will cost us. Is that put on top of what they owe us? Are they going to be paying us the 60, just if it's 60K plus 6.5?
Through you, Your Worship, I think we're suggesting that we don't give them the 60,000 and that this GST loan would be instead of.
Okay, but if there's any interest on the loan that we give them, depending on the time frame, are they going to pay the interest on that?
The indication at this stage was no, they wouldn't be. But again, that can be subject to whatever that cash flow looks like. We're actually estimating that it's worst case for 1 year. We need to see the detailed project projections to work out, because if we get it done really well, then it will be less than sort of 1 quarter, which then brings that down to a very small number.
Supplementary, if I may, Your Worship. I think we've seen a lot of worst case scenario across this council table, and I would prefer it as a proviso. We are not a bank that does not charge interest. I think we need to be really clear about that, and I would like that as a proviso. If we are helping people, which feels like we're a bit of a bank, and then we're copying the interest on a worst case scenario basis, I don't think we're doing things really, really well.
Thank you. That's the direction. Councillor Milmine.
Supporting Councillor Te Ao Skipworth, and I think actually it's our ratepayers that are being a bank, so I would definitely like to see us have the proviso of that payback any interest. Thank you.
Okay, team, we have a pretty clear direction there with Councillor Te Ao Skipworth's addition there. I'm looking for anyone saying that they don't agree. Deputy Mayor Fowler. I shouldn't have paused so long.
No, you shouldn't have. I think there's probably, I can't think of it, there's probably lots of incidences where we have kind of done this. But I don't know if officers can think of any of these other precedents where we have kind of offered some assistance. I'm just seeking clarity. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying, have we done this before?
This is a relatively unique ask in my time. I think part of this, we can make this an interest-bearing loan, contribute to the GFC, help them with cash flow support. And I think with that in mind, I think we've been working really closely to actually, for the trust, to minimise their cash flow requirements and help them with the timing of receiving of grants. Yep. And their contractual payments. I'm sure there's ways in here that we can actually help minimise the effects, yep. But we do know that there are some cash flow pinch points through the project.
Yep. Through which I'm happy with the direction.
Thank you. Okay, I'm taking that as a broad yes to that proposal, as the officers have outlined. Okay, what's next?
Through Your Worship, so the Community Fitness Centre Trust is asking for $300,000 a year in operational funding and $100,000 a year in capital funding. Just a reminder, we don't currently give them anything, although we did give them a grant, you remember, a month or so ago. We do fund both other trusts. However, we as officers believe that because we're entering into a period where we might have a new trust or a new entity rather than the two separate ones, that instead of maybe committing to ongoing operational funding, that you do potentially consider the solar, for us to fund their solar, and that came from you from discussions from the last workshop that we had. And so that's what we talked about a little bit earlier. So that's, if you like, a grant for $650,000. It would save them $117,000 of operational funding a year, would cost us approximately $150,000 a year in debt repayment and interest. And so, if you like, that would be substituting instead of $400,000 a year. It would cost us $150,000 a year. For if you were basing the loan, on 5 years.
And we already have that amount budgeted, is that correct?
No, we don't. That would be new.
Okay. All right, so what is the impact then, team? Sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
The impact, we will then increase our debt to then get the solar built, and then over the 5-year period, we will charge them a portion to repay part of that debt, plus the cost to service that debt. So essentially, over a period, we would end up being neutral as council.
Okay, is everyone following that? I am happy to take questions if not. So I'll come to Councillor Noel Lustig.
Thank you. I'm really uncomfortable with this. I'd really like to see the trusts come together. I'm not saying I'm against it, but get the trust to come together, then come to us with a proposal.
Thank you, councillor, I'm of a similar mind that whatever we do has to talk about trust merger. We've been having this conversation too much and we can't be in a position to be doing operational and capital funding to two separate trusts within such close proximity. Just a question from me before we come to other speakers though. I need to understand, again, these are trust-owned assets sitting on council land. I need to understand the risks associated with what we're proposing here. Can someone please speak to that?
Through your worship, well, the risk is if the trust were to fold, then obviously we would be responsible for those assets, it looks like, going forward. We would then have to decide whether we wanted to continue operating them or what the other options were from there.
Okay, and by us we mean our community. Okay, right. We'll come now to
Excuse me, Your Worship, can
Yes.
I just make a clarification?
Please.
Just so it's try and make it as clear as possible. I think I said the trust would repay. What I meant by that was rather than council give them money every year, the money that council would give would then be used to pay down that debt. So just so that's clear, we're not going to get a cheque back from the trust for this. We're just not going to give them a cheque each in subsequent years.
So just to help reaffirm that there is nothing budgeted at the moment. We've had a $400,000 ask from the Community Fitness Centre Trust per annum for operations and renewals. I think that signals where they are at in their operational sort of, I guess, sustainability place. What the staff is suggesting is rather than that, we make an investment in solar. That gives us effectively 5 years of what would be $150,000 contribution rather than $400,000 per annum. So it's an option, and then with that, there's the ongoing savings that the trust will receive beyond that period of time. That just really helps put them in a position where they're more financially sustainable than they are currently.
Okay, Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thanks. So I am supportive of the Fitness Trust. I'd like to do something to help them, but I'm concerned at the risk that we're effectively carrying. I feel $300,000 is a lot of money to find that we haven't already budgeted for. That worries the hell out of me. And I just wondered, to what extent have we tried to negotiate with them to find something that's less expensive, but still does provide them some help. I mean, if it's solar, you can do it in segments. You don't have to do the whole thing at once.
So can we just clarify the amounts for Councillor Nixon again? Because I think there might be some confusion.
Through your worship, so it's 650,000, the cost of the solar installation. They are asking for 400,000 a year. We're suggesting that we perhaps pay for the solar at 650,000 instead. And just to clarify, they've had a vast number of different companies go in and provide different quotes. And because it's obviously a huge power consuming pool that is the most of the cost, you need a particular size system to be able to make, the 117,000 a year.
I do understand the electricity thing. I just was not sure of the thing. So who owns the system? And as somebody said, what is our surety that the value remains in our books?
The system would be owned by the trust. The trust gets the benefit of the savings that it generates, and ultimately that flows to, to council, and that the request for financial support, one would, naturally see that would flow through. So if they're generating over $100,000 worth of electricity savings, it's just putting the trust in a stronger financial position going forward, so that future funding requests are mitigated or reduced.
Yeah, I hear and understand. I'm still worried about it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. So the power cost or the pool cost was about $100K a month. Yep. Question: how long does the life of the solar panels last?
Thank you. Apologies through your worship. It's about 70,000 a month roughly is the solar. and the cost fluctuates, obviously, summer, winter.
Oh, sorry, how long do the actual physical panels, what's the
I
life of
understand
them?
sort of 20 to 25 years.
In 25 years, yeah. So so the savings would be by the solar panels about 117,000 a year, is that what you said? So, yeah, so it's still, what worries me is that looking at the cost structure of what I've seen, we're still, I think, personally vulnerable for them coming back to us more even after doing this. And I know if I ask you this, you're not going to give me an answer, but I think that is a real risk even doing this. They're still going to come back because their cost structure from a bean counter point of view is not good.
Correct. And again, I think that's why in part this is a risk question for us as well. Doing nothing is a completely valid decision, councillors. However, doing nothing will also drive towards a certain direction, which could well end up with the ratepayer with an asset that we have to work out what to do with. So I will come to Councillor Montepero Hendry.
Thank you. I'm echoing Councillor Fowler. If we take 117k off their OPEX by giving them the 633, they're still negative 283,000 if they're coming to us for 400k. So we're still really, really wide open. So our risk, we haven't really mitigated much, but we've introduced more capital. So I'm of a mind to not do anything until we have these two trusts, really speaking, and the officers have really seen everything free and frank so we know what we're doing. I don't think it's a stupid idea to put in a solar system. I'm all for that. But I think we really need to understand our risks of what that leaves if we only save them 117k.
Okay, I'll come to Councillor Tia Skipworth.
I was just going to call upon myself, Your Worship. I have to be honest, I feel very, very shackled. Because the commentary around the top table is, what is the risk of doing nothing? And the answer was that it's on council land, so that's us forever. Which puts me in a really uncomfortable position that they will always look to us as their bank to front up if they are down and out. And that concerns me hugely, that we are shackled as the mum and dad in the situation. So that was a comment rather than a question. I don't support the proposal, because at what point do we stop?
Yep. Okay, Councillor Gibson.
So on the solar example of repayments of $150,000 is essentially a 0.1% increase. So that will push our rate rise from 5.9 to 6%. Is that correct?
What is the rating impact?
Operational expenditure.
Hang on, Councillor, we're answering your question.
150,000, sorry. If we put the 600,000 on, I mean, that would be debt. We've got the interest on that. That would be a very small percentage. So it wouldn't be sort of half a percentage. 1% is 1.6 million at this point in time.
Yeah. So I was saying 0.1%, which would be 170,000. You're saying an extra 150,000, so 0.1. And the other things, I'm very, very concerned with their business case. The biggest expense is the lifeguards' salaries. I know when I grew up and went to the swimming pool, all the lifeguards were volunteers from school kids, and I just think there's a huge opportunity and volunteers from school kids, they love doing it. They did in our year. They get free pool use and other things. So I just think there's more they can do before just coming to us with cap in hand.
Well, we can certainly ask the officers to talk to them and come back with their thoughts on that. I won't speak to why they're structured the way they are. Okay, we're getting a pretty strong steer here, team, and the steer seems to be not to fund anything at this point, which is a completely valid decision if that's what this table chooses. So do I have any speakers for funding? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm supportive of the $100,000 of capital funding, but I am hesitant about operational funding.
Okay, I will come to, first of all, Councillor Milmine, she's still got her light on, and then Councillor Nixon.
Thank you. Sorry, I'd just like to ask if we know how they're currently intending on paying for the solar?
Through you, Your Worship, they have no plan B. They've made a number of applications to various community solar funding agencies, and we've been helping them, and we haven't been successful.
Thank you.
Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I said at the beginning I support the Fitness Trust, and I still do. I'm not quite sure how, but I'm also a little bit concerned. As I understand, panels are also subject to weather damage, particularly hail. Where do we stand on that? They get damaged by hail and then the efficiency goes down. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's at home, but this is a huge system. How many kilowatts?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't know, sorry.
My expectation, given the expense of these assets, that they would be insured as part of the trust insurance schedule.
Yeah.
So
it's insured, not a
maybe,
problem.
Your Worship, just from what we're hearing, there's not current support for the proposals that are on the table. There seems to be a strong steer that the council wants the two trusts to come together and wants to see, I guess, more progress on that front before they reconsider any other funding options.
Correct.
I think there's an opportunity in the coming months to certainly build up, if there is a solid business case that supports the solar installation and that improving the financial viability of the trust, that can be fleshed out some more over that period of time.
Okay. I'd really like to move us on, team, but I will come to Councillor Lorcan. You haven't spoken yet. Councillor Nixon, you have spoken several times already, so we do need to move on from here. Councillor
Very
Lorcan.
quickly, through you, Chair, if we do this, or if we say no, and we go out and demand that they merge, so that we can see a stronger business case or exactly see inside their system, can they pay their bills in the interim?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask.
Good question.
Through you, Your Worship, we haven't got that information, but I expect that if they were getting into that position, they would come and see us.
And if they do come and see us, and we've chosen not to set funding size, it will be unbudgeted if we choose to support at that time, and that's valid.
Yep.
But it's just being really aware of that. Deputy Mayor Fell?
Yeah, just quickly, they did with 150, didn't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Okay, all right, so we're moving on then, team. That's a no on those ones. So we're now moving on to the Homeless Shelter Society. Oh, sorry. Oh, Pedigree Green Arena Solar. Let's stay with solar, team. Can I have a direction?
Yep.
Sorry?
Yeah, can you have a direction?
Councillor Nixon, by all means, set it for us.
We have been extraordinarily generous to the facilities in Napier. We put $2 million into the extension of the Pedigree Green on top of the $1 million we originally put in, and we get nothing back, and I will oppose this one.
Okay, that's a very strong direction. I'll come to Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I don't support.
Thank you. I love that statement. Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Milmine.
Sorry, it won't be so succinct. I would approve this if we were going to then minimise the ongoing operational contribution that we make. So they had talked about, I think it was 58 to 80k per annum savings. So if we were going to deduct our 85, I think it is, that we currently give them for operational by, say, 50,000, then I would be all for doing this one off.
Through you, Chair, I think the sentiment that we got yesterday from Mr. Waterhouse was, I think that rather than us being able to reduce our operational contributions, it would go some way to reducing any future asks of additional funding. But there's nothing quantified.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Same point as Councillor Milmine.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Worship. Same points. Thanks.
Okay, I think we have a direction, team, which is a no on this one. All right, which one does it make sense for us to jump to next? Homeless shelter, we'll go back. Homeless Shelter Society request, 50,000. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. 50,000. What is it for? Chit chat? For a get together? Tell me.
Thank you, councillor. It's, I'm not sure that there was detail actually in the submission about what it would be used for, but I took from it that it would be used to gather people together, to get expertise. We haven't got capacity within our team at the moment to do this work, so to get resource to pull Napier City Council and the other partners together to work on a strategy, which then bring an action plan, which would then do the work to ensure we had a regional alignment with what we're doing around homelessness. Currently, it's very, a number of different organisations doing different things. Yeah.
I'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm supportive of allocating some budget to resolving the issues that a homeless whānau in Hatatonga face. However, as Councillor Watkins has indicated, I'm not sure about 50,000 on just getting people together in a room. I feel that's something that we can do with existing resources, but I would encourage us to allocate some funding to this broader kaupapa so that we can do something about homelessness in Hastings.
And just to refresh my memory, Ms Dinwiddie, through the multi-year grant, how much are we funding Kuhumai to? I know it's different, but
50,000 a year. Next year's their last year.
Thank you. Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, through you, Chair, I believe that this was for a feasibility study to look at a regional approach to homelessness, and I am for this. We do have a huge problem. We see it in Hastings. We know Napier's doing something about it, and I want something done about it in Hastings. I want to know the facts, and so I'm for 50,000, but I'm also open to a lesser sum if the table's up for that. But it's important, I believe.
Just before we move on, Ms Dinwiddie, could you also refresh my memory? Last training we did a homelessness study of some form. Can you please bring me up to speed?
Through you, Your Worship. It was before my time as well, but we looked at homelessness across the Hastings region, and through that came our partnership with Warren at Kuhumai. So when you mention that we're doing nothing, there is a lot happening in Hastings around homelessness. I think the issue is that these people are very transient. Our homeless whānau do spend a lot of time moving around, and so it's really aligning our services better. CHP is the same as well. So Warren Heke at Kuhumai is doing an amazing job, which we've helped fund.
Sorry, can I put supplementary? Maybe just talking to Councillor Montepera Hendry's microphone, because your one won't be on at the moment.
Supplementary, so yes, I understand that. Napier, this is actually overnight housing. In Hastings, we don't have that. So Warren is providing a drop-in during the day. We have a sleeping nighttime problem. That's what I'm getting at.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Lorcan. So we have a direction from you for. We have some other speakers against. So I am looking for a bit more of a unified direction here, team. So Councillor Montepera Hendry.
Thank you. I just have two questions to ask before I figure out where I'm sitting.
Absolutely.
Definitely love the kaupapa and the thought of a regional collaboration. Just will this 50k be debt funded?
Pardon, sorry, excuse me, what was that?
Sorry,
question?
will it be 50,000? Would that be debt funded? So 50,000 plus interest on our ratepayer.
I would probably like to avoid debt funding it, but to be honest, I haven't actually got a funding solution for it as of today. So we need to actually go back and think where we could reprioritise funds for that.
Thank you. So this, if we take this kaupapa, we will lose something from somewhere else. Correct. Thank you. And the next is, I know our offices are tapped. I see how tapped we are. Is there anything on top of your plates that are already loaded that we can do in-house, in kind, without it being dollars, without destroying our staff?
Through Your Worship, well, obviously officers will need to be involved, and we've got relationships with all the different stakeholders, so we'll need to be fully involved, absolutely. But it's just whether we lead the work or not.
I don't. I think what I'm taking from that, Councillor, is there's probably not the capacity for us right now to lead the work. So I'll come now to Councillor Milmine.
I was about to say exactly the same thing as Hana, and I do wonder if it is just a collaborative approach, because this is very important work, I think we all agree on that. But I mean, if it could maybe when the team, I know that we've got a lot on at the moment, but if it was something that we could look at in 6 months or a year, and if we were making that commitment, maybe as opposed to the fund, it might actually have a better result.
Thank you. That's a direction. Councillor O'Keefe.
Kia ora, kora matua. This has been around since Adam was a cowboy. To be honest with you, you could go to any town, anywhere in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and you'll see somebody domicile on the streets. This is an investment. It's not a liability. If we don't have some engagement with these people, I dare to say where they're going to end up. But what I'd like to know, I think the $50,000 will be well spent. What I'd like to know is how much mahi is being done with the extended family. I've always been of the opinion you cannot work with this person in isolation. And many of them had burnt their bridges where the family doesn't want anything to do with them. But you know what? They weren't born like that. They were not born like that. Society in general has somehow found the fortitude and the vigor to drill down to the cause of it. And if we can't, at least as a council, reach out. We talk about the people all the time. The people, he tangata, he tangata. I'm passionate about this, as you already know, but I'm all for the $50,000. But my question is, how much of that mahi has been done to engage with the wider family? Because that's a must. That's a must. You have to do that. Otherwise, you're just going to just recycle them over and over again. If you want to bring it to a stop, engage with the wider family.
Thank you for those sage words, Councillor O'Keefe. I'll come now to Councillor Skipworth.
I'm all for the 50,000, and if we're wanting wider support network services, we need more than 50,000 matua. Let's be honest. This is a societal problem, but it's also an obligatory service to our people. If we were discussing generating money for our business sectors, and I'm not just picking on the business, we would fund $50,000 if we saw generation being grown for our business sector. This is growing our people. A couple of weeks ago, I was at this skate park with my daughter and my moko, and I managed to speak to 2 homeless people. One was a gentleman that had just been out of jail for 10 days. There was no emergency accommodation. He was living on the street, and he said, unfortunately, I've committed crimes to ensure I can survive. The closest homeless shelter for that man is at Mangaro Prison. These are the realities of us not serving our entire population. We always talk about our community, about our people. We need to include these whānau as our people in our decision making. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Skipworth. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, my thoughts. I can remember some years ago, Councillor O'Keefe and I went and visited the day drop-in centre at Hastings Church, which we subsequently bought. And we came in for a lot of criticism when we sold it for a loss, I think, of about $1 million to a developer. So we have already invested very heavily in this, and this provided improved daytime accommodation for these people. And I think, and perhaps somebody could answer the question, I thought we set up a night shelter for homeless people. Have I got that wrong or right?
Through you, Your Worship, the Tai Whenua had a night shelter, so they provided nighttime accommodation for males and females in the end, but unfortunately, a few months ago now, probably 6 months, they lost that funding and therefore the shelter shut.
Oh, that's I didn't realise that. Also, I think this is also a government responsibility, and whatever we do, I think we should rope government in, because homeless is very much their responsibility, because the conditions that cause it are often controllable by government, be it joblessness or all the other things that go with it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. very quickly, how was the $50,000 arrived at in terms of the cost?
Thank you. Through your worship, it was based on other contractor fees for doing similar sort of feasibility studies. So, you know, if one option is we could come back with a detailed plan about how it would be spent, and potentially we could also talk to Napier about contributing the same amount to make it more robust as well.
Yep. If I can be bold, Worship, to set that direction, to knock this on the head now, to come back, I'm totally in favour of this, but that might be a solution that we can just move ahead now.
Okay, you're in favour of this with the provision that we go and speak to Napier City Council, getting equal funding from them, and sorry, what was the other element?
Through you, worship, a detailed proposal about how we're going to go about doing this work, and therefore the costings around it.
Okay, we've got a direction set there. I'm going to come to the last few people with their lights on, and then I'm literally going to ask people to raise hands, because we need to, there's still quite a split table on this and we need a direction. So I'll come to Councillor Gibson.
50,000, that's just another 0.03% increase in rates, essentially. Whether we find the savings, which could be taken off the rates, or regardless, it's equivalent to 0.03% rate increase. I'm concerned that we're getting into the parts of that we shouldn't even be involved in. We've got 220 public housing for the elderly in our community, and I'm hoping in the discussions in months to come we can put that into a trust. Then we've got experts in the housing field, and they're the people that should be driving, and they will increase the revenue, and they'll be able to provide homeless shelters and deal with homeless. But I don't think we should be delving into it. I think the housing trust, hopefully if that comes to fruition, will be the platform and the vehicle to do this. I just don't think it's council responsibility.
I'll come to Councillor Daniel.
I'll be sure of I support the 50,000.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. The Diocese of Waipu have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in homelessness and people, and I'm very surprised that this sort of feasibility study has not already been done. So are we doubling up here?
Through you, Your Worship, we do meet with that group and Warren every month, so no, it hasn't been done. A regional study hasn't been done yet.
Okay, team, we have a suggestion from the Deputy Mayor, which is we do fund this conditional on Napier City Council also putting in the same amount, and I'm sorry, my brain, remind me.
A detailed proposal.
And a detailed proposal. So that's what I'm putting to the table. All those, sorry, Council. Well, it's not a formal recommendation. I'm looking for a direction on this one item, and then we'll do the formal. But what the proposal essentially is, we do fund the 50,000, but we're asking for Napier to also contribute 50,000, and we're looking for that detailed study or information, business case. Thank you.
Just clarification, Your Worship, is it 50,000 proviso they give 50,000, or is it 50,000 proviso we ask them for something?
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I wouldn't want this to stall.
Okay, 50,000 irrespective, but we're looking for Napier to come to the party too. All right, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I really need us to move on. We're 2 hours behind.
Supportive of this, but I really would feel better if the money, especially if it's going to be 100,000 between Hastings and Napier, I would be a lot more comfortable if it was something tangible. I don't believe that the information doesn't already exist. If this was Kuhu Mai coming to us for $50,000 or $100,000 to fit out a church hall or anything to provide overnight shelter, I think this would be unanimous. Yeah.
So are you for or against what's currently proposed, which is the funding? I need clarity.
For.
Okay. All right, team. This is not a formal resolution. I just need an indication. Can you please raise your hand if you're supportive of the Deputy Mayor's kind of direction? Hands up. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's a majority yes by the looks of it. Yeah. Okay, team, so I just need to seek advice then on how we proceed from here. So we have gone through and we've indicated a yes or no in terms of majority on the different funding decisions. We're not actually funding a lot. I'm going to come to the team now. Now, I want to be really clear. When we make a decision in a minute, it is just on the yes or no that we've said to the extra funding that's come through the annual plan. We're not setting the rate yet or the we're not debating the overall rate yet or the debt funding or anything like that. We are just looking at these funding requests, okay?
Yeah, so thanks, councillors, for going that. So the decisions that you've made haven't moved the rate increase from what you consulted on. The CFO has undertaken to find the 50,000 that you've tentatively approved if need be. And, you know, all of the discussion has been caught in the minutes and will be reflected in there, you know, the more detailed key points. But from a size of the budget sort of pie perspective, it remains where it is. And thank you for your guidance on those submissions.
Okay, so there is no rating impact from the things that we have said yes to. I do need someone to officially move just this. Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Milmine. So again, we're not debating the rate, we're not debating the debt, we're just saying yes and no to the extra funding that's come through the annual plan now. So I will,
I'm conflicted on 3 of those. So,
okay, thank you.
So if you take it as a whole, I'll have to excuse myself.
Is it important to you, Councillor, that we take them one at a time? Okay, thank you, Councillor. I appreciate you stepping back. Okay, on that basis, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Any against? Against the funding decisions we've made. Okay, that's Councillor Gibson. All right, that is carried. All right, we've resolved that, team. Now, I'm going to suggest we take another 10-minute break. The next steps from here, we are going to keep going, team, because we actually have to. We have too much in terms of reforms in our schedule for the next few weeks to move this meeting to any other date. We have to finish this today. So I'm going to give us another 10-minute stretch your legs, and when we come back, we're going to have the information session first of all on the rates and district revaluation and the submissions. So we're just going to be asking questions. Once that's resolved, we will then move into all the deliberations and debate around rates increases and debt, okay? Right, actually, you know what? Take 15. I'm very generous. hang on. All right, team, we will reconvene. I'll just give the team a chance to get us set up. Thank you. Right, so as I discussed before the break, what we're going to move now into is an information session specifically around the revaluation, because we've received a huge number of submissions around this and also a lot of commentary from the community. So it deserves our time. We won't be rushing this part. I have already said we're going to stay here until this is done. That does not mean we rush it. What we're about to move into is the crunchy part of governance. This is really important to our community. Right, so I will hand over to the Deputy CE to get us underway.
Yes, and I'll have the CFO and the other, and Mr. Algie to come up as well. I'll largely take this, but the team will step in as required. So what we want to do is just take you through the revaluation process and the timings of it, the impacts of that revaluation, a bit of overview of the differentials that we have, and very quickly just go back to the previous rating reviews that actually set those differentials and why they are what they are. There's a couple of other options that we put on the table around other rate relief opportunities for the Hastings and Havelock North CBD areas in particular, so very confined to those. And then just take you through, if you were of a mind to undertake further consultation because of the impacts of the revaluation and the timing of that information, then we can step you through what that would look like if we were to do that and then still be in a position to strike the rates in time. So I'll just ask Graham to step us through this process.
Yes, through you, Chair. Because we knew this was going to be a complex sort of revaluation, because it was the first one since Gabriel, Council actually initiated the meetings early. So we initiated this, so on the 19th of March, ourselves, the Valuer General and QV all came together with a meeting in the offices to actually get the ball rolling. And from that meeting, we actually got the initial date that we would expect certification, which was supposed to be 21st of February 2026. As they worked through the process, there was some discussions held just when we were providing information as we went through. And then on the 18th of December, we received a mail that indicated QV had gone to the Valuer General and asked for an extension because they weren't ready yet and they wouldn't be meeting this first certification date. The initial indication was it was going to be a 6 to 8 week, essentially, delay. We then got an incomplete file of data on the 3rd of February, and that gave us that initial indication that there was going to be a swing. But because of the problems, the fact that they'd asked for a delay, the file was incomplete, not really a file we could really put a lot of store on, and certainly not something we could actually decide to change how we were going to progress sort of on. We also were told that the next date for certification was going to be the 17th of April 2026. We then went ahead, the QV continued working. There was an audit set for March the 30th. We attended along with the Office of the Valuer General. QV failed the audit and had more work to go. which then gave them another 3 weeks of work, and then we got the final date for certification on the Friday the 1st of May, and then we received the final file approved by the Valuer General on the 4th of May. That's when we then did the work, and then that's where everything actually became clear, and the extent of the swings between the various categories became clear to us.
I'm probably just adding one more point to that. And Mr. Royal picked up on it in the submission yesterday. The council paper, the report to council on the 19th of February, which set down the options for consultation, the 5.9, 9.1 options, did have a couple of paragraphs alluding to what the team had seen from that file that was received on the 3rd of February, and that alluded to the fact that we were seeing reductions in value in residential and sort of smaller increases across the commercial industrial world, but not in a way that you could actually do any further analysis of. But that was indicated in that report to council on the 19th of February. This is the graph. So from an effects perspective, this graph shows the impacts of revaluations and rate increases across different sectors, across 3 revaluations. This is the graph that was presented to the Business Association meeting last week. So that red line is very much their members. It's CBD commercial. It's not the broader commercial, but you certainly see those 2 big dips back in 2021 and 23-24 are the impacts of valuations at that time, and then obviously the impacts that we're just experiencing now across 26-27. Importantly, I think amongst all of that as well, you see that these average rate increases across that period of time. The blue one at the top is residential, 11%. The average budget across that time of the rates increase was 9.2, and CBD commercial was 7.8 across that period. So that was the graph that we presented to the Business Association and their members last week. If we sort of roll that up across all commercial sectors, that's the spaghetti that it looks like. You see the fluctuations across the 3 revaluations. I think the thing that's the most stark is the impact that we're seeing with this valuation. So revaluation in 2021, 23, 24, and 2026, 27. This is the most, I guess, stark difference that we've experienced across the revaluations and how it's fallen and how it's impacted different property types, particularly across these 3 revaluations. And even as I think going back, having been involved with a few of these, this is probably the biggest sort of swing we see. And really, the key driver amongst this, and we'll get to it in a bit, is those differentials. So when we see a swing towards commercial industrial, because some of those properties pay 3 times the residential, the general rate, you really see that impact flowing through. So on differentials, we'll just quickly cover off, what are they, and what differentials do we have? When were they last reviewed in the process that we undertook within that, and then the impacts of adjusting those differentials if you're of a mind to do that. So the differentials, this is just a snip out of our long-term plan. We have as you know, 2 different rating areas, differentials across the 2 different rating areas. They're independent of each other. Obviously, what's in the red box is what we're sort of focusing on today. CBD commercial, that's Hastings and Havelock North, so there's 2 different categories within that, but they both pay 3 times the general rate per dollar of land value than what a residential property would pay. The likes of, you'll see up above, things like Clive, our sort of non-urban townships, horticulture farming, pay a reduced amount to that differential, acknowledging, I guess, a distance from town and a distance from where a lot of the amenity is. But then we have those, CBD commercial, we have other commercial, and that's within the urban area, but not within the defined CBD areas. And then we have what we refer to as commercial non-urban peripheral. That starts with your Irongate, your Omahu Road, those areas that are sort of but a bit further away from the CBD, and they experience or incur a lower level of differential as well, and that just reflects, where they are. In some places like, Irongate, they deal with their own stormwater. They don't have to, bear that cost, or they incur that cost themselves directly. So it's just sort of acknowledging that not all these industrial areas or commercial areas are the same, and we do have different differentials across those areas.
Just a quick question.
Councillor Corbyn.
Yeah, is industrial wrapped up in commercial on that chart?
Yes.
Through you, Chair. Depending on where it is, normally it's within the other commercial. That's the definition, and then but there is some in the peripheral as well, depending on where they.
So just taking it back, so the last time that the differentials we had a really good review was back in 2011-12. Yesterday, during hearing the submissions, I trolled through a lot of the workshops that were undertaken through that period of time. Councillor Watkins will probably remember the rating review working party that Deputy Mayor Bowers ran at that time. It was interesting, actually, Mr. Royal was on that on that working party as Councillor Royal at the time, and they worked through probably well over a 12-month period, meeting very regularly, working through a whole lot of different scenarios around and really testing some of the key fundamentals of the rating policy: differentials, uniform annual general charges versus targeted rates, capital value versus land value, the different rating areas that we have, urban and rural, and some of our methodologies around particular things like how we apply our water rates and whether stormwater should be a targeted rate or part of the general rate, and how that fell. So there was a lot of work that went into that. Actually, what I'll do, sorry, I'll just Richard, can you just circulate that? I'll just send you an attachment that just has a number of the slides that are going to come up, just so you can read them a bit better. This is one of them. I found this in the presentation yesterday that was given to the Rating Review Working Party, analysing. So across the top, we have the different rating types and areas, and then coming down the left is the different activities of council. And what they're trying to represent here is where an activity has a bigger, lesser, or the same effect on a type of service. So they've gone through, at the time when the differentials were last reviewed, they went through every individual service across every individual property area and analysed whether that activity or that service was greater or less than the average, trying to indicate, and that flowed through to, trying to calculate whether, commercial CBD ultimately would have 3 times the benefit from the general rate activities than a general residential property would have. So that's just, I guess, just trying to illustrate the extent that they went to back in 2010, 11 to come to where they landed. Again, this is a snip from presentation that was given to council. Initially they said, so on the left-hand side, the first circled area was the current where the differentials used to be. So CBD, Hastings and Havelock North were 3.5 times residential, and effectively what the Rating Review Working Party did was analyse where should it be. The circled column to your right is where they landed on what it should be, and then they worked through how do we phase that in. Initially, it was to be phased in over 2 years. They thought the impact on individual properties was going to be too significant at that point in time, and made the decision to phase in the change of differential over an 8-year period. Where that got to and why that arrow is pointing down onto 2017-18 is the impact of the revaluation at that time and what that did to property values and where the rates started to fall. And so what council did at that point in time was actually they ended up holding where the differentials were in 2016-17 and not implementing further change. At the time, they consulted with the community, with the annual plan, around just that, and that's a snip from the consultation document at that time. I've tried to blow up the middle part. It gets a bit fuzzy as you blow it up, but that's effectively sort of acknowledging that the impact of the revaluation on rates had been significant, and actually it had done a lot of the work on readjusting where rates were falling on the different property classes for them, and therefore there wasn't a need to carry on and keep, on the program of reducing the differentials. So that's where we landed. Where that arrow is pointing down, those are the current. No, it's not the year before that. Is the current differentials of where things sit now. So 3 times for Havelock and Hastings CBDs, 2.75 times for other commercial and your non-urban commercial or your peripheral commercial at 2.35 times. Right. So based on all that, there's a bit of history. A lot of work goes into analysing, what is an appropriate differential, what level of service or impact does a certain asset type have on council services versus using sort of a residential property as your base. So what we've modelled, and we'll take you through it in the handouts that Craig just handed around, is working through 3 scenarios and how that would affect rates across those asset types. So in there is the annual plan with the revaluation adjustments included, no change to that, just as it falls. There's an alternative option option one, which is reducing the commercial differential from 3 to 2.75. Reducing the commercial differential from 3 to 2.5 is the second option, and option 3 is reducing the commercial differential to 2.35 from 3. There are some other factors in there that we need to work through as well, noting that from a start, not all commercial differentials are starting at 3, some are at 2.75 and some are already at 2.35, and sort of working out what they would need to move to as well, but we've made some assumptions in that space. Option 3 is noting and following on from the submission from Mr. Hammerlink from Tumu Property, where he referenced their request was to make some adjustments using differentials in a way where commercial industrial property would receive no more than a 10% rate increase. That's incredibly difficult to achieve with the variations that we have across the sector. Like we've got some commercial properties through this 3-year period that have been heavily developed, and because of that, their property values have increased quite significantly because of the commercial returns that those properties can now generate. So to try and create a no more than 10% is really challenging through that space. So we've modelled under option 3 to achieve an average 10% commercial industrial rate increase rather than a no more than 10%. And like I said before, so just those, those options are moving things from moving the differentials from 3 to 2.75, 2.5, 2.35. But there are subtleties within that when we're looking at the non-CBD commercial and the peripheral as well. And this is effectively, and this is in what I've just handed out, so you've got in front of you the 3 options that have been modelled to date around, if you were to make a change and how you would structure those changes. So in option 1, like we say, it's taking a differential of 3 down to 2.75. It's holding the 2.35 differential at that level. It's assuming that you'd move the 2.75 differential as currently stands to 2.5 and so on through. Now, there's obviously different ways you can do that. You could, for example, I think probably the only one you could potentially play with as an alternative in option 1 is within that the charter clubs and the commercial non-urban is in that option 1 actually take some relief there as well in that first option, and then hold it steady throughout, given that they're already at a lower rate. That's what's been modelled, and I'll just step you through, and you'll have that in your handouts as well as the effects. So what you have in front of you is this, because I anticipated that it would be quite small on the screen, and there's 2 pages to it. There's how it falls from a percentage perspective, and then on the other page is with the green heading is how it falls in a dollar value. So what we're representing here is, if I just step you through the percentage changes. So if we're just looking at residential, for example, option 1, remember that's sort of taking the 3 differential down to 2.75. What you're seeing is an average. You know, these are a particular property, aren't they? Yeah. Not averages. So so these are the sample properties that we have used across all of our consultation. It's not an average. It's just a particular property within a certain asset type. So for this property, the draft LTP before the revaluation had in Flaxmere had a 7.2% increase in their rates. Post the reval, that dropped to 6.1%. With option 1, which is reducing the differential from 3 to 2.75, and those other subtle changes, that changes it again to 6.6. The more you reduce the differential for commercial, obviously you're seeing an increase in the increase that Flaxmere property would receive. So they're up to 7.2 and then 7.6. I haven't got a slide on here with the green, with the dollar values, but you can see how that flows through. So any change you make that reflects a reduction in the differential for commercial has a direct flow on to someone else, and that'll be across any other category that you're not adjusting. So in this case, horticulture, farming, anything within rating area 1. Rating area 2, we're sort of leaving to its own devices. It doesn't effectively need this level of consideration, but within rating area 1, where you've got a big density of residential properties that really do make up a large chunk of your rating database and your rating base, that's where you're starting to see those effects. Is there any questions, I guess, on that before we move on to a couple of other options we've got to help alleviate some of the...
Councillor Gibson, just questions at this point. And standing, please, Councillor.
I guess the question is, why are we only looking at one differential rather than all of them? And I'd expand, but I'm concerned that we're only looking at changing one rather than looking at everything and workshopping this and taking our time to do it properly.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and I think that the problem at the moment and the way that the revaluation has fallen, we just don't have the time, and I'll get to it soon. The time to do that, where you do have the time, is with the long-term plan, where you can do what council did back in 2011-12, what they again did in 2017-18, is take your time and analyse it properly and flow it through. What we're looking at here is we've seen quite significant shifts of the rates burden away from residential and hort farming and the like to industrial commercial, and that graph showed that quite starkly earlier on. So that's the reason for this. It really is what we're showing here and presenting to you is acknowledging that there's been quite a significant shift from those other asset classes to industrial commercial purely because of the rates, the revaluation. And really, it's entirely up to you if you want to do anything about that. What we're presenting is some options for you to consider and potentially consider having a conversation with the community about.
Before we move on, Mr. Allen, could you please explain, you've just said we don't have time. What is the time pressure?
The time pressure is around ensuring that we can strike the rates for this financial year. So, as you appreciate, the rates take for 26-27 is $165 million. It's incredibly important to council that it is in a position to be able to strike those rates, set the rates on a per property basis, and begin the collection process, whether that be through individuals' direct debits, and we're over 50% of our ratepayers do choose to pay their rates by direct debits, but we need to be able to set rates on a per property basis so that those charges can go through. We'll step through soon around some of the more specific timings, but we have sort of absolute deadlines to ensure that first rates instalment is delivered to our ratepayers by a certain date so that they can be paid legally, or that we can enforce legally their payment for the first instalment. We've got some leeway, Your Worship, about the timing of that first instalment, but not a lot, and we've already tried to factor in sort of extending that first instalment to allow some more consultation if council was of a mind to do that.
Okay, so just a clarification, and it's okay if it's coming up later in your presentation. But question from me is, what you're saying is, and as I understand it, we normally are striking the rate by the 30th of June to meet legislative requirements, but there is some leeway in that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So we've received, there's two parts to that, Your Worship. So there's the approving of the annual plan and the budget and your rates policy as to how you're going to go about collecting or allocating your budget to the rates database. And the second part is actually striking the rates. So your rates resolution. So for the new councillors, when it comes time to strike, set your rates and strike your rates, there's a series of resolutions that you will pass that is pages and pages long. They're incredibly important that they are accurate, and we normally get them legally reviewed on a regular basis as well to ensure that they're legislatively compliant. So your rates resolutions are incredibly important that they're done appropriately and in a timely way to ensure that you can strike your rates and move things forward. So so the legal advice is that yes, there is some leeway. Very good practice, and most councils do this. They adopt their annual plan and set their budget by the 30th of June. And whilst the legislation sort of infers that's what you'll do, there's no strict requirement for that. But that is, I think, pretty what 90%, excuse me, of councils would do around the country on an annual basis. The timing of your striking of the rates based on those budgets isn't quite so pressured, but you would normally need to have that done within the first week or two of July to ensure that you can then follow through with the other processes, ensure that ratepayers have their rates demands within a set period of time before the due date, and follow through like that. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Milne.
Just for clarity, I'm sure you said that this is all based on single properties, not an average. It really concerns me that we would be making a decision based on that. There could be a lot of fluctuation.
Team, is there any other way of doing this? I realise you've been pulling the starter together. This is incredibly complex stuff, team, especially when you're looking at lots of different modelling.
Yeah, well, we did the initial modelling, and this is what we've always presented in the consultation documents in the annual plans. There's been a property that's represented, a suburb, an area, sort of there. You can look at averages, but again, averages have the same issues if you're just taking one. And the whole issue that really came about was when you started to look at the 30-odd thousand properties, then we had the really large sort of swings coming in, and I think there was 190 properties that actually had an impact over 85% when you looked at all the data from the revaluation. Part of that was Wakatu, but it just shows you the challenge. If you actually want to look at the detail, you've either got to look at averages or you look at this type of analysis, which the councillors use consistently over a period.
Councillor Milne.
Thank you. I understand that the process you normally take, but we're in a different situation at the moment with some huge fluctuations across commercial, and I think that is the concern. Is this a median property? Is it a lower end? Is it a higher end? For me, it would be quite good to understand the lower end of this picture and the higher end, or a little bit more clarity on what we're actually making a decision on. Sorry.
Yeah, we have some data. I just can't remember off the top of my head that actually then splits out what this would look, or how many people would be less than 5%, 10%, 15% rates rises. I just don't. Is that in there?
Yeah. So, excuse me. So I failed to get it in the presentation, but it is in the papers that were just handed out. So just after those effects of the changing differentials, there's two tables. What those tables represent is post the revaluation, the amount of properties that would have had a less than 0% rate increase, so a reduction, and that's the impact of the revaluation. How many would have had a 0 to 5%, 5 to 10, and so on, and a 30+% increase? If we reduce the differential to 2.5, you can see how those property numbers change. So close to 8,000 would receive less than 0% or a reduction that reduces to 5,000 properties, and so on. So you can see the impact of pulling that 3 differential to 2.5 and then down to 2.35, and what that does and how that affects the number of properties in those different rate movement categories. And then the second table below that.
Sorry, just one minute. Councillor Milne? This one.
Yep, I see that. Just wondering, so is this option 1, option 2 and option 3?
Post reval is as it stands now, doing nothing, and then the 2.5 differential is option 2 and 2.3 differential is option 3.
Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'm going to let Mr Allen finish his presentation.
Yeah, could we just, on the screen, can we just go back to the graph, please?
Yep.
Previous one? Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, that's in your handout as well, if you want to keep referring. Oh,
no,
is it? Oh, no, it's not in your handout. Sorry, I thought it was. I apologise. Carry on, Mr Allen.
Okay, so then just looking at that. Oh, there wasn't a question to that.
Oh, was there a question?
You just want to see it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Carry on.
So just on that handout in the second table, that's showing the property number movements by property type. If we were to go to a 2.3 differential from the post-reval annual plan. So you'll just see, so if for those that were less than 0%, so the movement is, am I reading this right, Richard? You want to explain it for me? Might be easier.
So what that's showing is how many property types are if we went with option 3, the 2.35 differential, the movement between the current post-reval draft annual plan under residential less than 0% is there's 3,298 less properties. It's down to only 4,300. Or yeah, that's the movement between how many were in that category to start with. So there's in total 3,591 properties that would get a less than 0 reduction, and then obviously there's more people more properties getting a 5 to 15% increase, and less having a 5% or less decrease.
Yeah, so effectively, if you look at the top table, that less than 0%, you compare the 7,931 and the 4,340, being your 2.35 differential. That difference is what's reflecting is the 3,591 split by the different asset types. I think really what this reflects is that we can make changes to differentials. It's incredibly complex as to how it falls through. We've demonstrated what it looks like on a per property basis and just taken one sample property from each of the different categories, but within that there's huge variations as well. So we'll come back to that and just what our options are around that, but just putting on the table 2 additional options, and they're both related to each other in a way to try and find some relief for commercial properties. It's very challenging within the structure of what we do to do things in a really targeted way. So to target cost savings for a particular asset type or category, it's next to impossible, other than using the differential levers that we have. The only other way you can start looking at things is if you had particular targeted rates within asset areas, and the only ones we've really got to play with that relate to commercial properties are our CBD rates, and there's two in each of Hastings and Havelock North. One of them is the funding of the business association, so we haven't gone there because they play a role, they need funding, and it wouldn't be an option just to turn that off
what hasn't been requested by the
No.
community.
Or bring, and then very, very difficult to bring it back a year later. What we can do though is look to put the CBD, so for Hastings, the Hastings CBD targeted rate, that's the money that we collect on behalf of those properties within the boundaries of the CBD for the purposes of street upgrades. So that's a direct contribution that they're making towards the street upgrades of the Hastings CBD. You could put that on hold for a year. That would benefit 337 properties. The average would be just over $1,000 per property, with the highest benefit being just over $16,000. That's the Kmart property in town. It pays, it's our biggest ratepayer in an urban sense. That's some relief that you can give straight off the bat without really affecting any other property type. It's very direct. There is a current street upgrade program. What's in the books for this coming financial year, and it's already committed and contracted, is the Market Street upgrades. It's a continuation of what's been happening in the mall. That can be done and progressed in a way that if this is only a 1 year hold, that the rates collected from the next year will fund that, and it's a very short term deficit that council would be in because of it. But you're applying a direct benefit to the Hastings CBD properties of $320,000. The $400,000 that we collect on an annual basis, $320,000 is from the targeted rate from those particular properties, and there's an $80,000 general rate contribution as well. If you were of a mind to stop that for a year, you would stop both of those contributions and give some relief that way. But very much on the view that it's a one-off, 1 year reduction. You do it in a way that you would give you time then to work through the long-term plan process and review your differentials more comprehensively. So Havelock North, the same situation. Their Havelock North CBD targeted rate is quite a bit smaller. The Business Association have a bit more of a direct impact or influence over where that money's spent in Havelock North compared to Hastings. Hastings is very much around street upgrades. There's an adopted program of street upgrades that council has approved that Rachel Stewart and the team deliver on. In Havelock North, the Business Association have a lot more influence as to the money that's collected from their ratepayers and how that's spent within that area. For them, there are 109 properties. Because the amount's smaller, the benefit that would be derived from putting it on hold is less, but it's still on average about $800 a property, with the biggest property giving $4,300 worth of benefit. They're GST inclusive numbers. The bottom bullet point has changed a wee bit since I did this slide following conversations. I've talked to the Havelock North Business Association General Manager a couple of times today. Generally supportive, but want to work it through their board more fully, and I think that's a reasonable request. My understanding is that there is a reserve that's built up over time. There's $200,000 in that reserve. There's a couple of projects that the Business Association wants to deliver on in the next 12 months that adds up to about $110,000. So there are funds set aside that have been collected from those ratepayers that can deliver on their program they want to deliver on in the next financial year. So I'll have further conversations with them on this if you're supportive of that. But it's one way we can give a little bit of direct relief to the Havelock North and Hastings CBD commercial properties. Just around the long-term plan, the allocation of the general rate and associated differentials will need to be reviewed. If for nothing else, stormwater is transferring to the new water entity. Stormwater is a relatively big contributor to your general rate. So we will need to do some work. We'll need to work with council and your worship around how we analyse what the new differential should be with that in mind. And there are things that we can do and levers that we can pull, and certainly conversations to be had with other councils around the country, and I've already had one. Most councils experience these fluctuations. I know Christchurch is in the same boat as us, other than they had their revaluation in time to be able to include it in their consultation process for their annual plan. they've consulted on a reduction in their commercial differential. I've talked with a colleague at Whangarei, they do something quite different. They've been through this before. They've ring-fenced effectively how much residential rates contribute towards the total rate pool as a percentage. Same with commercial, industrial, and their rural, and then you're not getting the same, I guess, impacts from revaluations when they surge from the different asset classes like we've had just now. So that is something that we need to explore some more. It might put some more robustness around our process going forward. But the LTP, it really is your place to have a more, it's the appropriate time to have a more substantive review of your rates policy, in particular, in this case, the differentials. Stormwater means we have to do it anyway, so we will be doing it moving forward and reporting back to you on that process. So really just getting now to, we've presented some options. It's quite challenging in the timeframes that we've had post receiving the revaluation to come up with, I guess, meaningful options and clear justifications as to why you would reduce commercial industrial differentials. So what we're sort of thinking here, so acknowledging the impact on the commercial industrial properties from the revaluation, which has really been amplified by the differentials. We could go out to the community with further consultation on that issue of differentials. So I guess less pressure now of being absolutely precise about impacts of certain differentials, but what we can do is we can model scenarios and have a brief consultation period with the community for say 2 weeks and take them through the impacts of that, and probably on the scenarios that we've presented, which is do nothing, leave it as it falls, to probably down to the 2.35 differential, which gets us to that 10% average that one of the submitters has put forward, and seek feedback from the community on that. If you're of a mind to do that, it aligns with what you've just resolved earlier around Waipariki, around timing of that. It gives us time to have conversations with the business associations around those CBD targeted rates, and we can all incorporate it all together. I guess when we do go out to the community and we ask for feedback, the majority of our ratepayers are residential, and we would, you'd probably expect the feedback that you would get would be sort of aligned with the impacts that maybe the residential properties would experience as you do that. Really, what you'd be focusing on here, though, also is because of the long-term plan that's in development at the moment, that any changes you make now would be acknowledged as being temporary. It would be for this financial year only while you work through a more substantive review of your rating policy and the differentials going forward. And so really what you're looking for out of that is a clearer direction from the community. At the moment, we've been out for consultation with an annual plan. We've referenced that there's a revaluation going on, but that's all we've been able to reference. The impacts of it when it landed late meant that ratepayers weren't in a position to provide the requisite feedback on that and the impacts of it. So, this, I guess, if you wanted to go out with further consultation, it can be done, albeit it'll be very truncated and would need to be very targeted on what you asked. So if you were to have further consultation, this is what it would need to look like. We would effectively need to start that consultation next week. It probably wouldn't be the 15th, but it might be a couple of days after that. It would need to close by the 28th of June, which is a Sunday. We would need to have a meeting on either the 7th or the 9th of July, where officers would bring back the results of that consultation. Within that would be feedback on Waipariki and from the two business associations as well around those CBD targeted rates. You would then, following those decisions, you would then adopt the annual plan with the changes to the rating policy, if there are any. You would then strike the rates, and we would have in the background probably 3 options with the resolutions worked up so that they're ready to go based on the decisions that you would make. Rates notices would need to be with ratepayers by the 31st of July in order for the first instalment date to be set at the 28th of August. They need a month. That's the legislation. We have to achieve that, and that's delaying the first instalment date by a week from what it would have been otherwise anyway. So, you know, there is a cash flow consequence for council on that. Bearing in mind most of the ratepayers are by direct debit, it's not that great, but when you think about our total rates bill was $165 million, every quarter it's a reasonable amount, and over half of it's coming in that last week of its due date. Pushing that out a week does have cash flow implications, but nothing that can't be worked through. I think I've covered that off. Really, that's, you know, we've set down the 25th of June currently to be the date that you would adopt the annual plan. If you were to do further consultation, that would have to be delayed into a line-up with the date that you'd actually be striking the rates, which would be, you know, we haven't said it yet, but it would be that week of the, including the 7th or 9th of July, moving forward. So I think that's almost us, Your Worship. So just seeking direction, and apologies, the slide's probably a little bit incomplete in the rush of putting it together this morning. Really what we're after is direction around agreement to defer the Hastings and Havelock North CBD targeted rates. And really with that, it is really, you know, engaging with the business associations quickly to see if there's appetite to do that. That does provide immediate relief, or some minor immediate relief to ratepayers in those areas without affecting the broader rating base. And then either a decision around, you know, do you want to make any changes to the differential now without consulting? And if you're to do that, our advice and our legal advice that we've received is that you wouldn't be able to do much more than minor changes to that without consulting with the community further. So, you know, probably at a, you know, it'll be 2.75 would be probably where you'd want to land it as a differential without consulting and the impacts of that. So really, so I think we were landing with this. The advice that we've received overnight as well is that if you were ever mind to change the differential, then further consultation would be the way to go. You put out 3 or 4 options and we'd look at striking the rates by the 9th of July.
Okay, team, we're not giving direction just yet, and I'll explain why, but I am opening to questions. We've just received a lot of information. Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, through Your Worship. Just to be clear for everybody, when you talk about, if we go to consultation, you talk about all ratepayers, or?
Yes, all ratepayers, and only on the option around changing the differential and why.
Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Worship. Would we need to go with 3 differential options, or could we narrow that down? I can imagine the mix that will come back. There won't be a clear direction.
Fair point.
No, you don't need to go out with 3. You'll need to go out with status quo as one, and then choose, you know, either 1 or 2 other options.
We can't just go status quo and one other.
It's entirely your decision.
The second question is, do we have to ask for permission to extend the consultation period and setting the rate?
No, not if it's permission of
government.
From anyone?
No, we need your permission. Yeah. I think that's probably where that's the permission that we require. So, you know, it's a council decision. You can choose to not adopt your annual plan by 30th of June. You can choose when you strike your rates. It's just understanding the consequences of any delays. Our advice to you is that you wouldn't want to be striking your rates any later than the 9th of July.
Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've got all this clear. There's quite a lot of stuff to try and
digest. A lot. Yep.
The question I've got at the moment is, if we change the differential, do we have to consult with all ratepayers or just the commercial ratepayers who are effectively the ones affected?
Our advice to you would be that you would consult with all ratepayers, because all ratepayers get affected by any changes to differentials.
Because any change in the rate take from commercial then
correct.
That's the other
cascades into yeah, correct. That's the bit I missed somewhere in the conversation. I felt that had to be the case. That gets awfully complicated. But the alternative, as I understood you said, is if we what do you call it, the amounts we set aside, the business development and so on. If we only change that, does that mean we only have to consult that bit with the commercial property owners?
We'd probably only consult with the business associations very quickly. Yeah, and we could do that within the time frame of adopting the.
You can just remind me which graph am I looking at, because I found it before. Now, not sure which one.
For the, which one are you referring to?
If we just change the,
So just to be clear, councillor, if we do just change the targeted rate.
Targeted rate, that's the word I'm
The CBD targeted rate, the only commercial sector that will benefit is those in the CBD.
Yes.
So anyone else, industrial or commercial, who has had this reval hit will not benefit.
Yes, I see.
So that's just the one thing you need to be aware of.
It's almost a no-win.
This is incredibly complex, exactly. But we have heard from our community through submissions, and they are right, and we agree with them. They haven't been given enough time to consult on this, and that was not through our doing. That was through the process that the Valuer General allowed through extensions. We have no say over that, and now we're in a situation where our business community has said to us, we need more time and we want you to seriously think about this. So, yeah.
Okay, I accept that. Can I just sort of, one more question, I think. Does that mean there are no options or possibilities for an overall cost reduction, which would then cascade right through the whole system?
If you were of a mind to reduce the rate increase, well, I think one of the things that's been modelled, which we haven't demonstrated, even if you had a zero rate increase, the impact on commercial industrial properties would still be significant.
Okay.
The
That's probably
reval
answers
has
the question
shifted.
for the moment. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So I think that's the big thing to keep in mind too, team. This is the reevaluation rather than the rates increase, so I do want to keep those two things very separate. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you.
I will ask you to stand, sorry, councillor.
Oh, okay.
I'm keeping us active.
I thought So just clarification, we could go with option one without triggering a consultation. We could go additional option one without triggering consultation, and we could go additional option two without triggering consultation. Can we do all of those without triggering consultation, or is it a choice between one or two of the above?
I think you would be within your rights and your ability to make decisions to look at additional options one and two in isolation to changes to the differential, and you could do that. I think we would still be obliged to have a quick conversation with the business associations to ensure that they're comfortable. I think with the Hastings Business Association and the work that's undertaken, I think there's more of a council-led program of street upgrades that have been programmed, and I think if we get through this coming financial year, which is Market Street upgrade, there's nothing really in the program for a couple of years after that. It really allows the funds to accumulate to enable something more substantive moving forward, and there is a program that council has adopted. It might just delay things by 6 to 12 months if you take out a year's worth of funding. So that's a decision that council can make today. I think with the Business Association and Havelock North, given that there is some reserves sitting there for this purpose, the impact to them would be minor as well. But I feel that we'd want to have that conversation with them, given that they have more direct influence over where that money's spent.
I'm just thinking that the impact of the additional options 1 and 2 would be lesser if they were implemented in conjunction with option 1 on the differential.
They would get benefit of not having the targeted rate next year, and they would get benefit from a reduction in the differential as well. So, but I think, when we're talking about the CBD targeted rates, to what Your Worship's point before, this is a smaller subset of the total commercial industrial property. So it is just one lever that we've got that we can target directly into a property sector. It's the only one we've got that we've identified. Everything else becomes more general, where you're pushing down somewhere and it's popping up in a different place.
So again, team, I want to reiterate, this is not where we want to be, and this is not in a place of our own making. If we had received the reevaluation information when we were told we would receive it, we would have had it in advance of consultation. We would have been able to go through, if we had been of a mind to, and really challenge the differential and how our rates are set. We would have had time to do all those things. However, multiple extensions were granted, which we had no control over, and we only received the information when the annual plan was already out for consultation. But we now have to move into problem-solving mode. We can't lament what's already happened. We can't control that. We had no control over that. What we have heard clearly from our community is they want more of a chance to have their say. So the team have gone away and looked at what can we do to give them that without seriously compromising this organisation, which delivers really important services to our community. Because cash flow is a concern, and we need to be careful that we don't push out striking the rate so far that we compromise the organisation on behalf of our community. That would not be good governance. So we can have some more time to talk to our community. The staff have also gone through and had a look at how the differential has been set in the past and what the logic was. What that research has shown is that there was a shift, an intention to shift towards, as I understand it, and correct me, Mr. Allen, if I'm wrong, a 2.7 for the commercial. So it's not, so in terms of significance and engagement, you could suggest there and have a pretty strong case that we have had that conversation with the community in the distant past, to be fair, but the intention was signalled and it's not a major shift from where we are. It's an option. Another option is looking at, do we look at that targeted rate that is just for the CBDs, that is for streetscapes. If they're of a mind to accept it, then we may be able to give them relief in that area, but that's not for the broader commercial and industrial. This is complex, but we do have to navigate through this because our submitters have asked us to.
With its complexity, there's a huge amount of challenges. If you were to say, well, actually, let's just go to what council had previously proposed to go to, which is 2.7 for the Havelock and Hastings CBDs and 2.35 for other commercial and non-urban. Non-urban commercial is already at 2.35 times. They will get no relief from this. In fact, if you reduce the other commercial differentials and don't reduce the non-urban commercial differential, their rates will go up as the effect of that. So this is the challenge that you have when you're starting to play with differentials on the fly. And it's probably why we're in a position where we're in a challenging spot, because we weren't able to include this in our consultation and enable our community to have an understanding of this through the consultation process. And I think is probably why, as officers, we would be leaning and recommending that you would actually go out for further consultation and have that conversation with the community, as complex as it is, rather than trying to make a decision on the fly.
Okay, more questions. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you. I was going to ask for that slide to be brought up, and I want to expand on what the Mayor's just said. It's been consulted on. We've done an awful lot of work in 11-12 on this, but if we do this, we have to do the whole road, and it includes increasing the Haumoana Tiawanga just slightly, in Clive and things, because the amenities they say they miss out on, they've got some pretty amazing amenities on the beach as well. So I think that's a really good. And the 235 was non-urban commercial, so I might even ask some questions.
Okay, well, hang on.
Can we do that? Can we do that exact thing instead of this other option one you've given us? But the entire thing.
You can choose to do whatever you think is right. I think the key thing here is that 2011-12 was a long time ago, and property prices and property values across the sectors have changed markedly through that time.
Industrial Hastings CBD retail 13.1 and Havelock North CBD retail 15.8. Do we actually hit that 10%, or are we still above it?
Do as an average. My understanding, Richard, we do as an average, but there's lots of ups and downs through that, and noting that these are sample properties.
So the average would be 10%.
Close to. It's hard to get it precise. But
What's been requested by that particular submitter, well noted, is incredibly difficult to achieve, councillor. That's not normally how you do rating. Choose that one particular sector will only be capped at a certain amount. So the team have done the best they can to try and get an average as close to 10% to give us a representation of what it would look like if we wanted to uphold their request.
And part of the complexity with it is we have 3 different commercial differentials. If it was one, it would be easier to get to a 10% average, but because we have 3 different differentials, it's close enough to 10%, but you're never going to get 10% across all the three factors.
No, thank you for that. I was asking about the average, not each particular.
Yeah.
Okay, team, have we exhausted questions? Okay, all right. Now, I know this is going to be frustrating. The differential is, and the reval is actually the slicing of the pie. Before we can slice the pie, we have to decide how big the pie is. That is our rates. So in terms of decision making, that's where we're going next. So we're going to decide our rates increase and the debt associated with that, if any. And then we are going to make a decision on the differential and if we're going out for consultation and whatnot. Okay? Before we do that though, we're going to stretch our legs again because I can see everyone's getting very weary. So we're going to take another 10 minutes and then we're coming back. Okay, team, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and the bit that we're moving into now is arguably the most important bit. So this is the bit we're looking at setting our rates. We have consulted on two options, and it's also where we are discussing any implications that have come about from the submissions that we've heard. So before we move into that, and by the way, because it's so clear what we're deciding on today, we're going to go straight into questions and debate. So it's all merged together for this bit because it makes sense. If we separate it out, we've got an issue. However, if there's heaps of questions, I reserve the right to do that. I'm hoping there won't be. So before we move into the recommendations and debate and questions, I just want to put some context around the decisions that we've got in front of us. The operational borrowing that we have consulted on in our annual plan did not come about from business as usual thinking. We all know that. It came from the long-term plan that we consulted on and adopted after Cyclone Gabrielle, when Council was trying to manage an extraordinary financial shock for our community without cutting too deeply into the services and facilities before the community had a proper say. And that's the bit that's really important. Since then, a huge amount of work has been done to reduce costs and ease pressure on ratepayers in what was an extraordinary time and is an extraordinary time. What many new elected members around this table may not be aware of is the long-term plan, which this annual plan is year 3 in, began with over $50 million worth of cuts and deferrals. Those included cycleways, library rebuild, park upgrades, city centre upgrades, anything that could be immediately cut or deferred to hone the council into maintaining what we have, and cyclone recovery was done as part of the long-term plan. The long-term plan also included an ongoing 2.7 million savings target every year, and that has been maintained, achieved and exceeded. In the 24-25 financial year, Council achieved 10.6 million in savings and underspends, including lower staff costs from holding vacancies, lower interest costs, reduced transport project expenditure, and the sale of surplus emission trading units. For the current 25-26 financial year, we don't have the final figures yet, but Council is forecast to finish around 5 million under its operational budget. Again, that's exceeding the target. For the coming 26-27 year, a further 3 million in savings has been identified as part of the annual plan we consulted on top of the ongoing 2.7 million already built into the long-term plan. That will be achieved through project reprioritisation, bringing forward cyclone recovery work to maximise government subsidies, reducing reliance on consultants and contractors, tightening purchasing, and ongoing management of staff vacancies. The message I am sending clearly is Council has been and continues to actively reduce costs and challenge where we are best to invest, divest, and partner. That work has helped bring the forecast rates down from around 10% to the 5.9% we consulted on as one option, and reduced the operating shortfall from 8.4 million to 4.8 million. So today's decision builds on the work already underway. The 9.1% option was the balanced budget option that we consulted on. The 5.9% option was consulted on with the remaining shortfall funded through borrowing. What we have heard from our community over this process is that many people want us to hold the 5.9% average increase while also doing everything possible to reduce or avoid operational borrowing. I believe we should respond to that. But we also need to be honest about what comes next if that's what this council chooses to do. Officers have been clear that further savings of this scale are unlikely to come from minor efficiencies alone. From this point, savings are likely to involve real choices about services, facilities, functions, assets, levels of service and timing. We cannot simply ask staff to make a 4.8 million shortfall disappear without understanding what it would mean for the people who use council services. That is why I have asked the staff to draw up a recommendation that I am going to move from the chair that sets out a clear direction. It keeps the average rates increase at 5.9%, and it directs the Chief Executive to ideally avoid, or at the very least minimise, the need for operational borrowing. It also requires regular reporting back to Council on the cost reductions being achieved. Importantly, if options for further savings would have a more than minor impact on services, those choices must come back to the elected members for decision making. That is the balance I believe our community expects from us from the submission process. Keep tightening Council's belt, keep looking for savings, reduce borrowing where we can, but make major decisions properly and transparently. If we choose this direction today, we also need to remember this moment when those harder choices come back to this table. We cannot ask for a balanced budget and then protect every service, facility or project that we personally support. This is the hard part of governance. It's going to be about making choices, careful choices, being upfront about trade-offs, and doing what we can to protect both affordability and the services that our community relies on. I'd now like to ask the staff to bring up the recommendation that I've drafted. Right, I'll give everyone a moment to read that, and then I'm going to seek a seconder. Keep scrolling, guys. Unfortunately, it won't all fit on one page. If you need it, elected members, I can ask the staff to print it. Okay. Right, we're going to pause for a moment. I know we've had lots of adjournments, but actually we need to take the time to do this properly. So I am going to have a short adjournment and ask the team to print this out. 5 minutes. And I acknowledge, Deputy Mayor Fowler, that your microphone's on. Councillor Nixon, Deputy Mayor, have you turned off your microphone? Thank you. Okay, team, if you can take your seats, we've got a printout being circulated. I believe a tree needed to be felled to create this. Just kidding. Yes. Okay, team, we have circulating the recommendations, given they're too big to keep on screen and readable. I'm just going to read out while you're reading. Council resolves to set an average rate increase of 5.9% for the 26-27 council financial year, noting council is forecast to borrow up to 4.8 million to fund council operations in the 26-27 council financial year to achieve a forecast balanced budget position where the year's projected operating revenues are set at a level sufficient to meet the year's projected operating expenses. Council notes, with regard to recommendation 1, that Council is compliant with its key financial strategy metrics and the Council long-term plan. Council is allowing sufficient financial headroom to borrow for unforeseen circumstances in the 26-27 Council financial year. Council is being financially prudent with regard to the elements of Section 102 of the Local Government Act 2002 even, my goodness, it is late, which relate to council not having a balanced budget where the year's projected operating revenues are set at a level sufficient to meet that year's projected operating expenses. This average rate increase was signalled in the council draft annual plan consultation document. Council directs the Chief Executive to ideally avoid or minimise the need for operational borrowing as indicated in recommendation 1. The Chief Executive will report back to all performance and monitoring committee meetings or as otherwise required on the cost reductions that are being achieved. Where options for cost reductions are identified that would impact in a more than minor way on service levels, the Chief Executive is to bring those options to Council for decision making. That last bit in particular, team, is to ensure that we meet our obligations under the Local Government Act to make informed decision making. We can't make arbitrary cuts without understanding what they are. Councillor Nixon, I note that earlier you indicated you might be prepared to second the recommendations.
I can now confirm I will do that. Thank you.
So on that basis, councillors, I have moved from the chair. We have a seconder of Councillor Nixon. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. I invite you to speak to the motion.
It's going to be tough.
I'll get you to put your microphone on. Thank you.
I forgot to turn it off. It is going to be tough, but life is tough out there for everyone, the businesses and particularly the people of Hawke's Bay. We're all getting bailed up by ratepayers saying, a gentleman I met the other day said he can't pay the rates anymore, he's behind. This is the sort of situation that we're struggling against. So although it's going to be hard on the council, it's a lot harder on people. And I think this is an excellent outcome, one which some of us have been sort of mulling around, slowly evolving as we worked out the options that were available to us. And we felt this met the needs of those ratepayers who voted or said they supported the 5.9, but also the ones that, and some, as per Nick's recommendation, opted for the 9.1, but said they want the debt cut. And we decided the only way to do it was to incorporate both elements of that into our annual plan. That's what we're doing. So thank you, Your Worship, and thank you everybody, because actually this is an effort from all of us, and it hasn't been easy. Here we are. Yeah, it's past my dinner time, and we're still going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I echo that sentiment around everyone's dedication. This is coming up to 10 hours meeting. I think that's got to be a new record at some point. I'll come now to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Very hard to follow Councillor Nixon, but very briefly, I think this recommendation absolutely reflects the feedback in these volume lists that we've been reading, and it encapsulates it. And I'm not going to say any more because Councillor Nixon summed it up perfectly.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for or against the motion, debate or comments? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can see that, the good work that's been done on this, and I do understand the aim. I'm still not comfortable that the length of rope at 4.8 million is still out there. I would rather just see that every department be directed to take a 3.2% cut in every single department. And so I don't support it, but I believe it is a start. However, I still think we could see a 3.2% and just 5.9% with no borrowing.
Is that a question you'd like to pose to the officers, whether or not that's possible? You've come up with an idea, but we need to understand if it's possible,
It is
Councillor.
possible because we did it last year.
Sorry?
It is possible because we managed to get through a budget with 153 million last year, whatever it was. So now we're going for 165 million, and I'm saying
Councillor,
it's possible.
I'll come to the officers. Can you please tell us whether or not it is possible to do an immediate cut to the nature that the councillor is talking about, meeting our Local Government Act requirements?
Well, yeah, I guess in meeting our local government act requirements, we would need to be going through every budget line, and to Councillor's point, in the timeframes that we have, and reducing all those budgets. Whether that's achievable in every cost centre or not, I'm not sure without looking at it. Some possibly, but you start getting into reductions in levels of service in some areas without having any conversation with the community to achieve that sort of level of reduction. So in the time frame that we have to be able to apply a blanket reduction in cost across all cost centres and activities would be extremely challenging.
So again, we've got to focus on what is possible, team, and we've got another opportunity during the long-term plan to challenge things. So I will come now to Councillor Milmine.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm an absolute supporter of this motion, and I thank everyone that's been involved in it. I think that this does speak to what we've heard from our community. I think it does so in a practical way and not taking any cuts that are going to put us at long-term risk. So I'm fully in support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Milmine. I'll come now to Councillor Watkins.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If I could third the recommendation, I'd be very happy to do that, I can assure you. I think as Councillor Fowler, Councillor Nixon have alluded to, the community sent us a very strong message. And I think this recommendation says we've heard and we've done the very best that we could possibly do. And I think that will be respected and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion before we put the recommendations? Councillor O'Keefe.
Kia ora koutou matu. I think it's a great outcome. I really do. I just ask one thing of us all. When this goes into the public arena, I'd like to see a united front. There's going to be some hurt in this. There's going to be some sacrificial lambs. And we've listened to our community with an empathetic and an open heart. But at the same time, you know, we've brought together all the academia that's available here within council. And we've done the right thing. We have done the right thing. But once again, I repeat, if we could please present a united front out in the public arena. Could we do better? Of course we could. We could always do better. But under the circumstances, given the time strains, I think what you've done here, your koromatu, is wonderful. And I pay tribute to you, and I know that in recent times, your exploits haven't all been trumpeted from the rooftops with much acclaim. And that comes with the territory, doesn't it? And, we criticize, but if we don't make it personal. But anyway, I'm proud to be a Hastings District Councillor. I treasure this moment. I think it's a privilege, it's an honour, it's not a right. And I'm proud to stand here in this chamber today and support this. I really am. So mātua te koutou manaki ngā mihi o te tauhou kia koutou. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Your Worship. There was a comment by a submitter that has sat with me for quite a bit, and it was be different, change the narrative, and be that council that can listen. And I've been sitting with that all day, and then now I see in this recommendation that we have directed our chief executive to basically, sort out operations and things like that, find cost-saving methods and approaches, and that makes me comfortable because I feel that we are listening. And like I said at the beginning of this, as I come to this council and sort of the hononga between council and community, and I feel that we are now moving on that pathway to bridge that connection. And it's also up to us as elected representatives to make sure that we go back to our communities and that we notify them, we explain and we sit down with them to understand this, because this isn't an easy feat for the average day person to understand. And it is up to us as elected representatives to make sure that we are communicating that back to our constituents, alongside our communications, of course, but I fully support the recommendation that's on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. Councillor Tia Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. I total for the sentiments around the table. Our community did send us a very strong message. We've all read them in the hundreds and hundreds of pages. What I would like to say is I do support the recommendation. It's a tough recommendation to support. I don't feel it's a privilege to support it, but we are in a privileged position to be able to make that decision. With the community sending us a strong message, what this does is actually send a strong message back to our communities to say there will be casualties and there will be facilities that we will no longer be able to provide given the recommendation. So that's me sending a message back. We've heard you, and this is what is probably going to come of their tono to us as councillors. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Are there any other speakers? No, in which case, before I put the motion, I'll just say, as the mover, any rates increase is very hard on our community right now. We acknowledge that. And I am very proud of this council who took an inherited position after a significant natural disaster and financial shock, which projected a 10% rate increase this year with an $8.4 million shortfall, and have come to a position where we will be adopting a 5.9% rate increase and have tasked our chief executive with balancing our budget. That is a significant commitment to our community, and we're not done. As I said, so far this council, every savings target it has set since the cyclone, it has overachieved in. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the precedent we continue to follow. Thank you to you all for your hard work. I now put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, Councillor Gibson. On that note, we have now set the size of the pie. The next bit is we need to decide how we slice the pie. So we're going back to differentials. Before we move into this, and we are now going into looking for a direction team. So we had an information section before. We've heard loudly from our commercial community, our commercial and industrial community, that they do not feel they've been given the opportunity to adequately input and also that the revaluation is disproportionately impacting them in their view. I agree they have not had enough time to give us input. Therefore, no matter what, it is my view that we should consult for longer, and we've heard from the team that they can give us an extended period without us significantly impacting the cash flow of the community. The reevaluation seriously affects the share of rates the commercial and industrial sector and their tenants will pay, with some reporting more than 30% increases. And I am more than livid. I said it the other night and I say it again. I am more than livid that the valuation figures were not available at the start of the consultation period, as they have been in other years and as we were told they would be. The team has received legal advice over the past week that says while it is ideal to adopt the annual plan and strike the rates prior to the start of the financial year, we are able to delay that for a short period of time. Given that this matter is crucially important, I do believe that we should canvass it publicly before council makes its final decision. We want to hear what people from all sectors think is fair. That's why I think we need to consult broadly, because if we give relief to one sector, it moves to another. Having said those words, I'm not moving anything. I am just going to open up the floor. Councillor Milmine.
I did ask earlier, and I'll ask again, are you open for a direction from the floor or not?
We are, yes,
Okay.
go for it.
Thank you. I totally agree with everything that you've just said, and I think we need to give the community their fair share of their opportunity to speak to the full community. I would like to propose that we go out to consultation for 2 weeks with the option of status quo and option 3. And I would also like to include that we talk to the Hastings CBD and the Havelock Association about the CBD rates.
Thank you, Councillor Milmine. What we will do is we will take a moment and I'll just give the team a chance to think about how those recommendations may look, and then we'll seek a seconder. Okay, team, so the mover's just come forward to me. She just wanted to clarify, given we've only had this paperwork tonight, what she's indicated is that she's proposing a recommendation that we go out and consult for the further 2 weeks, as suggested by the staff. That as part of that consultation, we take out status quo, which is the reval total. We have to give them the option of that, and also the 2.75 differential is what Councillor Milmine has suggested as the second option. And I've got an indication from Councillor Nixon that he'd be happy to second that once we've drawn it up.
Can I just...
Please.
If I could just clarify a point, Your Worship. So, as we talked about before, within the commercial differentials, there's 3 different levels.
Yes.
So we've talked about, and I think it's quite clear around where we've got a 3 times differential, moving that to 2.75 as the consultation. What I would just ask, some of it, this has all been done in quite a rush around trying to understand what the other options are for the other differential. So, you know, where we move if we move the 2.35 differential, and where and if we move the 2.75 differential. Maybe if I could just ask for some, I think if it's possible to set a clear direction on where the 3 differential goes as the other alternative option, but if we could just have some, I guess, some leeway to work up what a sensible alternative is for the others, because they are very much sort of grab some numbers at this point in time. The one I'm probably most concerned about is where we've got a 2.35 differential under option 1, and what's been modelled is just keeping that the same, and particularly with commercial non-urban, the result of that option would mean that their rates would go up in this scenario. So I think just some leeway for us to work up what those would be helpful.
I think you're getting an indication that's, can we? Oh, okay, Councillor Milmine, Councillor Nixon. Could you turn your microphone on, please? Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, no, I agree with that, having some slight discretion in there to make it fair and equitable.
So we could direct the Chief Executive to continue work in that vein. I'm conscious that given the tight time frame in which we've got to enact additional consultation, I don't want anything to slow us down, whilst also making robust decision making, bearing in mind we won't be setting the differential until we hear back from the community after the second bit of consultation. So we'll just, again team, we're gonna take our time and get this right. So I'm gonna allow the officers just to do some work up here and then work with them over on the seconder, and then we can circulate the recommendations and go from there.
Excuse me, through you, Worship. While I know that the officers are really busy, I would just like to take this opportunity to really commend them for bringing this to us within the short time frame and all the work that they have done to do that. So, yeah.
Can I just ask the question, is it necessary that we delay the decision when we could actually empower the officers to do the fine tuning?
And that's actually what we're looking at.
That's what I thought we were looking at.
Thank you, Councillor. I think
Just
that is a
making
good
sure.
direction.
Yeah.
Okay, team, we're going to reconvene. And so I'm actually going to hand over to Mr. Cameron just to take us through what's going on.
Yes, so thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So I've just sat with the mover and the seconder and suggested a framework for this recommendation. So you'll see it's lengthy, but I have suggested this approach because to meet your decision-making requirements, you need to have the context and the detail of the information at hand to measure it with the importance of the decision to make sure you're making a fully informed decision. So hence the long recommendation. What has been circulated to you is the draft framework of the recommendation, so you can read it. And the team are just amending the second paragraph on page 2, which starts with Council resolves to direct the Chief Executive. We've just refined that paragraph to meet the objectives of the mover and the seconder. And I have confirmed with the mover and the seconder that, number one, they're happy with the wording of the whole document that's been circulated to you, and they're happy with the wording of the amendment to the second paragraph on page 2, which your team will bring up in a minute. So once you've read that document, we'll then invite you to read what's on the screen, confirm once again that the mover and seconder are happy, and then you can continue on, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. We'll just take a few moments for everyone to read and what's in their printout, but also what's on screen. Okay, while everyone's still having a look, Councillor Lorcan, do you have a question?
Yes, through you, Chair, very minor. The last line on the first paragraph of page 2, that this will not adversely affect the purpose of these rate. Is that this rate or these rates are?
Good spotting.
Sorry, I'm a typo ninja.
This is, yeah, these rates.
We will make that modification. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I think the wrong paragraph is highlighted there. It's the one above that's materially different.
Oh,
from the
you're
copy in
absolutely
front of us.
right. Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to forgive our Democratic support team because that has been a very long day.
I wasn't involved in this one.
Our Democratic support has informed us they were just testing us.
And only Councillor Ratcliffe passed the test.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe, for passing the test. Very good. All right, order team. Councillor Monteperry Hendry.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, if I may. First, just in the interest of fair and transparent consultation, I just ask in the document that the graph with the residential rating areas historically carrying the rate increases of about 60% be included, so that the residential units actually can see what they have been doing and commercial can see what they've been doing in their consultation. The other request I have is that a clear message is sent to the Valuer General on what they have actually done to this community in their forgiveness of a tardiness response.
Absolutely, Councillor Monteperry Hendry, and what I can tell you is there's already been a conveying of high dissatisfaction, and there is a meeting happening later this month. That will absolutely happen. Thank you, councillor.
One more if I may. Do we get to see the consultation document before it goes out? Because I've got to try and look after all of the community.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, I know you don't like it. So we are under pressure, team, to get consultation out in 2 working days. That's too much pressure for the full council to suddenly go through an approval process. I will talk to comms afterwards, but we can't make that guarantee. And we are consulting over a very constrained bit of information here. Ms. Joyce, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come to the front because I suspect there's going to be more questions. Okay, Councillor Montepero Hendry.
Yeah, just sorry. No, I don't have any concerns with anyone's mahi here. It's amazing. Just that that graph going in there, and just the waiting for everyone.
So, yeah, I need to use your microphone. Sorry.
The only thing I would say is that the other thing is that there will be hard copy submissions available in libraries. That can be included with that. That's fine. The rest of it will be online, and that graph's already in the consultation stuff that we did. So there's no reason you would take it out.
Okay.
So in short, yes, the graph will be included.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tierra Skipworth.
Are we debating or commenting?
Let's start with questions first. I just want to make sure that we've got questions covered off, and then we'll move into debate. So, question or
Just a question that if we're not being privy to it before it goes, is it too hard to ask for an email?
Yeah.
To privy it. We're not asking to sit around the table and take a lot of your precious time. We're just saying that it be in an email because we're the front facing. And so the terminology in that needs to be fine.
Yes, absolutely. It will go to design. We've got to work up the options tomorrow in language that our people can clearly understand, which is the most difficult bit. And then we have to form up the examples. I can't start anything till then. I'm hoping we'll get that by day's end tomorrow to get it into design on Monday morning first thing. So obviously you will get the consultation documents as you do with any major consultation. I will send it out, but if you want to have a look at it and any alarm bells ring, if you have an allergic reaction, the thing will be to get back to me. I haven't got a problem with changing stuff. I haven't got a problem with being critiqued. I am just really conscious that we have so little time and to do this properly.
And so this can't be designed by committee team. It's only going to be significant changes.
If you think something's wrong with it, absolutely call me.
Okay.
I think just adding to that, I think it would be a matter of a couple of hours to be able to send it out and receive your feedback. So we'll give you a heads up of when you're likely to receive it, and we'll need if there's anything that you think is glaringly wrong or you want changed. Really, we need that feedback within a couple of hours of it.
So it'll be monitoring your inboxes on Monday by the sounds of it. Okay, so I'll come now to Councillor Lorcan.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. With that in mind, we are going across all different sectors of the community. It affects every sector of the community. Can we go out and consult with the status quo and the 3 options? 1, 2 and 3 when it comes to the differential.
I mean, I think ultimately we can do whatever we want. The more options we include, the more complex the information is that goes out to the community. It is, at the moment, we have a mover and a seconder who have suggested option, what was 1 in our pack. That is the substantive motion on the table. I leave it to the mover and the seconder to indicate whether or not they want to change their recommendation.
No.
Okay, that's a no from the mover and the seconder. Okay, so I'll come now to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Worship. Just that second sentence that's highlighted is a bit weird to me reading it. Can I suggest that it's 1 being the status quo and 2 being a baseline reduction from 3 times differential to 275?
I think we've got you in the wrong place, councillor. I think we need to invest your expertise in our comms team. Oh, democratic support then. You've missed your calling.
I think Lynn should be on council, so let's just.
Yeah. Okay, you two can do a swap. Thank you, councillor. I'll leave that to happen. In the meantime, and we have Mr. Cameron throwing Mr. Allen under the bus for that one. Okay, we'll now come to Councillor Noel Oostic.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my belief that just having option one in here it's just still too tough on the Peblock Business Association. I mean, it's still at 25%, and this is going down to 19.4 for option two. I mean, it's only adding $30 a year to the rates in Flaxview, for example.
So you're speaking against the motion?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right, we're going to move into debate and comment then, because we've sort of lapsed into that anyway. So Councillor Teo Skipworth, if you want to chuck your light back on, I can come to you. So I'll come to Councillor Nixon first, though.
Thank you. We chose option one in order to try and avoid unnecessary complications, particularly in future years, because you can't always see where things are leading to, and valuations may change very differently at the next rating reassessment, not rating, the value reassessment. And so we thought a smaller move achieves the aim of letting the submitters know that we have listened to them and taken some steps to improve things without leading ourselves into an unnecessary trap that we're in now and we don't want to get into another one. So that is the reason we chose that option.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. So speaking for the motion, obviously, as the seconder, I will come to Councillor Gibson.
I'm speaking for the motion, but I just would like some more. I think the optics, that the fact we did nothing when the residential spiked, I think that needs to be communicated when we go out to consultation. Is it because this was a way bigger spike than the residential spike? And just because we didn't do it right last time doesn't mean two wrongs don't make a right. And the other point is that this is a band-aid, and that we needs to be clearly told that we will go workshop this properly and do the whole thing later in the long-term plan. I think it's very important. This is a band-aid.
No, I agree with you, Councillor Gibson. The commitment by this council already is to look at the full rating system as part of the LTP. We have to do that because of the stormwater changes, as the Deputy Chief said earlier. And so I want to make it clear that this is for this year, and you're right, Councillor Gibson, the bigger conversation is coming. We need to seriously look at the whole system and what's working and what's not as part of the LTP when we've got more time. And make sure it's fair, because that's the thing, team. It's got to be fair across every sector in our whole community. So I will come to Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yep. Thank you, Through Worship. Just agree with the direction, and Councillor Gibson stole what I was going to say.
Well, great minds think alike. That's a good thing. So I'll come to Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Worship. Do we have any idea what option one does for the commercial industrial? Option three was an average of 10% rate increase. What sort of average rate increase is option one?
I think we need to come back to model that. Let's see.
So I'll take that into my context.
Do you want to come up?
Yeah, I will.
We need to model that, Councillor Corbyn, but initial indication, just looking at the high level numbers, would indicate it would come down to around 20%, so still quite far from the 10 that they were talking about.
Sorry, I missed that.
We would need to do proper modelling, but the indication is it would come down to about 20% overall, rather than the 10% that was asked for.
Yeah.
But that's just looking at the high levels just now.
But correct me if I'm wrong, that means it's coming from 30%, was it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a 10% beneficial drop.
On average.
On average, sorry, we're going to keep emphasising that, on average. Thank you for that, team. Are there any other questions or debate? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Will we be able to decide after the consultation comes back, will we still be able to decide on the CBD targeted rates?
Through your worship, yes. So that's part of the resolutions that we will have a consult with two business associations. So what you'll be able to do at the end of this consultation period is four things. The Hastings and Havelock North business associations, the conversation with Waipariki around the changes, and whatever comes from the differential. And then with that information, you'll have what you need then to adopt the annual plan and strike the rates.
Right, thank you. I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Councillor Tara Skipworth.
Are you taking comments?
I am taking comments and debate. Go for it.
Isn't hindsight a great thing? And I think I want to thank the officers and councillors and the mayor for fronting up to the business community last week. I'm sure it was a really tough gig for you all, but also for them. And when you sit in wānanga, or you sit and you listen, there's healing in that from both sides. So I'm grateful for those that presented on our behalf. And I'm also grateful for the community to be brave enough to say they don't think this is right and can we reconsider. So I just wanted to commend both sides, council and community. And look, hindsight's a great thing. So
thank you, Councillor. Is there any other debate, comments or questions? No, in which case we have a recommendation, which is disappeared off screen. The system's just decided it's done. Here we go. We'll wait for it to come up on the other screen. Okay, so we've got the majority of it in front of us with that highlighted part on screen. I'm going to put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against? One against. Thank you, Councillor Nolustick. In which case that passes. So we have now, elected members, we have decided the size of the pie. We've sliced the pie. There is one more piece of work we have to do. We are just about there. It's the wrap-up resolution. So all of the mahi we have done today, this is a record meeting. I hear it's over 10 hours. Sorry? Yeah. So if you'd like to pull out your agenda, you'll find recommendations outlined on pages 14 and 15. Mr. Cameron, in a moment when you've found your place, I'm actually just going to invite you to take us through the recommendations so that the elected members understand what they're voting on, what this wrap-up resolution is, because for many this is the first time they've done this. Sure, you take a minute. And in the meantime, I see Deputy Mayor Fowler. No? Okay. All right. Oh, Lex, are you going to do that for us, eh?
I was going to ask about.
So we need to say that. You ask that? Okay, team, I've got Mr. Verhoeven who's actually going to take us through it.
Thanks, team. So the resolutions in front of you are just standard administrative resolutions. They keep us safe in terms of the decision making that you've made today. That's their intent.
Does everyone understand? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Yeah, happy to move, but the date needs to change, doesn't it? Because it's the 25th of June. Do we know the...
So I'm just going to highlight that with the team.
Yeah.
So we'll change that to the 9th of July?
Yeah, no, definitely. Good pick up.
By the 9th of July. We'll make that modification. Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking at D, which says that we've done appropriate consultation. But the last half hours, basically said that we don't think we have. So what do we do about that?
Thank you for highlighting that, councillor. I'll come to Mr Cameron.
Through you, Madam Chair, so these administrative recommendations, so that's an acknowledgement or confirmation that you've complied with the provisions of the formal consultative process that you've had to go through, which you're required to go through on the adoption of your annual plan process. So you're acknowledging that you completed that process. The subsequent resolution is you're coming out of that process and you're making the decision to do some more further consultations.
Councillor Corbin?
But I don't believe we have followed proper consultation to this point, which is why we're doing it again. So I think that recommendation is not correct.
Through your worship, I think maybe if we'll just add to the end of that recommendation, D, just noting that further consultation will be undertaken on commercial differentials.
So what's D going to say?
We will bring that up on screen. Let's just, again, we're going to take our time and do this properly, team. This is so important. And we've been here a very long time, so I want everyone to feel confident in what we're deciding. Thank you, Councillor Corbin.
Michael, did you?
Yeah, you better make sure he's happy with it. It's been moved.
Okay, team, we're just going to bring the revised recommendations up on screen, noting the two changes that have been discussed. I'll give everyone a moment to have a look at that. Although Deputy Mayor Fowler, who is the mover, has indicated he is happy with that. Elected members, I am going to second from the chair. I am satisfied, which means we have a substantive motion to debate, which is those that are on screen. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion? If there is no one, I will simply put it. It is for you to decide. This is administrative. This is just the wrap up of all the mahi we've done over the past 10 hours. Okay. There is no indication from anyone that they wish to speak, so I will put those recommendations. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. Team, that brings us to the conclusion of this part of our annual plan. Please keep in mind we're obviously going out to consult and we will be reconvening. This is where I need to break it to you that the 9th of July is meant to be in our quiet week. We now have a meeting. It is the only time that we can fit this with all the reforms, so please make sure that you check your personal commitments and make sure you are going to be available for the 9th of July. I am now going to look for someone to do our closing karakia, please. Can I have a volunteer? Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. If you'd like to turn on your microphone, Councillor. Thank you.
Mika whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Anei mātou e whakawhetai ana kia koe e te atua, te kaihanga o ngā mea katoa. A rahi mai ki tō mātauranga, uhia mai ngā hua ki roto, i te ingoa, a Ehu Kraiti. Ake. Amen.
Thank you, team, for your mahi. Thank you for your mahi, and thank you to the staff for a very, very long day, in particular democratic support.
What shall we do with these?